how's it going? Welcome back to the Elden Ring lore run. Hi. Absolutely. Yo, Con, thanks for the gift of sub to Mild Ride. That's so kind. Thank you. Welcome back, Mild Ride. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes courtesy of Con. Thanks so much. Hi everybody. So, we got some big news today. Number one, we got the release date of Tarnished Edition. Finally! And it's August 28th. I'm very excited about it. I'm like, really, it's just Elden Ring. So, you know, I've already started playing it. I don't need an excuse, but it makes a good excuse. I think it'll be so fun to do a new playthrough with one of the new classes, and like I think there's new armor sets coming, which means new lore. I remember seeing them. It's just been so long now that I don't remember what they are, but one of them is like Lucatiel set, so I'm like really curious what that's gonna be about. Gonna have to do another loreathon. I did make that joke. I was like, oh my god, guess we're doing another loreathon, but I think we'll just play it or something. I don't know. Because, like, I don't know how they're going to do the new stuff. Like, you know? We'll see how it goes. Also, Hype Train. What the heck? Where did that come from? I actually don't know what caused that. But, well, hey. Yay. Thanks. You'll be able to give Torrent different skins? Yes. It's the horse armor DLC. Obviously, it's not actually that, but it is a little bit of that, I suppose. Yes. It's a couple of armor sets are being added. It's really just like a re-release on Switch, but it's adding new content for everybody, sort of thing. It's just like a new edition. It's fun. It's an excuse to play the game again. They're adding 2 new starting classes, if I remember correctly, one of which starts with a light greatsword. So that's like really fun because, you know, one of the main things about Elden Ring is that it's so big, it can be kind of hard to get the right weapon that you want if it isn't early in the game. So now, rather than having to go to the DLC to get the light greatsword early, you can get it whenever you want. Because really, thinking about it, unless you mule or someone drops it for you, or you do like a mod thing, the only way to get a light greatsword is to defeat Mohg and Radahn, and then enter DLC, grab it, and then, you know, head back. So I hope they finished or tweaked other things, but I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. A whole new map? I didn't think there was a new map. I thought it was literally just a handful of armor sets and a little bit of armor for Torrent, like a skin for Torrent. But I could be misremembering. Like I didn't, you know. I saw it and I was like, yay! And then it's been so I just kind of forgot what's coming out with the edition. Listen, I'm very much like, it needs to be real. Like I'm all about, yay, Tarnished Edition! But right now I'm just like, who cares? Let's play Elden Ring. You know, like I don't need... I'm chilling. But when it comes out, I'm gonna be like, whoa! All this new stuff that I totally forgot is coming out because it'll be real then. So that's sort of how I am, I guess. I don't remember what the other class is. I really don't. I just remember Light Greatsword because that's very exciting. And I really do like that part because, you know, that's one of my things with Bloodborne. Like, I love Bloodborne. By the way, I'm planning a Bloodborne playthrough this month. I have something special cooking. I'm very excited about it. I hope you're excited too. Just a little sneak peek into my brain. I'm planning on doing like a little Bloodborne playthrough, including it's going to be on PC, so I'm going to have some mods going. Woo! So one thing about Bloodborne, you know, if you want to start with a certain weapon, you have to go to the Chalice dungeons or something like that. So that's sort of what's fun is now, you know, with that sort of stuff, you can play with whatever weapon you want from the start, which is really exciting. Also, in Bloodborne, you can't respec. So if you want to use a weapon, you kind of have to build for that weapon, and thus it limits what you run early in the game. But that's fixed with mods. No, here's my opinion on mods. I know you're capping, but I feel like I need to... I'm going to say this, and people are still going to think you know, like I'm going to misinterpret me. But it's whatever. I might as well state my case. Mods are my favorite thing for a game that you have played inside and out and done absolutely everything in to do something fun and cool with. So I've only modded pretty much Oblivion and Skyrim. Those are my only 2 really modded games. And even then, I just add some outfits and stuff. Like, I don't really... I did a major mod for Oblivion, though, called Better Cities, which is amazing because it just makes the cities bigger. And I thought that was really cool. So, like, that's when I mod. When I have, like, sucked everything out of vanilla, you know? But Bloodborne is a game also that I have played the living daylights out of. I've done almost everything there is to use. To do in that game, I mean. So that was why I'm really excited. Also, randomizers are so much fun. I love randomizers. I did one for Dark Souls, and I still remember it so fondly. So I'm hoping to do something like that, like a randomizer for Bloodborne would be so fun. Like, imagine you're just like chilling in Yarnum, and then you hear yow, and you're like, ah! And then Orphan of Kos is just charging at you, and you're like, ah, like that. I hope something like that happens. You know, like that is why I play. That is what I love about randomizers. I had a mod in DS1 that made it say you were captured when Seath killed you in the archives. See, that's nice, like little simplicity, you know, simple things, yeah. The Heavy Knight starts with curved greatsword. Ah, that's the other one. There we go. Thank you. Plus 60 FPS. I actually think that I will make Bloodborne at 30 because I'm going to say this. I'm going to play Bloodborne on stream, and I am either going to push it to 60 or I'm going to leave it at 30. And I'm going to see if chat can tell. Because let me tell you something. I think a lot of people can't, but they think that they can. So I'm going to create Schrodinger's FPS. You're not going to know whether it's 30 or 60, and you're just going to have to guess. And I'm betting that a lot of folks are going to be like, is this 30 or 60? And then I'll be like, I don't know. Which is it? And we'll see. I can tell. Maybe. I think some people can tell. I don't think nobody can tell, but I think a lot less people can tell than they think can tell. So it'll be interesting. You can do 4K res with mods and it looks really great. I don't really care about that because I can't stream at 4K, so even if it makes a difference for me, which it probably won't, chat won't be able to see it. So I'm not really bothered. I don't push quality any higher than chat can see. Hard to tell from a stream unless you have a great monitor and internet connection. I argue that it's hard to tell anyway. Really, but we'll see. Chat, I forgot my tea. It is in my kitchen. I have to get my tea. I made it special. So I'm gonna go get that and then we shall start the lore run. But maybe we talk a little bit more about Tarnished Edition because it really is very exciting. I am wondering if there's gonna be new lore. Because I'm like, you know, like that's the thing. I thought Night Rain wasn't gonna have any lore. I was like, nah, maybe. And then it did. So maybe maybe Tarnished Edition will have new lore. I'll have to redo the lore run. So we'll see. All right, I'll be right back. I can tell in movies and TV shows. Yeah, I'm just thinking that in games, maybe less people can tell than they. That's all. Because, like, surely some people can, but I really think that sometimes you can't. An example. One time, I was playing Baldur's Gate. In fact, it was a lot of time because it took a long time for me to play Baldur's Gate. So I played Baldur's Gate, and I had someone come into the stream, and he said, man, this looks so bad. this game looks so much better on PC. Now what that individual, besides being a troll, I understand these things. Besides that individual being a troll, what they didn't know is I was on PC. I was simply playing with a controller. That is my opinion of people who are like, man, I can't even look at 30 FPS. They know it's 30 FPS. So they are like, I can't do this. But like, I really genuinely think a lot of people can't tell. Really. It's like sneaking vegetables into your food. You know, like some parents do, they're like, I need my child to eat their greens, so they like chop it real fine and they put it, and the child will eat it and they don't know. But the moment you tell them there's carrots in that, there's broccoli in that, they go, eat! Like, I think that is really some of it. Like at least 40% of the FPS conversation is that. The chair stream going crazy? I know. It's a really epic chair. With the thing. Late to the party with the Bloodborne? But that's the thing. Maybe you're one of the people. Who was this? Gosh, Chad told me about this, so I don't know who this was. But Chad told me that there is someone who plays Bloodborne regularly, a streamer, and people will come in and ask whether it's at 30 or 60. And then this guy will answer, if you can't tell, what's the difference? And I think that's an amazing, yeah, there we go, Maximilian Dude. Yeah, that's like the perfect answer, because the fact is people are asking because they can't tell. So then it doesn't matter, does it? Sure, some people can tell, but I really think it's fewer people than they think, even. Whoops, I found my desk. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think I will play Schrodinger's FPS. Unfortunately, I'll probably give it away, because if I change the FPS, it'll make the game feel weird. Less noticeable when you stream something, when you play it, I think you feel it more. To some people. I really think that some people wouldn't notice a difference. I don't notice any difference. There is no difference to me whatsoever. I pretty much play everything at 60 now, because PC or whatever. But like, I could put the frames higher, but I don't see the point because it wouldn't come out on stream. So I just play everything at 60. And then when I go back to Bloodborne, I don't notice any difference. For like 5 milliseconds, I'm like, whoa, it looks weird. And then I'm like, no, it doesn't. We're fine. For like a bit, it's like I can see the matrix. So. Honestly, I don't want to change how the game feels. So I think I'll probably just leave it. But maybe I'll try 60. Maybe I'll see if there's a difference. So, you know, I'll do a little bit of Schrodinger's. Also, someone was asking what the Tarnished Edition is. The Tarnished Edition is like a new edition of Elden Ring coming out. They're updating the game with a couple of armor sets. Horse armor, like skins for Torrent. And starting classes, new starting classes. Another streamer did a Bloodborne randomizer, and Papa G Phase 2 was Ludwig the Holy Blade. Yeah, that was me in my Dark Souls 1 randomizer. Artorias replaced the golem. The iron golem right before Einar Londo. It was not ideal. It was very bad. $5 and some people are mad? The Tarnished Edition? I thought it was like gonna be the same as usual. To be fair, if you want to look for people who are angry, you will find people angry about literally everything. It's the internet. Like, every opinion exists on the internet. Generally, most people are like, yay, Tarnished Edition. Cool. Yeah, August 28th, baby. Which is crazy because I actually predicted that Dustbloods would come out in August. So I was wrong, but I was right about August. I was wrong about what was releasing. Yeah, we got the release date today, so it's super cool. But not really. It's the internet, man. If you want to look for people who are mad, you will find people mad about everything. You'll find someone mad that I'm doing the lore run. You'll find someone mad about my lore. Actually, that's a bad example. There's always people mad about lore. Really, it's a very contentious topic. The problem is, I feel like so many people are like mad about it. But like, it's like they just bring the wrong attitude. Oh, yep, I've been playing Night Rain. They bring the wrong attitude. Do you know what I mean? Because like, of course, people like have different thoughts on lore, but like, generally the whole point is like a conversation, I suppose. And like, it's like spirit tuning. But anyway, my point is you can find people who are mad about literally everything. So. Hello, Hugh. I think I'll upgrade my great stars if I can.
Where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
No matter how petty something is, there'll be people mad about it. Take fruit, for example. Oh, fruit! Yes, that's an excellent example. Oh my, now that you mention it. I did get the banana, the banana folks very mad because I put bananas in F tier. That's true. Yo, Major Tremor, thanks so much for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Thanks so much. Welcome, new butterflies, and thanks for supporting the stream. That's really kind of you. Thank you. What's S tier fruit? Chat, what did I put in S tier again? Limes. Okay, but then I moved limes down to A. Cherries, peaches, strawberries. And watermelon. Lore rules? Hell yeah. Lore, yeah, we're lore maxing. And black currants. They're very poggy. Yo, blackcurrant jam is like one of the best. And raspberries because of the jam. Whee! Okay. What were we doing? I had a whole plan. Well, number one, we just defeated Morgoth.
You have returned. What is it?
So, we talked to Enya, and she basically was like, oh, the two fingers are startled by this revelation that, you know, there's these thorns at the tree and you can't get in. Well, you'll have to wait for them to advise you further, but it's going to be many, many years. She used the phrase thousands, if not tens of thousands of moons, which is a month, which is a long time. In other words, the message must travel light years in order to get a response. We can't wait that long. So we need something else to do, and Enya advises us to burn the thorns. And she tells us, let's see what she says again.
You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Earth Tree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Earth Tree, a sacrifice is needed of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the rune of death. Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
And we know who the kindling is going to be, because kindling is not a thing, it is a person, Melina. Melina says that she will be kindling. She's already told us this. Smoldering butterfly, an eternally burning butterfly found near wildfires and elsewhere, serves as the kindling for a number of items. All along, that's been her. She knows now. So what's really interesting too about this is that Melina helped us fight Morgott. So that's going to be our focus. I very intentionally didn't talk too much about Melina at the end of last stream. So just to sort of reiterate, we talked about Morgott. We talked about his nature, the omen, the sewer. Like we don't have the full picture yet, but that's sort of what we discussed. They were thrust in the sewer. We don't know when, we don't know at what point. And I asked the question that I think is like very, very important, but I'm not sure of the answer. Who made this? Who made the regal omen bairn? These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. Who loved Morgott enough to make one? Really? To the point that his essence is what's used to create it. It's so linked to him. And not to mention, there's one other thing I didn't mention about Morgott. He has a tail. We've never seen another omen to have a tail. And that regal omen bairn has a tail, just like his. Who could have made it? A secret memorial. Sorry. Such a good answer. Well, Marika was a big-time crafter. So it was Mikola. Oh my god. It's true. It's pretty much what I feel like. That's, yeah. Anyway, I've never asked this question before because it's never occurred to me, but it is a good question, I think, to ask. Like, who would make it? Either way, we talked about Morgott, but I didn't talk about Melina. And I saved that for a couple reasons for today, is because there's a little bit more stuff about Melina just a little bit further. So, let's go further. Okay, one quick little side quest though. I want to go back to the the Volcano Manor, because I helped recusant Bernal fight Vargrim and Willem. So I want to see what he has to say last stream as well. We basically cleared Landell, cleared the sewers, went all the way to a sealed gate. We went to 2 sealed gates that were sealed by Morgott. Both of them are now open to us. So we can go to the one below as well and see what's down there. Which is why the title today is Forbidden Places, because we're not just going to the Forbidden Lands. We're going to other forbidden places. Woo, spooky! Has Melina served as kindling before? She looks like she might have. Well, she is burnt and bodiless. So she is smoldered before. Her body's covered in scars as well. You can see it on her arms and her hands very briefly in her introductory cutscene. We can see burns. So she doesn't appear to be smoldering, yet clearly she is. Talk to Gideon after entering Landell. I don't think I did. No, let's go talk to these folks.
I had hoped you'd soon return. I have the reward from Lady Tanith. Take it. It's yours, by right.
Bro is like the polar opposite of Patches. There's a reason that you get both of these right next to each other, like right after another. It takes a little longer to get to Bernal's because his is a little later in the game than Patches' quest. But yeah, Patches is like, hey, go do this for me. Bernal wants you to help him for fun and honor and because it'd be sick, basically. He's in it, and then he gives you the reward without putting up any fuss because he's just in it for the love of the game. Gelmir's Fury.
Let us tread the path of the recusant together, till we reach the miserable death that awaits us.
See what I mean? He's just in it for the love of the game. You gotta respect the hell out of it. Gelmir's Fury. One of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir conjures a surge of magma from the earth covering the area. This sorcery is held to represent the fury of the volcano, but the arrogance of attempting to harness it is solely that of men and serpents. Interesting. Theory that Melina served as either Vike or Bernal's maiden in the past. So Vike, we kind of know who his maiden was, though. I think the burning of the tree predates all the Tarnished. I think when it burned before, I think this was... That's something I'm not 100% certain on, like timeline-wise, like when it burned before. But I think it burned before, and I really do think it was pre-tarnished. Just because of Melina and how long she's been around. So, Vike, we know who his maiden was. He also didn't need anyone to burn the tree because he became a Lord of Frenzied Flame, right? So, yeah, we'll get to that, though. Bernal, though... Bernal... Well, he gave up his maiden. Well, we'll get to his quest. We also don't have his tale. But I think they both had true maidens. Like actual finger maidens, because Melina very specifically says that she will act as maiden. She is not a maiden, though. She's not a finger maiden. The other two had maidens. They were more proper Elden Lords than we are, who don't have a maiden. And actually, that's a big thing, is we can never be quite like them because they don't, like, we don't have a real maiden. We develop a bond with her, for sure, so we have a similar relationship to a Tarnished and their maiden, but Melina very much is not a finger maiden. Yeah, we are a little bit the main character. It seems to be that she's we're the only one that has ever had the honor of Torrent as well, which is a big deal. War with the dragons? The thing is, the dragons did not burn the tree. That's the thing. Melina burned the tree. She was kindling before. That's the thing. And I'm talking about this, but we will explain why this is likely soon. So I'm sort of putting forth the theory and then explaining it as we go. Okay, Bernal, let's go talk to some folks. This is a big one. Hello.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon.
I think it's just this. Oh my gosh, yeah, right. Right, we can talk to her. Zarias' absence.
No. I haven't seen Zarias anywhere. And she has no scouting duties now. Has she gone off in search of answers? Why won't she just listen?
Aww.
May I ask your aid? Not as the manor's proprietress, but as Zarias' mother. If she discovers the answer to her question, and it causes distress, have her drink this potion, to purge that which would cause her pain.
Tonic of Forgetfulness. Bro, I totally forgot about the Tonic of Forgetfulness. This is such a strange solution to the quest.
Yes, I know. My wish is a grave disrespect to her. No different than the Erd Tree's imposition. But I've no choice. It must be done.
Tonic of Forgetfulness. Tonic in a small brass vial. Brass. Interesting. Banishes distress and bitter memories. A gift bestowed by Rykard, sworn to blasphemy, to Lady Tanith, who unfortunately had no use for it. My lord, there could be no greater distress than to forget you. Yeah. Behind all the murder and snakes and eating people and torture and blood and everything is an incredibly sweet, touching story of love. And, well, all different forms of love. Romantic love, motherly love, the love of a child for their mother, the family bonds. It's all just about a family. All of it.
My wish is a grave disrespect to her, but I've no choice. It must be done.
It is a sign of love. Rykard loved Tanith, and thus gave this to her. Tanith loves Zarias, and thus gives this to us to give to her. No Celestial Dew connection? See, that's what's interesting. There is a big similarity between this and Celestial Dew because, as I talked about, Celestial Dew, or the Night Tier, makes people... It behaves as if everyone has forgotten what you've done. It does seem to create forgetfulness. But this is just directly... Like, that's an implication with Celestial Dew. It doesn't outright state it. At least I don't think it does. That's sort of something that I'm reading into because of the night. You know what I mean? What does it say again? Allows one to carry out an absolution, reversing all antagonizations. Yeah. It doesn't say that they forget, but yeah, conceptually it's very similar. Brass, though. Brass is, we talked about it. It's like... Brass. Isn't it an alloy? Man, I'm having one of those moments. I always get bronze and brass confused. Copper and zinc. But it is copper. That is really interesting because copper is often associated with, well, not directly the crucible, but ancient things for a couple of reasons. First of all, the crucible color. So the crucible gold is sort of an alloy between copper and gold, right? Which is why it has that red hue. The reason it's likely copper, though, is a weapon. The Regalia of Aocade. Treasured Sword of Aocade, a lesser, long-vanished domain. The copper coloration is not to be confused for rust, but is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. And what this actually looks like is you move it with, like, red. It's like Sith magic sort of stuff. Yeah. So it's very interesting. The red hue is associated with exceptionally ancient things and often associated with copper. So the fact that it's a brass vial, it could just be a throwaway line, but we have to remember just how important metal and alloys are in this game, both in terms of hue and in terms of composition. We go on and on and on about gold, right? And the color tells a story as well. Okay, so now that we're here, actually, real quick side. This is actually a forbidden place, so I think Volcano Manor still fits. I am hoping to conclude Volcano Manor, actually, while we're here. But it won't be immediately. We still have one more assassination we have to do. Crucible things are copper colored. I would call them, oh, I went the wrong way. I would call them rose gold because I believe rose gold is literally an alloy of gold and copper. But really what it is red tinged gold. That's what the game calls it, red tinged gold. The red associating it with being ancient. It's like a butterfly inside the tonic. You know what? To me, it looks like a smoldering ember, but I can kind of see a monarch if we stretch. So, like, yeah. You know what it does remind me of, though? Not that I have it anymore, but the draft created by Celavis. I went, like, the worst way to get to here, but it's okay. So last time we met Zarias, she told us, she asked us to kill her. I don't want that annoying Albinaric to be ruining my moment. We're gonna reset aggro.
I know that you have done so much for me, but I wish to ask one last. Kill me. I thought that free me.
Sorry, we've already heard this, so I skipped. Give Tonic a forgetfulness? Don't give it. We're gonna keep waiting. Okay, we can't do this right now then. I think I have to go further. So Melina, Forbidden Lands. Let's just make a quick trip to Roundtable Hold and talk to all of our NPCs, because now we have entered Lanedell since we last spoke to most of them.
You. What is it?
Hi. Where should I go?
If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold, beyond the Forbidden Region. But go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The Two Fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago.
Well, he sure doesn't seem bothered about, well, cardinal sin. Okay, unlocated demigods.
There are 4 more demigods yet to be located.
Nicola of the Halig Tree,
the unalloyed. His twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman. Luna Princess Rani, daughter to Renala. And the one only known as the Lord of Blood. Rani is said to have cast aside her great rune. So here at the Hold, we seek the whereabouts of the remaining 3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right, known only to me. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together.
It's funny how really, I don't want to say kind, obviously, he's not kind, but how polite he can be. Right? Like, that's the thing that's so strange about him. He doesn't seem thrown by anything we say or do, really. Everyone else is like, oh, Sin, you can't burn the tree. He's like, yeah, you want to go to the round table. You want to go past the round table hold. You want to go make a left to the Forbidden Lands and then head straight about 2 clicks to the mountaintop of the... Like, he doesn't give a shit. Civil, that's the word I was looking for. He's very civil. He's like, yeah, no problem. Yeah, okay, yeah, just do it. Anyway, we're very much compelled to work together because we're both tarnished to the Round Table Hold. But you remember when we came here, he was such a gatekeeper. He's like, oh, you're a tarnished, you're of the Round Table Hold, but you're not of the Round Table Hold yet. You're just a new kid. You have to prove yourself now. And then now that we've sort of proven ourselves, he's at least civil. He doesn't go past that. It's really interesting. The tonic of forgetfulness, I actually completely forgot its existence. Like, it's so funny that I do this quest every time. Well, it's been a minute since I've done this quest, but I just completely forgot that we get this tonic. I don't remember who else we can use it on, but we can. Oh, wait. No, hang on. Isn't it Tanith? No. Seems to thrive in chaos. You would think. He's just mysterious. We don't understand him yet. We don't get him. Yeah, the tonic of forgetfulness. I might have to look up what we do with that. Like, what we can do with that. Because there's a few different... Like, I know there's at least 2 options. Just like Celivis's potion. I just don't remember what they are. Maybe I took the tonic of forgetfulness, eh? Hope all is well. Love the lore runs. All is well. And I also love the lore. I'm glad you do too. Thank you. Roderica, anything new from you?
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Yes. Nothing new. Let's see how Nephili is doing. I think we're getting to the point that her stuff's gonna progress.
In this ash, it reminds me of...
Oh, she's still just sniffing. No problemo. That's what it is, Corin. Yeah, you can give it to Corin. Yeah. I don't think we will, though. I want to see Corin have a breakdown. Like, no offense to Corin or anything. It's just, I think it's lore friendly. Poor Corin. Okay. We will purchase this just for fun. Alright. Let us go further to the Forbidden Lands. Corn will refuse to drink it? I wonder, can we give it to him now? I feel like no. I think we can offer, though. It's so creepy. Drink this to forget. What is the benefit of getting to Corn? I don't know, because I don't think I've ever given it to him. The problem with some of these like later game quests is they take an absolute like decade to do, so I often haven't done all the later permutations because it's like, man, I'm gonna have to replay just to get one line of dialogue, you know what I mean? Or I did it, but it was so long ago that I don't remember either. It's hard to remember things when you only do them once. Repetition really helps sink it into your memory. I also sort of forgot to talk about this view. Like the way the tree is growing here, just around the buildings. It's, well, it's definitely sort of arguably damaging them at a certain point, right? But it's also how we have to progress. The path forward is blocked away and we need to traverse the Erd Tree in order to actually get further. Which I think is really interesting, because the correct way to go would be through here and then here, but it's like a dead end. So this would be the way we're supposed to go. This is like the front entrance, but we use it as a side entrance and take the balcony in, right? That's where we fought this illusion of Godfrey, which we now pretty much have cemented was created by Morgoth. Morgoth is able to create illusions, but the one of Godfrey is interesting because it's pretty much very blatantly like an illusion, a spirit, versus the sort of clones that Morgoth created, calling himself Margit when he attacked us outside Langdell. Those ones, they were solid. They were just almost like I describe them as astral projections of him. They weren't really clones or illusions, but this was something a little different. So it suggests he is able to create things that are solid, like Moog perhaps, right? And that there is an argument to be made that the Moog that we fought in the sewers was a projection created by Morgoth. I think, though, that was a projection created by Moog. But still, like I said, you can kind of argue both sides because there's evidence for both. Also, yes, Morgoth creates these... I can't call them illusory weapons because illusory means they're not real. They're real. He throws all these weapons at you. He just spawns and hammers and swords and everything and just throws golden daggers at you. Like, that's the way his magic seems to... like, that's his unique magical ability sort of thing. Something inherent to him. Conjured weapons, yeah. And this image of Godfrey is very much idealized because we've seen Godfrey both with his axe broken and without it broken, but this one, axe is unbroken. It's Godfrey at his peak. And I think it's really telling that this image of Godfrey is used to protect Morgoth himself and the tree, because the tree is the most important thing to Morgoth. Also, looking at this, it's a little hard to see, but it does very much look burnt, right? It doesn't quite look like this. We'll have to look at it when we get closer again. Hi, Corn.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Okay, we can't give it to him yet. We can eventually, though. He starts to freak a little bit later. I just wanted to try this out. Let's go. Not there. Let's go... Yeah. Magic users use them with stuff like Carian Greatsword, but they're blue. Yeah, so conjured weapons out of glintstone is a thing, but Morgoth seems to do it inherently. He doesn't channel out of anything. He has a unique magical ability that no one else really uses or does, suggesting it's unique to him, perhaps because of his bloodline, or perhaps the fact that he is an omen. But based on evidence, it's most likely something that he's able to do. What'd you miss? Not too much. We just stepped to the Volcano Manor as our first forbidden place, and now we're going over here. So I'm going to take a little bit more time to explore this area. This is outside the inner wall and is an area that is almost completely buried in ash, and all that is here is misbegotten. Also, as you've probably seen them do a lot, they are cleavering bodies. This is a corpse. They do it a lot. They do that a lot. It's a lot like the denizens of the fishing hamlet in Bloodborne, actually, who are very vengeful for a wrong that has been done to them, and thus, well, they take cleavers and they stab the shit out of bodies a lot. That's like sort of what they do, and it's evoking a very similar image here. They're pissed. Morgoth is one of the most tragic characters in the game. He is. He really is. His potential was stifled because of something he can't control. More of these carriages as well. Not really carriages. More like caskets. So this is, I think that this is the only one that we've seen here, actually. Most of the other ones were broken down by Altus. But we've seen also them moving through Altus and mostly through Limgrave and Liurnia, heading toward Leyndell. And they carry treasures and most likely bodies. Like honored bodies, because they do look like, you know, funereal caskets. I think there's something that tells us they carry both, but now I can't recall what it is. No, Cypherpod is different. Cypherpada is the words of the fingers made manifest. It's a language of light. However, it's probably a similar concept, but not exactly the same thing. The Cypherpadas and the Coded Swords as well are fully realized and don't vanish. That's the thing about them. But Morgoth is able to summon and desummon his weapons at will. Oh, there's an item back there. Oh. I mean, if you're cool, we can be cool. I'm so sorry. Okay, wow. I feel like the bad guy for killing them last time. Misbegotten are fine here. Like, no one is bothering them except for, well, now me. It's very interesting that the Leonine Misbegotten tend to be the ones who are the most powerful and also in the biggest positions of leadership amongst the Misbegotten. Their red hair also links them to the Crucible, as well as the fact that they are leonine, as in like a lion. Oh my lord, perfumers, man. You can see why perfumers are so strong. They're basically artillery. I don't think the Misbegotten are praying for forgiveness. I think they're praying for mercy. Like, from those around them. They want to go back to a time where the Crucible was seen as holy again. Which, I mean, fair enough. It was. Alright, so here we go. This is toward the lift of Rold. The Rold route. We're heading here. Never really understood what the Crucible is. It is the bed of all life. Where all life sprang from. And it was, and still is, a tree. Except before, it was a different tree. And now it is the Erd tree. Got the feather in your arm? Yep. I got some. Ow! What the frick? Oomst? Oh. No, the Erd tree has... The Crucible has become the Erd tree now. It is different, but the same. Alright, you discount tree sentinel. He ain't getting up. Oh, damn! I was still in animation. What is this, Night Rain? Doesn't this look familiar? This is a divine bridge. They lead to divine towers. And, well, that's a divine tower. Oh. Oh, come on now. Oh, right. Yeah, it becomes big. Ah! Oh my god. Jump scarab, and I like that. Hee. They're even playing the Divine Tower music. And looking at this, there's an elevator, but there's also a Divine Tower this way, so we gotta go that way first. What an interesting Divine Tower. Look at it. It's like it's... Is it covered in ash? Or is it like warped? Kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. And if it is covered in ash, it's the wrong side. Was it unfinished? Or was it warped by something? It's like something else is growing out of it. It looks like stone, but almost like a tree as well. Hmm. Oh. Oh, I remember the first time I did this. I was like, oh my god, we're just in Dark Souls 1. It's the Four Kings. Fell Twin. Okay, well, we got one all lit up with blood. With horns cut. Alright, no riposte for me. That's fine enough. Oh god, it really is so trippy to be fighting in the abyss. Using great curved sword and uncut horns. It's making me a little dizzy. Omen Killer Rollo. The very first Omen Killer, by the way. He's the one who started it. He was a perfumer who became an Omen Killer. We learned about Rollo. Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen Killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor, hunting the Omen. Totally forgot about that. He created a physic to remove his emotions so that he could better hunt and kill Omen. In other words, even the Omen killers knew it was an awful thing to do. So, Fell twins. That's interesting. Fell just means bad. Like an old-timey word for bad. Talk to Melina. Sure.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond, and that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
The subtle change in her voice, rather than being sort of like distant, a little halting, a little like as if she doesn't know truly what's going on. She's so sure now. She's sure, confident, and full. Like she is Melina again. She just didn't remember who she was before. Now we are meeting Melina for the first time, truly. But yeah, so as we approach, it's some sort of illusion. Something like that. It's almost like a dream. It's almost like a remnant of those who came before. We learn about two Fell Omen twins. Fell Omen? Have we heard someone calling themselves that? Margit. Okay, okay, okay. Putting together some puzzle pieces. Doesn't Morgott call himself the Fell, though? He does. He calls himself the Fell Omen, the bad omen. Tree Sentinels are the hero type being described in the Hero's Rune? Probably, yeah. Those with great strength, inhuman strength, actually. Also, the Tree Sentinels are likely very old as a result. Because, okay, there's also something I actually wanted to mention, now that we're sort of relating to this. We know that this is a world where people can be reborn. And we also know that people became weaker than their forebears. So this means two things. Well, it suggests two things, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. But when people had children, their children became weaker and weaker and weaker. Okay, makes sense. Could be, you know, grace of the Erd Tree, could be runes, it could be just like weakening of a bloodline, whatever bloodline that is. But like, it's like power became weaker. Men became shorter. Literally, that's something that happens. The trolls are shorter than their forebears, right? Men are weaker than their forebears. Giant dragons are weaker and weak to the stone scales of their forebears. But also what it's suggesting is that when people are reborn in the Erd Tree, something is lost in the exchange. Those are the two things that are suggested, and both are possible at the same time. So it's very interesting. It's like something is still lost. Oh, that's Margit's rune. Where is it? Or sorry, Morgott's rune. Seek the divine tower of East Altus, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Lanedale's eastern ward. Well, that's it. All right. Morgott's Great Rune. A Great Rune of the Shardbearer Morgott. Its blessing greatly raises max HP. This Great Rune is the anchor ring that houses the base and proves two things: that the Omen King was born of the Golden Lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Lanedale. The Golden Lineage? That's Godfrey and Marika. This was a child of Marika, one of the demigods, but an Omen? I wonder what's going on with that twin. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that there's a grace right here so we can come here quickly. Chat, have we encountered another Omen with apparently similar abilities to Morgott? Wasn't his name Moog? Well, perhaps the game is connecting those two characters. Moog remains somewhat of a mystery, but in this situation we also kind of have something, a piece of knowledge that even apparently Gideon doesn't have, which is who the Lord of Blood is. We now know he's a shard bearer, thanks to Gideon. Where is the Lord of Blood exaltation? There it is. Talisman depicting the exaltation of the Lord of Blood. And then we encountered Moog. Moog the Omen. And he looks exactly like this. Morgott had a twin. There's another link between them too. Oh man, this is such a gorgeous vista. Like, it's so gloomy, but it's so gorgeous. Oh, love it. And that would be Morgott's cursed sword. it uses blood flame. Because, first of all, when he swings in phase 2, there is a wave of blood, and then that wave lights up in fire. It is literally blood flame. But what's interesting is it doesn't like inflict blood flame upon you. Like it makes you bleed, but it's not blood flame. It's almost like a sealed blood flame. And that's exactly what it is. The reason it's Morgoth's cursed sword is not because he himself was cursed. Ironically, it's actually because the blood itself is cursed, but he sealed it into the sword. And he covered it and made it seem like a staff. He only uses it when he's really desperate. When pushed to his limit, also, he uses his own inherent omen curse, which is basically the typical FromSoftian thing. When pushed, bosses use everything they have at their disposal, right? Even the things they don't want to use, even the things that they resent about themselves. They still bring all their power to the fore. It's something FromSoft has done for all their games. Maria from Bloodborne, big example. Morgoth's yet another one. He despises his curse. He literally like coughs it out of him as if it's something he's been containing. I think there's a secret here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. This is what I was looking for. Whee! No! Okay, I did it bad. No. At least I didn't die. That's the thing. In Bloodborne, you do that, you die. Hey, Space Boy, thanks for 11 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for supporting the stream for almost a year. What I miss? Just talking a little bit about Morgoth, and we're about to get into Melina. We talked a little bit to her. We're heading toward the Forbidden Lands. Whee! Officials' attire. Grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals. The darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. Those are bars. This looks like a prison. Was this guy watching someone inside or watching the outside? It's hard enough to get here, and this is forbidden. This has been sealed since Morgoth's been ruling here, which has been since the Shattering. This is him unleashing his curse and more him losing control of it. Yeah, but at the same time, that's still the result is the same. He doesn't want to unleash it, but it comes out because he's pushed to his limit. So that's the thing. Some of them use it by choice, some of them don't. And it's really interesting to note which characters use it by choice, because frankly, it's most of them. But it's a dark choice. Whoops. The Blade of Calling. Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Unique skill, Blade of Gold. Leap into the air, charging the armament with golden flames that are then shot at the enemy as a single blade-like projectile. Inflicts holy damage. This, if I'm not mistaken, is the only mention of golden flames. Oh, put it in the wrong hand. No, I want I really don't have that much faith. I need 15. There's a couple things that raise faith, but I can't remember what they are. I think one of them is like the Commoner's Headband or something. There is something that raises faith. But there's so many dang items, I don't remember which one it is. Chad, do you remember? A rune arc will get me there, but I don't want to use a rune arc. If I can help it. Increases arcane. There it is. Faith, right here. Ruler's Mask. 12. I need 15, right? Okay. There's definitely like a chess piece or something. Okay, 1 faith, 13, 2 more. Two-handed doesn't work. Two-handed helps with strength only. Your faith is not increased by two-handing. Ah, the grafted sword. There we go. Perfect. I just really want to use it. Golden flames. Now that animation looks really, okay, we gotta take off this BS outfit. That animation looks really similar to a couple things, doesn't it? First of all, well, Melina used that. That was Melina. That's exactly what she used. It's right here. Her dagger. We saw it in her hand. We saw what she used. Golden flames. And it's exactly the same as that of the Black Knife. They even have like a similar styling. Not quite, obviously, because this one is horribly warped. Even the scaling's similar. Not quite. But this one requires more faith. The Black Knife... Isn't that interesting that the Black Knife requires more faith? So, they're not the same. You can see the handle is not the same. This one has, like, little jagged bits coming out of it. The weapon itself does look warped as well. Like, you see it curves. And it looks like it has, like, huge Mars in it, which is likely what happened when Ronnie imbued it with the Rune of Death. But even if you look, do you see how there's, like, a shining bit of silver in it? Right there? It matches this perfectly. It's almost like, not quite, it's almost like this weapon was the starting point, and then they put stuff on top of it, like they added to it. It reminds me of Warbla. It's a thermoplastic that you use to make like cosplay supplies and stuff. You heat it, and then you can bend it, and then form it, and it sticks to itself. And then when it dries, when it cools, I should say, it's like solid again. So it's used for props and like cosplay stuff. It reminds me a lot of Warbla. I can even imagine how you'd make this. Like you'd take the blade and then cover it. So I wonder, we know that the Blade of Death was imbued into the Black Knife's weapons. But you gotta wonder what they looked like initially. I don't think it was literally the Blade of Calling. I don't think it was like 1-to-1, but I think it's really notable to mention Blade of Calling also is reminiscent of the Flowing Sword. And the Shamshir for that matter, but I think the Shamshir is similar to the Flowing Sword, so. Let's do comparison. Wrong weapon, sorry. There we go. Of course, really, this is more similar to the Black Knife. It's got that, like, line going through it. Which this also has, but it's additionally... It looks like just a gash was thrust in it. So, the Magistrate is the one who handled unseemly things, and they are out here, which I find very interesting that they are not in here. And the Blade of Calling was given to one who set on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. This was Melina's weapon. It was left here, in this room. So, presumably, she fulfilled her journey. She is the Kindling Maiden. She is not the Finger Maiden. I don't think Melina was a part of the Night of the Black Knives. Her duty was something different. In fact, I think it predates it. The timeline of the Kindling Maiden is very hard to narrow down, in my opinion. Because her role was also kind of secret. No one talks about Melina. I wonder if the other children knew about her. The other children of Marika and Radigan. I really don't know, because no one mentions her. Not all maidens are Kindling Maidens? No, there's only one Kindling Maiden. Finger Maidens, there are many, apparently. But there is one Kindling Maiden only. Also, this line. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Well, that's what Melina is doing for us. So I'm actually thinking if we want to do this right now, I think we want to go back and do the underground area. I just wanted to talk about that with Melina. I wanted to grab the Blade of Calling. Also, Blade of Calling is a really interesting phrase, as in a calling. Like, well, something that you are called to do. The calling to be kindling. Okay, so now we actually will just teleport. We're not going to do the Forbidden Lands right now. We're going to go somewhere else that we've been to. Somewhere else that is forbidden to us. Wait, it is not the Leyndell Catacombs. No. Forsaken Depths, there we go. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm talking about base game. Mesmer knew about her, but that's the thing. None of the other children reference Mesmer or Melina. No one, which makes sense, considering, you know, Mesmer's the sort of secret guy that we don't know hide nor hair of until DLC, which is something that FromSoft loves to do. But no one talks about Melina. Now, it could be because, for all they know, Melina is dead. Like, they knew about her, but she is dead. Or they could be that they just didn't know about her. Because here's the thing, they don't talk about characters that aren't really present in the story, right? So, like, Morgott, for example, he knew about Godwyn. That was his brother. We don't know about their relationship. We get no information about their relationship. But we do know that he, what do you call it? He doesn't talk about him in relation to, like, the thrones, because Godwyn's dead. So why would he? Do you know what I mean? That's sort of the idea there. They're talking more about people who are related to the Shattering, or their more current story. Official's attire is what the masked figure in the painting in Volcano Manor is wearing. Right, yeah. Uh-huh. Isn't she Glowmide Queen? To say that Melina is the Glowmide Queen is reductive to who Melina is, because that's like saying that Mesmer is the accursed serpent. He is, but he also isn't. The serpent is apparently sealed inside of him. Apparently, likely, whatever is left of the Glowmide Queen is sealed within Melina. However, Melina is Melina. She is not literally the Glowmide Queen. At least I think that makes the most sense now, based on characters like Mesmer. Mesmer must have been the oldest demigod? Most likely. Mesmer was likely the oldest. We also know that he's the older brother of Melina. I think that those came first. Based on the timeline, that makes the most sense. I think this might even have predated Godfrey. Like, Marika being with Godfrey. I know we've talked a lot about, you know, parentage and whatnot, and a lot of people are like, oh, Marika and Radigan had Melina and Mesmer because of the red hair. I don't think that's true. The thing is that we don't know who is the father of Mesmer and Melina, because it isn't important, because they have no father, because their mother is Marika. That's it. It's a lot like Zeus. A lot of the gods, well, okay, at least one notable example, was literally spawned from Zeus's head. He had a headache one day and Athena popped out. That's literally how she was born. She has no mother. She is only Zeus's child. Marika, we also know, is able to do the same thing. And I think that's where Mesmer and Melina came from. So this is way later. This is like deep in DLC stuff. So, you know, I know it's a little early to be talking about it, but I think this is notable. Just for right now to compare to Miquella and Melania, who are Marika and Radagon's children, because at that point, Radagon had been separated from Marika. So the difference is that at that point, I don't think they were separated, and thus there wasn't as much or any divide between them. We don't even know at what point Radagon manifested as another half of Marika. We do know they were separated for a time. We know he came out of nowhere one day, but we don't know exactly when he manifested, because there's no mention of like some warrior who's strongly associated with Marika in the Land of Shadow. However, compared to Miquella and Trina, where there's lots of mentions of them being sort of interchangeable. What is Trina, a boy or is she a girl? We don't know. There's mixed reports because they were together all the time. They were one, to the point that you couldn't even tell. So Radagon, though, a lot different. I think Marika's a schemer and her children were made for specific purposes. I actually disagree. I think that she made plans and they worked out, but none of them came exactly as they were meant to be. That's sort of the point. She set things in motion so that something could happen. Like chaos itself. The opposite of order. Chaos. I don't think you choose your children. I think that that's the thing. I don't think she designed them. I don't think she made them. I don't think she constructed them for a specific purpose. Personally, because you don't choose your children, and I think that doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense to do so. But yeah, her children all had a calling. I think she is a planner, an extremely effective planner, but I don't know if I go far enough to say schemer, because I think there's too much of a negative connotation on that, and I think it's sort of, I think that's the type, how should I put this? I think that's the type of thing the Horn Scent would say about Marika. And that's why I don't want to use that heavily, that word, if that makes sense, right? Because like, but here's the thing, I think Ronnie is a schemer. So I guess it depends on what you think. Ronnie is a planner and a schemer. She is crazy. Marika was mostly just Marika at that point? Yeah, I've been thinking a ton about the Marika-Radagon divide. For example, earlier we talked about how like it's suggested that Radagon himself sewed the mouths of the preceptors' clothes. And I was like, okay, but like, how did he do that? Because like, I don't think he's able to sew. But then I'm like, oh my God, what if he was? But then he lost the ability. As both Marika and Radagon became purer versions of themselves, they sort of altered and were pulled in various extremes. So at first, when they were combined, like Miquella, I don't think that Miquella is incapable of love because Trina has his love half, right? Like that's what Trina is. She is Miquella's love. So when they are one, Miquella is perfectly capable of loving, even though his aspect of love is a different part of him, right? Because they're still one. But when he gets rid of Trina, then he is incapable of love because he has forced it out of his body. And I think that tells us some really interesting stuff about the divides between these characters. Makes more sense for Radagon to be the father because of the hair. No. What I'm saying is that people, listen, people are so, they don't go deep enough. It's a huge pet peeve of mine. People are like, oh, Radagon's the father. But we don't know who the father is, and that's important. Why doesn't the game tell us who the father is? Because it's not important, because Marika is the mother. and there are gods, and we also know that Radigan is Marika. So why does the game make the distinction that, like, they could just tell us that, they could say that Radigan, but no, Radigan is not the father. Marika is the mother. It is a single entity birth. But later, there is a distinction made. This is important. Also, I've had people be like, oh, like, Marika cheated on Godfrey with Radigan and shit. And I'm just, like, sitting there like, bro, like, we're talking about, like, plant people and gods. And you're still like, well, someone had to make those babies. Like, come on, man. You gotta go deeper. You gotta go further. The hair doesn't matter. It doesn't. Because Radigan is Marika. So if Radigan came from Marika, then at one point they were just one. Lost his abilities because he's supposed to be the bad one, embodiment of destruction? Yeah, because he becomes pure versions of himself. He's not just destruction. He's also capable of learning, and he's like scholarly and shit. He represents order, not just destruction. But yeah, he can't sew at a certain point. I think this is really significant. Also, the fact is, in the lands between, destruction is very important. Half the characters in the game, I don't think Malenia is evil because she destroys. People take real offense when I say that Radigan is the destroyer, but he is. Like, that's what the game tells us. Like, that's literally his role. Order and destruction. He is an unparalleled warrior. So is Malenia, by the way. Malenia is a being of, like, pure and utter destruction. That doesn't mean she's evil. Radigan's evil because of what he does, not because he destroys. His choices are what make him difficult to redeem. Athena did literally burst out of Zeus's head. I know, I'm trying to explain this. I'm trying to express that literally Athena has no mother in the Greek myth. Zeus had a headache and out popped Athena. And Hera was jealous that Zeus made a god without her being involved. So she decided to also create a single birth god, and that's where Hephaestus came from. So even in our Greek mythologies and whatnot, a god being spawning another full-grown god. Athena also popped out full-formed, by the way. Like, full-formed. No childhood. Just, there's Athena. So it's, like, not that unusual, I think. Went out of the way to make Mesmer's hair red. Yeah, I know, but Chad, I don't understand why people are so fixated on Radigan being the father when Marika is Radigan. And at one point they were one. We know this. And at this point they were one because Radigan didn't come out until Liurnia, this first or second Liurnian war. So for a long time they were simply one. That's true. The other halves, though, seem to be inherent, which is something we also learn about Trina and Mikola. It's likely why Radigan took to Mikola so much is because he was a prodigy and he also had golden hair. A lot of games with creator-destroyer dualities have destroyer aspect as the pure evil one, so I understand having some preconceptions. Yeah, but I mean, like, nothing I'm saying about Radigan is not what we learned from the game itself. Because if he was able to create, then he would have just fixed the Elden Ring, lol. And actually, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this earlier today. I know we're getting into deep lore, but I think this is really interesting. I talk a lot about how the irony of the Shattering is that Marika is the creator, but she destroys something. And that Radigan is the destroyer, but he's trying to repair something. And then I had this eureka moment of, like, that is why Marika is not able to destroy the Elden Ring. She's only able to shatter it. Because if she was a destroyer, she'd be able to completely annihilate it, so there'd be no remnants left of it whatsoever. She'd destroy her age fully, but she can't. So she is a creator who can only destroy partially, and Radigan is a destroyer who tries to fix but cannot put it back together. I think that's really interesting. Rikert's hair is blonde. Yeah, I've seen some people like remove the Volcano Manor sort of like filter and it does look blonde. But when we see his, I think it's more likely that he's just older because he has gray streaks in it. And this is from his Knight's Own sets, like the Rykard set, the Gelmir set. They have like the tuft of red hair and there's like silver in it. So I always took it not that he's blonde, but that he's, you know, he's going gray a little bit because he's like older. More of a controller than a destroyer. True, but he's a very effective warrior. Like, he's a really good warrior. There's a reason he was sent against Renala, but it also could have been the fact that that Marika may have had an idea. I don't know if she planned Radagon and Renala, you know, marrying. I really don't know. I can't be sure. I think that there's a chance, though, because we know from DLC that, well, Marika knows that the Karian royals have a weakness for red-haired men. Well, if Mesmer managed to get Rolana, maybe I'll send this guy out. Really, though? Like, I wonder if that was part of the plan. Because it sure did work, didn't it? The plan was peace. Ideally, that's the thing. That's like, ideally you bring peace, right? So, well, call me a Karian royal. None of us are immune to the power of red hair, let me tell you. Whether it's Melania or Mesmer or both. Because peace was made because of the red-haired hottie. But also sent red-haired hottie because you know he can put down the Karians. Like, it's sort of like a win-win at that point. Planted the amber. I don't think the amber was her idea, because at that point that was like hella Radagon. It really is curious whether Radagon and Marika always were at odds with each other. We don't really know, because at some point they seem to have agreed, and like even Trina and Mikola got along. So I think that at some point they weren't so opposed to one another, as hard as that is to imagine. They were just unified. Like, I don't know how you could hate a part of yourself, I suppose, right? So I think they were just like one entity. And then at one point, Radagon needed to come out. We don't know if that was like already necessary or if it was like, okay, it's time. Mark in the DLC trailer proves this? Proves what? Why would Radagon give Renala the amber with the Great Rune if he wants to repair the ring? Because it was already out of the ring. It's actually really odd that the Rune of Rebirth was already removed. Because we don't hear about this. They make a big deal out of the Rune of Death, but they don't make a big deal out of the Rune of Rebirth. But the Rune of Rebirth was removed. Because you gotta remember, this is before the Shattering. This is way before the Shattering. Radagon isn't that powerful a warrior. What war has Radagon actually won? Okay. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Radagon's a powerful warrior. Dude, on every side, I feel like I have to, like... First, I'm like, he's an incredible... And people are like, no, he's not. Like, bro, he is a good warrior. The game tells us. We just don't get to see it because he was inside Marika's body the whole time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He's the final freaking boss. Yeah, dog. He's a bad bitch. I think Renala put the Rune of Rebirth in the egg after she lost Ronnie in an effort to bring her back. Well, the thing is, how would she have gotten it? I think Radagon had to have given it to her. Like, had to have. You can hate a part of yourself, trust me. Okay, true, but I'm not talking about that. I mean, like, the way that Trina and Mikola sort of seemed to have worked together, even though Trina was like, no, Mikola, don't take this path. We're gonna get into power scaling in a moment. I know. I know. All right. Anyway, we had our like really deep lore break. Let's talk about current lore. Let's get to Melina. She's been waiting for us to talk to her at the Cathedral of the Forsaken for a long time. She's back with us. I missed her. What does she have to say about this place?
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. The frenzied flame is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
So that confirms that Frenzy is back here. She really begs us not to go here and not to check this out. And she tells us what the frenzied flame is. There is one thing. I forgot. Nope. We gotta switch the order. We go back to the Forbidden Lands. We're gonna go this way, and then this way, and then this is just, you know, it works. Doesn't want the world to be one again? Yeah, I also would like to add that the people who want that are very not to be trusted, I would say. Also, do you notice something in these Forbidden Lands? That looks like grace, doesn't it? So looking at this is grace. This is what guides us. The guidance of grace and of gold. And then here we have, well, it looks like red grace, doesn't it? We've seen this sort of ethereal light in one other place, and it was blue. And that's Rhea Lucaria. It's as if the magic itself is in the air. This is something else, though. This is something older. If we've been paying attention to the language of the game, this is the moment where you realize you're in a very, very ancient place, a place that really hasn't been tread upon for a long time and has been forbidden since the age of the Erd Tree. We are heading toward creating a cardinal sin, and that is a gigantic skull. Like, gigantic. And we saw them all over the place in Caelid, too. And only Caelid. Oh, heck yeah. The upward extension serves to create an appearance of larger size, however slightly. The Vulgar Militia are short, and they want to look taller. So these skulls are very, very interesting because they are indeed skulls. Like they have teeth, right? And we've heard about the giants, and we've heard about their fearsome visages. We've seen them. But, I mean, if that was a giant, then they were giant indeed. They're very mysterious. I wonder if these, like, just how ancient these are. Bro, they could just wear stilts. I really do like the Forbidden Lands. It's very short and very simple. But there's just something really eerie about it. Like a great warm-up. I didn't love the mountaintops of the giants, but it's hard to do a snow zone right anyway. This, though, this general sense of mystery. Also looking at it, like, you can tell, but these are cliffs. Like, we're on the edge of, like, cliffs, and we die if we fall down. It's a very strange path in a game like this. So Vulgar Militia doing exactly this. We're in Caelid as well. Both the poison traps. I say Caelid. It is Caelid, but the Dragon Barrow specifically, North Caelid. The poison traps as you run across them, using bestial magic, all of this was present there as well. Because they have a big head doesn't mean they were super big. True. But, you know, normally I think they were about to scale. Ouchie. So one thing I'll say about the red hair is that we know that the red hair has lots of different connotations. Yes, the game links it very heavily to the giants, but what red truly means is crucible. It means ancient. It means pre-Erd Tree, really. That's, I think, the most important thing that we take from the game. On first playthrough, you'll be like, okay, red hair equals giants. But then you'll be like, okay, but also, okay, Radigan, and then the wolves, and then the red is the Crucible Knights, red tint gold, and you start to realize it is way more than just the giants. So I think the importance is, in fact, precisely that. That the red hair just signifies a link to the Crucible, really. And who would resent a link to the Crucible? Well, Radigan would. Leonine Misbegotten are really meant to link to this? Yeah, I mean, the game isn't lying to us, really. Because giants are very ancient. Also, we do know that the start of blacksmithing was the giants. And what's something else that we learned? Well, okay, blacksmithing. Metalworking is a very key component of, like, the development of humanity. We mark human development based on, like, alloys, really. The ability to mine and create material and what you're able to create with those material. Because as you're able to create tools that are harder, you're able to make better things out of, for example, stone. So you can't work stone without metal tools. So if you build things out of stone, you need to have some knowledge of metallurgy, right? So blacksmithing is so key, and it came from the giants. Also, Hugh is not a giant, but a very important blacksmith linked to the Round Table Hold. You know what I mean? Like, it's just meant to depict a very ancient art. Everybody had red hair in the ancient past. I don't even know if I want to go that far, but it links them specifically to the Crucible. Because, like, Misbegotten don't have red hair, but the Leonine do. And they are the strongest of them, usually. Also, fire. Yeah, fire is huge for development. Absolutely. Uh-huh. I mean, Prometheus, in the Greek myth, he gave humans fire. And the gods were like, no, 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 don't do that. And he was punished eternally for it. So, no, not only, number one, you're correct. It's metalworking comes later. Fire is very fundamental there, too. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And they're linked to it. They're the fire giants. I feel like it's one of those things, the red hair of Radigan linking him to the giants, and the game explicitly saying that. I think that that is not necessarily the game misleading, but more like not telling us all the information we're supposed to look further. Blackblade Kindred. And doesn't this look exactly like the entrance to Leyndell, where we fought the 2 tree sentinels? Like right past it, I mean, this staircase. And we were attacked by a valiant gargoyle there, and now this sort of evokes that. I just want to get that grace, because, like, BBK. Whoa, I do a shit ton of damage. Holy fuck. Okay, I didn't know you did that. That's new. You don't do that in Night Rain, bud. Okay, I thought he was doing one more. There's a finger reader there, but I think she's gonna be just fine. She's okay. I totally forgot she's there. It's okay. Man, I love Night Rain. Taught me how to fight these dumb idiot nerds. Summon Millicent for this guy? Aw, dang it, I killed him too fast. I totally forgot. You can, though. You totally can. Gargoyles' Black Blades. Bronze twin blade wielded by valiant gargoyles, mended with blackened corpse wax. Deals holy damage. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. Hmm. So, hang on. We were here. And the stuff that we saw, all that was here. With Garank, there was a Blackblade kindred there, and the Vulgar Militia out here doing the exact same stuff. Oh my god, I totally forgot to fight Grail. Hang on, I'm gonna do a quick side quest and absolutely smash this dragon real quick. It's not really that important, but I want to kill Grail. I forget. Renala's children kind of resemble the previous generation. I don't know if I'd go that far as to link Rykard and Brad again. Whoop. Malekith's trying to protect the flame of the giants. Either that, or it's suggesting that these places may have been connected. Because the area that we're in, it's literally like a narrow path of rock, surrounded by steep cliffs on each side. It's as if it was like designed that way. Like someone warped the land, but left just a tiny sliver that's still present and accessible. It's weird. It really is like, who did this? Like, this is... It's also really funny to me, by the way, that people go like, oh yeah, the elevator in Dark Souls 2 is too far, but this land being like perfectly designed is fine. Okay, that was a rude angle. Missed my dodge. Whoopsie. I really hate that move. Also, there is another reason Malekith might be there. Malekith's people. Because the Vulgar Militia are apparently hunting Deathroot. We know this because they have bestial incantations. So they're fulfilling the goal of Garank, which is to find Deathroot. And there is a Deathroot up ahead. Not too far away. So I think there's like multiple potential explanations of this. Okay, let's do a little visit to the Cathedral of Dragon Communion as well. Because there might be a couple new spells. Really wish more people would take that DS2 elevator for the clue. It's supposed to be that you shouldn't take everything you see in the world at face value. Yeah, no, seriously. It's really, really funny to me that people will whoosh themselves past the point they're supposed to be taking. In my opinion. It's like, it's my biggest tell on if someone's gonna be fun or not. No new spell. Okay, nothing new. Oh, speaking of dragons, we never fought this guy because he's, well, a weenie and I didn't want to fight him, but I'm at a better position now, so we should be good to do so. Wonder if Fulgur is a product of the Crucible? He's similar to the four-legged Crucible Knight. Yeah, Fulgur is very interesting because he's holy yet also of the night. It's very, he's cool, he's weird. Speaking of skulls, there's like another one there. We can see them all over Caelid and really just Caelid. Oh! Okay, no. I think we are supposed to look at the Omen Tower and just be like, huh, like something's like weird about it. But this tower is also similarly warped. It's just harder to tell because it's on the, like you don't approach it from that angle. Where the heck is... this dragon? Ah, there you are. It looks just like a pile of freaking mushrooms. Oh, great. Are you serious? First move? It's messed up. Can you come down from there, Exikes? Ibby! Come on now. Like, get down from there! You're joking. This is why I fucking hate fighting dragons in this game. Like... Oh, great. Great. Yeah, I just got here. Let's do that. There we go. Yes. This is indeed the peak dragon experience, which is why I hate it. Like, this is a dragon at their best. He did it again. Like, the fact that he did the same thing and is just floating in nothingness is so fucking funny to me. There we go, though. Hey, this might be for the win, actually. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. What, he's just blasting? What the shit? Did they even playtest this guy? I genuinely wonder if they playtested like half of this game sometimes. Like specifically anything that flies. Like specifically the ancient dragons also. I just wonder like, is hitting them in the toes for an hour like really the intended experience? And it feels like yes. Uh-oh. I got greedy there. I shouldn't have gone for the second. I'm just like, uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh, he's so tall. Okay, just the toes. Nope. Chat, I think I forgot my talismans. Again. Yeah, I think my talismans are so wrong. Please just perish. Oh my goodness. Yep. Not a big deal, but I want to use the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. A new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Whee! Dragon fights are weirdly unfun in a lot of games. Yeah, they're not the best in Skyrim, but like in Skyrim you could at least like shout and then the dragon lands. Eventually, I suppose. Rotten Breath. And Exike's Decay. Superior incantation of Dragon Communion channels the power of Exike's the Decaying. Exike's Dragon Communion Revenger did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the Scarlet Rot. The Dragon Communion Revenger? What an interesting term. I wonder what it could mean. Just kidding, it's pretty simple. People were killing, like we kill dragons and we eat their hearts. And apparently there's a whole religion around it. Dragon Communion. And it was an acceptable religion. It's not a coincidence that he is directly outside of Caelid as well. Or not Caelid, sorry, of the Dragon Cathedral Church. He was likely preventing access to it. He was trying to get vengeance on those who ate dragon hearts because they were killing his people. And we've been here, and I've shown this off, but this is a different dragon. We're seeing this now. This is an ancient dragon, and we know the difference now. So obviously the cathedral is destroyed. All signs of it are destroyed. I think it's pretty interesting that the depictions of the dragons here, and they're all headless. Like, if you notice, like, they're very intentionally headless. It's as if someone defaced this church. And quite literally defaced it. Sorry. But really, he tore all the faces off. These are ancient dragon busts. Because they have arms and also wings. So this is a place that honors ancient dragons. And this is the type of thing that I'm like sort of talking about because it's basically just hammered into our heads in DLC, but there was evidence even in base game. Yeah, no, you can see the heads. They're right here. They've been torn off intentionally. I don't know if this ancient dragon was always dead or if it was at some point alive and this was like the place he chilled. But it's notable this altar is right by this dragon, and this is specifically an ancient dragon. In other words, the ancient dragons revered and agreed with the eating of dragon hearts. Interesting. Worth talking about again, now that we're getting closer to these lands. Okay, let's go to the Grand Lift of Rold. No, I stopped playing Alan Wake. I don't play too many games off stream, unfortunately. It's such a shame, because I want to know what happens with the spiral. But no. There are dead ancient dragons at both Dragon Communion churches? Yeah. Ever find out why Grandsax got turned to stone in Leyndell? He didn't get turned to stone. He is stone. Ancient dragons were made of stone. Their skin of stone is said to have given them immortality. He was probably just, well, immortality is in they don't die, but they can be killed, sort of thing. That sort of immortality. Do you think the dragon was there before the church, or both church and dragon got destroyed at the same time? I don't know. Argument for both. It's possible that Exykes killed that ancient dragon. Sacrifice themselves to make the altar? Could also be that. We get some hints and more information on this in DLC, so I'll wait to this, but I was just more referencing how while DLC just makes certain things very clear, there's evidence, even in base game, effectively that the ancient dragons supported the act of dragon communion, which seems strange because it's like, okay, but dragons, wouldn't they support other dragons? No. What could be the difference? Well, one notable thing is that the ancient dragons are the forebears, and these later dragons are weaker versions of them. And also, their form is different. They're like the wyvern type dragons, right? They don't have 4 legs, and they have these wings. It's just very interesting. Altar seems like it was added at a later date because of the odd placement. Generally, all the Dragon Communion stuff has like strange placement, so it is unusual. But yeah. Okay, so there's a finger reader here.
You, please.
How long has she been here?
Them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
DLC does just spell out a lot of what was subtext in the DLC, which I don't think is a bad thing. It is different from FromSoft's usual. Yeah, I just wanted more like actual new stuff and not everything to be referential to what we already knew or confirming what we already knew. However, the main issue that I have is that it spells out certain things, but it still has its subtleties, and the subtleties are nonetheless missed. And that's sort of what bothers me, is like they tried to make a DLC that was way more clear than usual, and yet most people still miss the point, which saddens me, to be honest. It's like they tried and it wasn't enough. So I was disappointed because I expected more. And then other people were like, I'm disappointed in other people because they were like, ah, look, see, Mikola said Marika's evil, and this weird old grandma says that she's evil. And I'm like, I have a bridge to sell these people. Anyway. Show hands.
Turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame. And the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the Fingers.
Okay.
Your feet.
Nope. So Enya told us to do it in a sort of like silly little way. Melina is telling us to do it after she met... Well, she's searching for her mother at the Erd Tree. And after she went to the Erd Tree, and she seems to be herself again. Like, very much herself. More than we've ever known her to be. And Melina is telling us to do it. Are those bearded dudes? Holy shit, it's just like old. I never noticed they were bearded. So compare with the sort of tree sentinel like iconography. Here we have tree spears, but like literal tree spears. Men with bowl and bearded dudes. Interesting. Not that the Dung Eater unbound us in death? No, he wishes. Well, actually, he wishes something far worse. But here, on this side, we have Tree Sentinels, so now we can really do a side-by-side comparison. That's so interesting. Okay. Spiral? Is it a spiral? Yeah. A spiraling tree. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna write that down on our spiral list. I have a list of spirals. It does look like a bowl for collecting. They're a little different. Those bowls are a little shallower, but still, I think it's notable. It's evoking those at the base of minor Erd trees, indeed. Where is my spiral list? Reach Sentinel showing you're going to Altus, the bearded guys representing the Giants realm. Yeah, but what's interesting is there's still Tree Sentinels on the other side. Where is my list? I know I had a spiral list. I can't find my spiral list. Those are like perfumer aprons. An interesting link to Lanedell and Old. Like a real solid link between Lanedell and Old. There are other bearded dudes, but there aren't that many, weirdly. Those would be who you saw first if you were going from Mountaintop to Altus? Oh yeah, because when you go up, you see the Tree Sentinels first, so it like represents you're going to Altus, you're going toward the... Well, you're going to Lanedell. Tree Sentinels, Lanedell. These guys represent... So are these guys meant to represent giants? I think no, because they still have leaves around them, right? They're still depicted with crowns as well. They remind me of Royal Revenants. Right? Like, Royal Revenants have that, like, chainmail thing and then a crown over top of it. But they also remind me very much of the statues of Old, with perfumer robes. So I feel like they're depicting a lot of different things. I also love this depiction of the spiral, the golden branches like rising in a spiral specifically. Very interesting. Are these guys on the other side of the Grand Lift of Dectus? I feel like I checked and no, but now I'm not 100% certain. The crown, a sign of Newman? When is the crown depicted as a sign of a Newman? Oh, maybe they're supposed to be fire monks. Nah, it looks different. I don't think it... Well, do I have the... Oh, wait. I think I have the fire monks piece. I think I have that, so we can compare. Because they do have, like, a little thingy, but they don't have a crown. But still. Yep. I freaking passed it. Where is it? There it is. Fire monk hood. Oh, dude, it totally is the fire monk thing. Oh, yeah. So maybe this is the fire monks in their original sort of look? Because, yeah, that's like exactly the same. But if they had, rather than a crown, if they put like a chainmail over top of it. Perfumer garb. This is such an intentionally created thing. It's very interesting. So... Oh my god. It's the fucking kiln of the first flame. It's not called that in this game. What is it called? It's the fire giant's flame. That's what that is. That's why I'm like, it's a bowl. And like, where have I seen a bowl? Like, I'm like, there's a bowl somewhere. It's literally the kiln that holds the fire giant's flame. And the fire monks protect it. That's what they're supposed to do. But they also got beguiled by it because they've been staring at the flame for so long. So they're literally like, we are holding the flame. We will protect the flame for the Erdtree. The forge, that's the term. Yeah. Oh my god. Duh. Oh, it's so funny. Interesting, the perfumer garb, though. Also, the crown definitely makes me think, like, honorable. I don't know what else really the crown could depict, because crowns are kind of really rare. I love that they're literally holding the flame in their hands, right? But like it's meant to be like we protect it, we keep it sealed, because notably it's not flaming, it's, you know, just contained. And they do also, yeah, the fire prelates have that on their head because they started to worship it. So it's like really interesting. Now the tree. It's sort of Siluria-y. This is such an ancient thing because this place has been sealed away for such a long time. So what's being depicted here is actually really notable. And this is kind of the shit I'm talking about. People will be like, oh, you're looking too far into it. But then when you look, that literal forehead piece is literally there on the statue. Do you see it? It's literally the same one. This is kind of what I'm talking about with From Software. Let this be a moment of just sort of evidence to why you really should. Like, don't tell people they're not looking far enough. Just realize that, or that they're looking too deep. Realize that you just aren't looking deep enough. And that's okay. Not everyone has to do this type of like, but it's there if you want to. And that's why we're here, watching and talking about this. Because From Software actually thinks about this stuff. They're showing off the Forge of the Fire Giants right here. And they've been showing off since Liurnia, when we first saw the Fire Monks. We've been seeing them since then, and they have bowls just like this in their camps. Like, they do this on purpose. I can't believe it. Like, I just can't believe that they do this stuff, and people will be like, nah, it's not, it's looking too far. No, dude, because some people, they look far because there's something to look for. You know what I mean? Yeah, most people are like, just play the game, go up the elevator, hurry up. Nah, dude, we're gonna talk about this fucking statue for 20 minutes. Yo, Esnet, thanks so much for the gifted subs as well. I appreciate that very much. Thanks so much for supporting the stream. I don't remember I don't think I have the fire prelate's headshot, so like I can't like look at it, but like they don't have a crown on their head. They have a fucking bowl, right? I guess we'll see. Yeah, you don't have to. Just watch me yap about it. It's perfect. It's ideal. Because I like this shit. I like just looking at statues and being like, huh. In fact, sometimes I like it better than playing the game. Really. Where is Celerius? It's a great spear. So it's like down here. There it is. Okay. So this... Sorry, wrong arm. This one. This is a depiction of the crucible. And if you see, it's very curved upward, right? Now, looking at this, that is not quite... Well, no, yeah, it's not curved upward, but they fold upward, they press upward, right? So think of how the Erd tree is. If I were to draw the Erd tree, I'd probably draw it like this, right? But these branches are like this, and they keep going upward. Now, that tells me two things, potential things. One, it depicts the crucible. However, I also think this may be meant to depict a small tree, because most trees, when they're still small, are a lot more upward curved, right? Like, they first grow upward, and then they start to go wide. So what's interesting here is we know the crucible became the Erd tree, but we don't exactly know what that process looked like. Was it a sudden, you know, flash and the tree is different? Did they have to grow the tree anew? Was the tree really that big? Was it always that big? These are sort of questions that we're not sure about. And what we see here is golden vines crawling up a spiral. The spiral is significant. We get into this in DLC. Someone asked. I'll answer now, but this is DLC. But that's why I'm like making note of spirals. It's specifically mentioned to be... Spirals are like how you contact the divine. It's meant to evoke that. So people who know about contacting the divine and are interested in it or are close to doing so tend to be depicted via spirals. There's lots of different spirals throughout the game. When I say this, I immediately think of a small tree, personally. And even when you compare it to this to me looks like a developed tree, like a Christmas tree, frankly, like a full-grown evergreen of some sort. Versus that makes me think of a small tree just starting to grow. All right, we're ready to take the elevator. They burnt trees? Could be. I mean, they are being wielded as weapons. Sorry, let's just see. Are they coming out of the ground or like what are they coming out of? It looks like it's just coming out of their robes. Interesting. It could also depict the impaling of the giants, but I don't think... To me, that doesn't look like impaling. Because it looks too tree-like. Also notable, red light to activate. Ancient. Old. Because to me, they are... It evokes a weapon because they're blocking with it for certain. Because that's another thing. What if, for example, the crucible had to be burned in order to grow into the Erd tree? What if that was what happened? They do kind of look like the spears used for impaling, though, actually, now you mention it. But, like, I guess I'll have to do a side-by-side comparison. We are here. Think about how high we are too, because we took a very, actually, let's take a peek down. We took an elevator, and actually, sorry, let's look at the tree for how high we are. Look, that's the Divine Tower. That's the top of it. That's how high we are now. So when we took the elevator to Altus, we went like really high, and now even higher. We are at the top of the world right now. Spirit trees just casually floating, and looking at those, they're conifers. They're evergreens. Now looking at those, yeah, that makes me think of these a hundo p. Now I think the red light means that Radigan is the elevator's dad. That's the type of discourse I'm about. But who is the elevator's dad? But see, that's the thing that I find so very interesting. Is the burning of the Erd Tree is a cardinal sin, right? But we also are getting some serious hints that not only has it burnt before, but also, oh wow, look at that view. You can immediately see the Wandering Mausoleum way in the distance. And we saw this one before too, from over there in Altus. From here. We were right here. Here-ish, here-ish. We could see it from there. And now we're seeing it from the other side. So, the burning of the tree is depicted as a sin. We know it burned once before. But this to me is the most significant thing. That even if the crucible was burnt, it was not seen as an affront by the Crucible Knights. That to me is the biggest tell. Because if they embody the will of the Crucible, as I believe they do, which makes sense based on everything we've talked about, and they predate the Erd Tree, blah, 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 whatever, they were okay with it. And that means that the Crucible, life itself, was also okay with it. So whatever was happening here was not something that was meant to be an affront to life. It was a renewing, a cleansing fire that even the Crucible itself seems to have accepted, which I find very, very interesting. Yeah, nothing but ghosts of trees. And in fact, lots of other ghosts. Mountaintops of the Giants West. Map of Western Mountaintop of the Giants. Marching ground during the war against the Giants. They carved winding paths in the cliff walls right up to the summit, leading to the untrodden, snow-laden region beyond. So far, not a single sign of life. And this is why I decided to make a quick trip here before we go down below. So, I say that. We see ghosts. And here's the thing. This is very strange because we already know that canonically the Tarnished can't see spirits. We can, but not as well as someone like Roderica. We can't speak to them, but we are able to vaguely visualize them. Nefeli can't see them, period. So we can, I say we can't see them. We can, to a point. We can see these, right? But here, they're just walking around. Fully formed, which is very interesting. Rhymed Roa, that's new. A berry-like fruit thought to be the original strain of Roa, found in frigid highlands. This hardy species takes root even when frozen solid. So, it's Yura. Well, that's interesting. Why is he doing that with his face now, though? Because we saw him die. He was killed by Eleonora.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Well, that's interesting. Now, where else, chat, have we seen a body that has been killed, inhabited by something else, someone else, almost immediately? Hayeda. If you're reminded of that, then you should be. So this is Shabriri. Okay, we've heard that name before. Shabriri's woe. Disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. Constantly attracts enemies' aggression. It is said that the man, named Shabriri, had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. Frenzy might have something to do with the covering of the eyes as well.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon? Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor, spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri.
He makes it sound so good. He's like, all you do is burn yourself. And honestly, if you don't know anything about frenzy, if you're just looking at this, you're like, well, so I just burn myself a little bit, but I still get to be Lord? That sounds great. No one has to die. He's got a silver tongue, this one.
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
So the mask slips off there a little bit at the end.
Chosen, tarnished, and would be descend into the seek audience.
Yeah. He only does that once, too. Let's see what Melon has to say. I don't think she responds to this, but...
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
I'm most definitely not that bitch over there who's trying to trick you. That's for fucking sure. Go Melina. given a purpose, but following it of their own volition. I think that that encapsulates a lot of the story as well. Melina and Mesmer both. We're gonna compare and contrast them. I know we don't know Mesmer yet. We haven't met him. He's way later, but I think it's really notable to sort of see how similar they are. Because I think what we need to know about both of them is that I believe both of them chose their paths of their own volition. They were given a purpose, but they follow it by their own choice. And that's the thing that I feel is very easily lost, because it's sort of like you're told by your parents to do something and then you do it. But it's your choice, really. Like, you want to do it. So that's sort of what's really interesting about these two, is they seem to have been born for a purpose. Yeah, I don't think designed. I don't think you choose your children. But it just so happens that they were both fitted for it and they took to their purpose perfectly. No one can speak ill of that. Not even us. So, we met Shiruri. He's told us where to go. We're gonna go visit. This playthrough, we are not going to meet the Two Fingers until later, and then we are going to seal it later as well, because I'd like to show off the ending, but I don't want to miss out on the wonderful Melina dialogue. So we will, like I said, you have to pick and choose. We will miss some dialogue. For example, when we take the Frenzy Flame, Melina leaves us and says we are not fit to be Lord. We will miss that. But I'd like to show every ending, so we're going to do some, like, save statey stuff. Is this the Zamora Ruins? Yeah, where is it? What am I looking for here? There it is. Also, Zamora Ruins. We've heard of the Zamora before. In the Weeping Peninsula. Okay, y'all are really rude about this. Fighting more than one was not the plan. No Melina speech at the Forge? No, we're getting the Melina speech at the Forge. We're not getting the speech when she leaves us because we take Frenzy Flame. So other than that one random ancient hero Zamor, this is the only Zamor that we've met. This is where they're from, because these are the Zamor ruins. So presumably this was their civilization. Iconic Shadow, also thanks so much for 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support very much. Thanks so much for continuing to support the stream. Aw, the bunny lettuce here. That's so... Hi. Holy shit, there really is a lot of them. Okay. I think there was another. No. Problem is, I've been playing so much Night Rain, I don't remember if this was a boss somewhere else as well. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Really are so freaking cool. Another one in a hero's grave? I believe... Oh god! Oh no, it doesn't go down here. Okay. The one is ahead. Like, I think that's in the hero's grave ahead of us. There's one still in the mountaintops. I think that's the one. But now I can't remember. Okay, I think we're dead because we're literally stuck. Okay. That was a little rude. But honestly, fighting more than one of these hyper armor MFers is hard. God, they're so cool though. I really do like their, you know, form. Apparently if you follow the bunnies... I guess first we gotta find some bunnies. Usually I just go this way. I just wanted to show them off, like actually show them off. Normally I just go here and then we... Oh, not here. Bunnies? Bunny? Okay, okay. We followed the bunny. Alright. Alright. Bunny? Bunny? Yo, I thought they just bounced randomly. They're leading us here. That's really neat. I never noticed that. But yeah, they do seem to take you if you can find them. And this is really helpful. That's not a squirrel. Squirrels don't hop. That's a bunny behavior. That's so cute because they walk and then they vanish. Oh, that's adorable. This is a very important item. So we don't know very much about the Zamor. But yeah, turns out the ice dudes lived in Ice Town. Color me shocked. Moveset links it to the flowing curve sword. The Nox, sorry, not the Nox, the Zamor are a bit odd. We don't get too much about them. There's very little. What long-tailed rabbits you got, though? They're bunnies. The spell in these runes, too. Okay, I forgot about that. Let's take a look. Melina trusts us to make the right decision? Yes. I think another thing that is sort of easy to forget is that we are only able to level up because of Melina. And Melina, and I love this so much, the first time she levels you up, you get the speech. Okay, it is not in here. And she says, tell them to me your hopes, your ambitions, the type of lord you wish to be, or something like that. But what leveling up is very similar to spirit tuning, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because spirit tuning is like tuning an instrument, but also a conversation. And that is what it is with Melina. Hell yeah, got it. Perfect, let's go. I missed the purple in the light. So presumably that's what a finger maiden does as well, is sort of strengthens you through that way. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow. So what we learn from that is that Melina at this point knows... Oh my fucking jump scare. Oh, great, birds. But they don't have daggers on their feet. That's great. That's a great improvement, I will say. Anyway, that scared the thoughts out of my dome. Ah, here we go, the spikes. Yeah, so... I've been back and forth on these a lot. But they are made of tree and thorn, as in thorns of the guilty. Oh, that is actually kind of interesting. This part I always wondered on in the center. Because this part, I can't think of much else that looks like this. They are spiraling. Different than the spirals we've seen, but I would argue still a spiral, yeah. I can't believe I lost, like, this notebook is only so many pages. Where is my spiral notes? Okay, I'm going through from the start. Okay, this is all the way my notes on Hollow Knight. That's how far back I'm going. That's from Silk Song. Silk Song? Night Rain builds. My list of bitches I have to kill in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, but here we got some lore on Melina. Okay, no, this isn't. I found it! Oh shit, that was my old one. I have 2 notes on spirals, but I have a more updated one. Damn it! This explains why I lost it. I don't know where my spiral notes went. This is insane. I can't find my spiral notes. I had so many notes. I wrote down like every type of spiral and now I cannot find them. I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. This is the only notebook where I lose. I gotta get a new notebook. Because like the way this flips just makes me lose where I am all the time. It's insane. I found it! Don't ask me how I missed it, but I found it. Okay, what was I gonna add? Rolled. Elevator dudes. And then in bracket, fire muck. And then we got impaling spears. Although I will say that I don't know if this counts as a spiral. Like I feel like it does, but very specifically, usually spiral is 2. I will add it, because what's the harm? Someone will just be like, nah, this is different later. That's a braid? Sort of. It just... I don't know. Because like a braid is kind of a spiral. It does look different. Kill me with the burn book? It's not a burn book, it's a lore book, okay? I write my notes on paper because then it's harder to forget in your brain. Braids are 3? Yeah, but braids are also like usually hair. Do you know what I mean? Like it's sort of one of those things. Are we legally allowed to call it a braid if it's not hair or like thread? Can a tree be braided? I don't know if I'm allowed to answer. Because like yes, but like also like at what point is it legally distinct from a braid? All ropes are braids? Well, braided cord. Yeah. Braiding is also used for thread to make it stronger. Because you weave them together. Okay, alright, okay, alright. But then what's the significance of it being a braid? Like, really? Because spirals have significance. Braids do have significance. But I don't know if it's the type of significance that makes sense here. Feeble. Maybe it is hair turned wood. Listen. The fire giants were warred with and punished because they're also thorns, and thorns represent the guilty. We already know this. They're inflicted upon the guilty to signify their guilt. We haven't seen this yet, but these are the spikes that impale the fire giants. I think that the giants definitely were involved with a lot of things, but I don't know if they are the ones who would be punished more when it comes to anything that could involve the braid, if that makes sense, without going too far into it. The giant's braid? Oh damn! I did forget about the giant's braid. Oh shit, I totally forgot about the giant's braid. Yeah, okay, alright. So what, okay, but do we put a braid category? Do I put braids now? Do we have a braid page? I feel like we need a braid page. I'm gonna tear this out so that I don't lose it. And then we're gonna make a braid page. Okay, so far, braids. Impaling spears? hair lore. Mm. Rabbit hole on braids? Hey, no, that's fine. This is what we're doing here. We're like we're discoursing raucously. Don't push me off that. I'm looking for the thing, which I think is actually not here. We are gonna go down and do some really fun platforming, but I just wanted to go a little further here because this place is really, really cool. Take a look at that. It's like a path of danger was built just for us, just in case. It's just a braid? Bro, you can't just say just a braid in this game. Do you not understand the significance of braids? Like, they're a big deal. What do you mean, the just a braid? It's like saying it's just a spiral. You know what? I don't even need you. I don't even need you. You're leading me to my demise, and I'm not gonna... So does a braid count as a spiral? I feel like nah. I feel like no. But like... Because that's the thing! Yeah, it's not that deep. Oh look, they're doing the gesture. And I do believe this is the... Okay, we actually have seen one of these guys before. He looked like smoke. In Gelmir. Hey, what up, baby? Nice whip. I wish I had that kind of range when I used it. Also, really interesting. It's a thorn whip. They do look like they have a beard. So perhaps they're evoking the OGs. It's been so long since I've read the Fire Prelate's head, so I actually don't remember what the lore is. But we'll get it this run. They're evoking the original, like, fire monks. Prelates. Wait, did I just get the Thorn fucking whip? Holy shit, that's a really rare drop. Oh my god, I'm so pumped. I was hoping we would. That's an RNG drop. Oh my god. The lore run is blessed! Insane. That is insane, actually. This thing, people farm for this shit. Okay. The Thorn Whip, huge. So exciting. Okay. Wow. All right. Hefty whip covered in crimson thorns. Weapon of the prelates who lead the fire monks. A device of fearsome religious encouragement. It is fashioned in the image of the briars of sin. Very effective at inflicting blood loss. Chat, I don't think I've ever gotten this as a drop ever in all my playthroughs. Like, I've had it drop for me, but I don't think I've ever gotten it. It's rare. It's pretty much any... It doesn't have a unique moveset. It's just whip, but, like, it's very pretty. It is fashioned in the image of the briars of sin. Okay. A device of fearsome religious encouragement. So we've seen these guys as well. Now let's take a look at them. They have crowns of thorns. And their... Oh, yeah, their weapon is very similar to what we saw, actually. Of those OG fire prelates wielding, but different. Theirs is more spiraled, which is interesting. But the other one was just straight tree, but still very interesting. They wield this, and they are depicted as having sinned. They have crowns on their, or crowns of thorns on their heads, as well as on their hands and on their ankles. They are sinners, and this is apparently their penance. Briars of Punishment. Amazing timing to get the Thorn Web. I'm so happy about that. An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of punishment, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies from below. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. And here we have something that is really, really, really weird and still kind of hard to place. It requires pure faith. So they discovered this sorcery. And we also have someone who actually used it in Alberich, and he created a set out of blood glintstones. Where is it? There it is. Set with red glintstones said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices, strengthens thorn sorcery. So Alberich was a heretic, and he was, as discussed, the most despised type of sorcery, which is blood sorcery. I also kind of want to delve a little into Recluse later from Night Rain, because this seems to be very akin to what she uses. She wields blood and curses, but it's a little different, her stuff. Still notably similar. So, okay. Eyes gouged by thorns. Now, this isn't new. Not the gouging, but the loss of eyes and discovering things in it. The suffering and it leading somewhere. Almost like suffering calls something to you. Shabriri had his eyes gouged well, he had his eyes gouged out as punishment. The guilty also have their eyes gouged by thorns. We also have that shield. I think it's the shield of the guilty. Shield of the guilty. Shield made to venerate a maiden whose eyes were crushed by briars of sin before being reborn in these lands. Venerating the repose of the soul, the shield boosts focus. The briars can be used to attack foes. There was a maiden who was reborn in these lands. Blindness also lets you see things. So, for example, Irina's eyes are said to be weak from birth. Hayeta says the same thing, but she sees a distant light. The guilty see the blood star. I almost said Hugh. Moog, when we fought him, we could see one of his horns literally had grown into his eye. He only had one eye. Almost as if he is of the guilty. Rather than a crown of thorns, he has the omen horns. We also have the thorns of... These ones are associated with Deathblight. It is a form of thorn, but it's sort of depicted differently. So, but I still think it's notable to mention. The castle of Stormvale is marred by mottling and thorns. Same thing. And then we have, right, the Briar Great Shield. Elmer of the Briar put iron thorns around this weapon, this shield, and also his weapon, the one that he stole. So thorns, and now we're here to burn the impenetrable thorns. There's so much thorn stuff being thrown at us real quick here. Eyes on the inside though? Yep, kind of like that. Never watched a lore-centered stream before for any game? Well, this is a good game to come in on because it is immense. The Prophet's starting class is a cloth covering its eyes? Yes, that also, they don't lose their eyes. That's meant to depict faith. Faith in the two fingers specifically, but yeah, you're kind of on the right track with how that's similar. Ooh, beast eye quivers. They have eyes, but they don't need them to see. Their faith leads them. And then the Briars of Sin sorcery requires nothing but faith. Oh, I forgot to read some more Ice Storm. We're going to read that too, real quick. Ice sorcery of the town of Zamor. Strike the ground with a staff to create a freezing tornado. Cloaked in icy tempests, the Knights of Zamor have challenged the fire giants since ancient times. Hard to know who lost. So the Zamor are enemies of the giants. Okay. That effectively is near all we know about them. We know that they were icy people and they hated the fire giants. It kind of tracks, you know? They're ice people, fire giants, you know. I think it makes sense. It doesn't seem to go too much deeper than that. But at least some allied themselves with the Erdtree. One of them had the seal of Radigan upon his eye. Erdtree and Shadowtree can also produce thorns. Yeah, Godwyn is literally growing thorns as the Prince of Death. So there's a lot of different thorns. But these ones are interesting. They are exiled criminals being punished for their crimes, and now their penance is to watch the flame. But as they started to watch the flame, they became, what do you call it? Beguiled by it. Yeah. So having your eyes covered means that you can see something else, effectively. Yeah, someone already brought up Corrin. We already mentioned Corrin. We actually have it right here. This sort of depicts it. Blindfold of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. Why hesitate if the path leading to the future is clear? Just close your eyes and walk. So that's sort of the depiction of blindfolds. This blindfold is more akin to representing faith, but also similar to, for example, Duchess in Night Rain, / in this case, her role as the priestess. As the priestess, her eyes are covered because she can see, well, she can speak to the master of the Round Table. Whatever force is helping them fight the night, she can speak to it, or it speaks to her directly. She has a connection to something else. So she is not blind, but something else. She sees something else and has a different role. So prophets cover their eyes as a sign of faith. Dark Souls 3 has a very similar idea. They're not blind, they just see different things. They have a connection to something beyond. However, eyes being gouged out and seeing something else represents something different. These people were punished and they saw something in the punishment, and something called to them, effectively. The Thorned Whip is a device of fearsome religious encouragement because you whip someone, they bleed, and they're further connected to sin, punishment, and the faith that exists within that. It's a very strange thing. I think it's also sort of referencing how some, you know, hitting yourself and damaging yourself and hurting and like bleeding is said to sort of like purify you. The suffering purifies you, right? There's some extreme religious sects, I guess. I think I'm not supposed to say sects because they don't like that term, but I mean, if you're whipping yourself and making yourself bleed real bad, then I'm kind of like, ooh, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. Flagellation, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Similar way, in Norse mythology, Odin gave up an eye for knowledge, cosmic wisdom. Definitely could be, considering we also have some one-eyed individuals, as discussed Moog. I think this is, it definitely evokes that because of the concept of sacrifice, right? Like, you sacrifice something, but you gain something else. But at the same time, it's often not intentional, right? Fun fact, there were some Christians who would go from town to town flagellating themselves and would literally get groupies who would follow them because piety was hot. S&M has existed for a long time, chat. How the Way of White purifies giants in Dark Souls 3? I don't remember that. Where is that? Mesmer also has his eye plucked by Marika. Well, that one's a little different. The eye is actually soothing to him. But similar idea. Are the one-eyed individuals also just symbolic of them seeing in both this and the other worlds? Effectively, yes. So think about our one-eyed folks. We have Moog. Moog is interesting. Moog is a little different. He's sort of a blend because his eye was gouged. But then we have Ronnie, we have Melina, and we have Mesmer with sealed eyes. One time a medieval history degree hits, hell yeah. Within the Cathedral of the Deep? Okay, but that's more the Cathedral of the Deep. They're corrupted. I mean, the Way of the White ain't perfect, let me tell you that, but still. Alright, I'll be right back though. I'm just gonna use the restroom and then we'll do this catacomb. And then we'll go do the Frenzy Flame. But this is really interesting stuff to be acquiring. I'm so pumped about this. I'll be right back. Oh, wrong scene. Asura's curse? Mm-hmm. I mean, so was Malina, though, but she's an interesting one. They really both are so interesting. All right. I can't believe we got the Thorn Whip. I'm still so pumped about that. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention too, the Great Stars. Speaking of a bloody star, I knew there was something I want to talk about. My weapons. Huge bludgeon with 3 stars at the striking end. Though primarily a striking weapon, the star's spikes cause blood loss. A blood-stained star is an ill omen, a fact not lost upon those against whom this weapon is brought to bear. A bit of a funny description, because it's literally like, when you use this weapon on the people, they're like, oh shit, that sure sucks. But yeah, the Great Stars. It's another mention of a blood-stained star. And we also know that stars are alive. We also know that the moon guides many stars' fates. We're learning like a lot of bits and pieces here. I also think it's pretty notable that Ronnie learned from a snow witch, and we're now in a snowy realm, a cold realm. Doesn't need to have been here, though. We don't know where the Snow Witch came from. It's not an answer that the game gives us, but still notable. In fact, the only ice sorceries in the game are associated either with Rani, or more accurately, the Snow Witch, and therefore Rani, or the Zamor. Most of the staff of Raya Lucaria is covering their eyes. Raya Lucaria is a little different because they're covering their entire heads. It's more like it symbolizes something different. Rather than faith, it represents intelligence because their masks actually help their intelligence, but it also represents sort of that they are losing their identity and becoming just a part of the school, right? I think that's also significant considering characters like Topes, who did not fit in at the school and was mistreated at the school, but was a genius. He just didn't fit into their established norms. Was the Snow Witch of the Zamor? Well, we know she came from the Deep Woods. Well, I think the game says Deep Woods. Hang on. Let me find that, because I could be thinking of Recluse. But the Snow Witch ostensibly has 4 arms, which is additionally confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Deep Woods... Okay, maybe the garb. There it is. Once worn by the snowy crone who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. So it doesn't say she's from the deep woods, but I will note that this is also very notable. The idea of Recluse and her sorceresses in Night Rain are from the deep woods. That is where they come from. And this is also significant, though, because... Well, really, it's just meant to evoke there's a creepy old lady who lives in the woods and has knowledge that no one else has, really. Like, that's sort of... I mean, look at the Recluse's name. Her name is the Recluse. She is a reclusive witch who lives in the woods. They tend to be heretics, and they tend to be unwelcome in society for various reasons. They're often evil witches. Like Baba Yaga from Slavic myth. They're alone for a reason. I mean, Hansel and Gretel, eaten by or attempted to be eaten by a witch who lives in the woods, right? Like, it's evoking, there's something there that we're meant to be thinking of. These witches who live in the middle of nowhere and are possibly evil. They both have classic witch hats. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry, cute pots, but I know you will threaten me. God, they're so cute though. They sit so politely. Look at them, they're so cute. Okay, I will let you live because you're very polite. Okay. I don't know if I deserve that. No, please. Don't make me do it. Characters connected to being a hermit, a sense of isolation to contemplate. It's true. I will say, though, that the witch who lives in the woods tends to be evil. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but there's the... It's you know what? It is a little interesting. When a woman lives alone in the woods, she is a scary, evil witch who eats children. When a man lives alone in the woods, he is an ascetic who is a master who is simply being reclusive and smart. He's just an ascetic. He wouldn't understand. Can't erase that aspect of our man, that's for sure. Recluse is a little bit of a ladder though, but she redeems herself, right? Because she did like super messed up evil experiments and shit. But now she's kind of like, man, maybe I shouldn't have done all those messed up experiments. And the Snow Witch seems to just have taught Ronnie. She seems to have been like the reclusive master archetype. It's almost like the witch hunts weren't actually about the fact that they were witches. Yeah, so the witch hunts, by the way, were multifold. One of the things about the witch hunts was they targeted oftentimes knowledgeable women. So for example, women with knowledge of like herbs and stuff, that was considered witchy. But the fact is that herbs are often great solutions for things. But that knowledge was considered witchy, and therefore they were targeted and killed. So a lot of knowledge of like that was passed down from woman to woman was lost because of the witch hunt. So some of it was just like, you don't fit in, therefore you're killed. But some of it, there were some independent rich women. So for example, maybe she married and then her husband died, so she didn't have to remarry. They targeted them because guess what? Witch hunters were allowed to keep the property of witches they found. Huh. I wonder why they would find rich women who were independent, say they were witches, and then steal all their shit. It's crazy. It's insane how much of it just boils down to they hated women, so they killed them. So much knowledge was lost. And like practical knowledge that would help with medicine and things like that too. So much of that is gone. It's so sad. So this place is different because there's explosive jars. I remember this place. It's like a layered one again. No fire witches in this game. That is a Dark Souls 1 thing. No, Melania was not chosen by mistake. We don't know the criteria of the Two Fingers why they choose Empyreans. I think it's mainly potential. We're like pulling this trick, huh? Uh-huh. I sort of remember this one a little better, so I think we'll be okay. Holy. Still can't believe how much damage I'm doing. Like, it's so stupid. We actually could upgrade our weapons even more now. I upgraded my one weapon to 21. Oh shit, they're the wrong order. But, I mean, I'm hitting like a Mack truck anyway, so... Did he speak? The golem? No. They kind of sound like they're muttering something, though. Let's see where this leads. Oh, to the right place. Let's get it. Potential is not the most appropriate word. I meant ambition. Yeah, but you were saying that they were chosen by mistake. There is no mistake. They had the potential. That's what an Empyrean is. Potential. We do not know the criteria. So presumably it has something to do with that potentiality. And thinking about it, like, all of them have some incredible potential. Ronnie is one of the most powerful and intelligent characters in the game. Beaten out only, in terms of spell lore, by her mother. Like, girl is smart, you know what I mean? Okay, I think we're actually done, so let's just press. Fingers have no real purpose other than to communicate with the greater will. To communicate, but also to spread the word, yeah. Because they are described as great orators. I call them TV antennas, because I think that fits. Okay, see, now I'm just confused as to where I am. I pulled the lever, but I don't remember where the door is. Maybe it is up the elevator? There's also some finger lore in DLC. For sure. We get a little bit more about them, but generally a lot of the finger stuff is in the base game. Where's the lever? Bullmite Queen was an Empyrean? Yep. She was also a queen, which is really interesting. Because, like, defeating her seems to have been what made Marika a queen. What was she a queen of? I have so many questions. Maybe it is back here? Unfortunate Events, thanks so much for the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and the stream. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, new butterfly. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, courtesy of Unfortunate Events. We haven't discussed the Glowmite Queen too much. Just here and there. We'll get into it maybe a little bit more with Volcano Manor. I don't care. Like, I'll trade with you because I'll literally do more damage to you. This is such a different video game. Oh my god. Glovor Picker's Bell Bearing 2. Nice. Okay, got what we needed here. Deathroot was sealed away here. Another one for Garronk. Let's go visit him. It's been a while. I want to start giving him one at a time as we encounter them. Strength Def looking very OP now? Okay, like, I've been saying. I don't know why it's like now that you're like, oh, it looks OP now. Like, I've been doing that the entire game. Like, nothing gets to play. It's fucking stupid. It's insane. I get like 2 staggers per everything. This has been the entire game. It's been like eating cheesecake. I love it. I'm chilling. Any chance you'll start another fresh run? Hey, you say that, I was just joking about how I'm gonna play, I have to do another lore run because Tarnished Edition came out. Well, sorry, we got a release date is what I mean. Okay, so now that we have the map, by the way, I want to talk about this because look at this map. This is the weirdest mountain I've ever seen. It is literally like someone kept a tiny path and then the rest of it was just yoink, yeet, and gone. It's like someone scraped the mountain off, except for a tiny little path. And I really wonder if that isn't exactly what happened. So we also know we've seen the same enemies here. And then we've seen them here, specifically. This part of Caelid, the north part of the Dragon Barrow, is also a part of the map that looks like just chunks were taken out of the whole earth. And then we also saw a flying city somewhere over here. And we went to it. And it had architecture that really matched the Bestial Sanctum. You love strength? No, it's just like if I don't actually want to play the video game. It's great. It's wonderful. And over Deathroot. Talk. Hi. Ronnie wasn't born of a single Empyrean? Yeah, no, the being born of a single god is not what makes an Empyrean. Or Mesmer and Melina would be Empyreans. They might be, but I don't think they are. It's not that. It is a criteria that the Fingers use, that the Greater Will uses, as someone who could be the vessel for the Elden Ring. Generally, what we know about the people who are vessels is they have great potential. Miquella is literally potential the character, especially in base game. Ronnie succeeds almost where everyone else fails. She has some really overarching plans. She is very intelligent. She's very powerful. She's also, once again, child of an Empyrean, because Marika Radigan, right? Melania and Miquella are referred to as the twin prodigies. Both of them have extreme power and potential. Melania, not least of which because of her rot association, because the rot god has cursed her effectively. So even though she is cursed, it gives her a great deal of power, which is something we see in her fight. When we talked about, even if you don't like your true power, you will bring it to bear against the Tarnished when you are desperate. That is what every boss does. Melania hates her rot, but she uses it in the end because she's desperate. Or when commanded to. And also when desperate against Radahn. Everyone, Morgott, his curse comes out. Like, all that happens. So they have great potential. Melania alone is able to become a goddess. It's not necessarily a good one, but that potential is what makes an Empyrean, presumably. I like the Land of Shadows from the Mountaintops opinions. So I generally think that the Land of Shadow is literally right here. We just can't see it. I think it is really as simple as it being veiled, like insanely veiled, but not just hidden from sight, but hidden because of danger to Marika's children. So it's concealed to protect anyone from going there again, effectively, because the most danger that could happen to any of her children is here. Marika is very non-judgmental of the path that we choose to take, whatever it is, as the player. She doesn't advise us. Melina does. Melina asks us not to do Frenzy Flame. Half the game tells us not to do Frenzy Flame. And I think you could argue that that is sort of Marika speaking through Melina, because they have the same idea on that, and how they feel about it is the same. But generally, Marika does not tell you what to do at all. She just leads you on the path. And I think with her children, she was the same, except for one path. I think that she didn't want her children to follow hers because it was a horrible one, which is why when Miquella goes there, we are sent to the lands between, a Land of Shadow, I mean. I don't buy any of the Land of Shadow as part of the base map theories. The thing is, though, is we get that item, that location specifically in the Land of Shadow that specifically says, this is the center of the lands between. So maybe it's not there anymore. And it was just scooped up somewhere, but I definitely think it was. Because of that. We also know, by the way, that one part of the Land of Shadow looks like Farum and the Bestial Sanctum. And this is my favorite area that sort of really looks like something was taken out. And in the Land of Shadow, where you go, if this is center, you kind of go down southeast in order to get to the area that looks like it matches the Bestial Sanctum. So we're going to be looking at it again, but generally I think it's likely that the land was there, we just aren't able to see it. The only way to save Melina is Frenzied Flame. Okay, but she doesn't want to be saved. She wants to do this, and she won't let anyone say anything negative about it, not even you. Who are you to say that she shouldn't do it when it is what she wants to do? And Frenzied Flame is a lot worse. Ooh, I also... Yeah, okay, I wrote that down. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Marlo! Hang on, my cat is crying. I must let him in. Buddy. Love you. I know. I know. Marlo, please. Your claws are very pointy, my angel. I know you want to climb. Marlo made a very long appearance during the, State of Play, the PlayStation State of Play stream. This is my baby boy Marlo. He's very cute. But the thing is, he likes to be like... He likes me to pet him on a carpet specifically. So he'll cry sadly until I come to the carpet. He doesn't like to be pet here. He look bigger? He's not. I swear, he's not big. He's not bigger. He just looks fat when I hold him because he gets all squished. I swear. He's a perfectly sized boy. Marlo is an Empyrean? Yeah. He's not chonky. I swear, he looks big. You have to remember how long cats are. He's very long. He's not chunky. It's actually so funny because if you were to see him, you'd realize just how small he is. He just looks big when I hold him. Because look, he's all squinched and condensed.
Ibby. Abby.
Covered in fluffs. Great. Good. Alrighty. Anyway, what are we talking about? Yes, Garunk. Yeah, Marlo, go play with your mousey. I can see you from here, buddy. Does every Elden Ring tuber have a cat? I don't know, but I'm an Elden Ring Twitcher, so... Just kidding, I'm also a YouTuber. Because cats are friggin' sick. Some cats are just big, not fat, just big. It's true, but he is not, I promise. He's like barely 10 pounds. He's a pretty small, like he's an average sized cat. He's not like tiny. But like he is not, if you saw him standing, you'd understand. It's like all of his chonk gets condensed and then he just stretches and he like keeps on stretching. He's like a slinky. Anyway, sorry. Go have this death root, Garunk. Go have a snack, buddy. Like he's only 10 pounds.
I won't forget. Again. Mine appetite. My sin. I must have more. I must consume more.
The Beast Claw Great Hammer. Great hammer with a striking end model to resemble 5 beastly claws. requires faith. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sirash, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. Regal beast claw. Slam the hammer into the ground, rending the land asunder with the armored's 5 bestial claws. Use kilograms, you're Canadian. If you knew what that meant, then you would understand why I use pounds, which is the fact that we use both because we're so close to America. It looks like a star. So yeah, the claws are said to represent Sirash, and there's 5. I don't think Sirash has 5 toes, but I guess we'll have to count when we see him. But one really interesting thing about the Beast Claw Great Hammer is it also evokes the Cincadea. Where is it? There it is. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. So at one point they were beasts, and they were granted intelligence. Interesting. Now, the Cincadea, also 5 claws. It literally means like 5 fingers, I think, like in Italian or something, folks were telling me. Probably Latin origin. So either way, 5 fingers. The Beast Claw has 5. And then what have we heard of? The 2 fingers. And now we've heard about the 3 fingers. A frenzy. That combined makes 5. So I was waiting to talk about this until we go to Frenzy, and we've now heard canonically of the 3 fingers by Shabriri and told to go there. So let's go take a look. We're gonna do some platforming. Do look like a big boy. I swear, chat, if you saw anyone else holding him, you would understand he's a small cat, but I look... First of all, I also hold him in front of me, so he looks huge. But I'm not that big. He's not that big. He's so thin that, like, when I first got him, I was, like, scared that I would break him because my previous cat was indeed exactly what we're describing. Just big. He had a big body. Like, the vet always commented because he had a small head. So he'd come out of the carrier, you just see a tiny head, and then the body would just keep on going. He was a big cat. So I was used to a chonker, and then I got this guy, and I was like, oh my god, I can feel his bones. He's so little. Like, you can feel his hip bones easily. He's a small guy. He's a perfect size. He's just, like, little. But he just looks huge when I hold him. Got some fluff. He's definitely a fluffer. That is true. Alright, so if you remember last time we were here, this was sealed by Morgoth. And it was linked to his life. Because it isn't sealed anymore. And we saw a couple bodies out here, but now we're seeing... They're the nomads we've been seeing. Oh my god! They're frenzied. Oh, I forgot. Try it again. I think Moog was guarding it. We don't know too much about Moog yet, so we're gonna wait until we get further with the Lord of Blood. But I will explain why. Generally, I think this is the one thing the 2 twins agreed on. I love the stance. Also creepy because, yeah, they're still alive. Okay. They have so much poise. Such hyper armor. Okay. Nomadic Merchant's Chapeau. Chapeau of the Nomadic Merchants, decorated with tiny gems in a wide spectrum of colors. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the flame of frenzy. So it's pretty sad. Okay, although there's a few things to read into here. Number one, what happened to them was horrible. This is a terribly cruel fate. Now, we're going to talk about all the different possibilities. My personal opinion is they were not heretical, but they were accused of such, and then they became what they were accused of, heretics, because they summoned the flame of frenzy. Now, what we're talking about here, a curse of despair, and they summon frenzy, is very interesting because in their suffering, they encountered something deep underground. Keep this in mind because there's other mentions of this. But this is very notable. Now, one possibility is that because, okay, they chanted a curse of despair almost makes it seem as if they knew it already, if that makes sense, right? So they somehow, in their back pocket, they had a curse to bestow upon anyone who harmed them. Because they all chanted it as one. So it almost seems as if even before they were accused, they did have some heretical history. And then it sort of, they were forced to use it. So that is definitely one read. I don't think that's it really, because what we know is that people suffering encounter power in their suffering. So I don't think that's the case. However, who accused them? Well, who led us here? Shabriri. He had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander. Slander, like for example, saying that the merchants of the Great Caravan were heretics who were harboring the flame of frenzy. Something like that might get him his eyes gouged out, maybe. That would be a great example of slandering. Maybe he's the reason they all got locked up and suffered horribly. Because what's interesting is upon his eyes being gouged out, first of all, he's depicted as still smiling. It's if it's what he wanted in the first place. Frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. And what this led to was frenzy. So my opinion is that they were indeed innocent. But it's so strange that it's like he knew, though. It's like he knew that if they were locked up in their despair, they would call specifically frenzy. Jabriri is a strange. So it makes me wonder if they didn't... I mean, I hate to say that he had a point. You know what I mean? Like, I really do. But chanting a curse of despair to me is such an interesting phrase. Also, I killed the guy. I shouldn't have. There was things I have to destroy here. Oh, well. We'll go back. Chanting a curse of despair... It's like they triggered something. It's like they already had the knowledge. It's very odd. I think he had a point. Maybe a little. I don't know. They click, if you notice. And they also have their thing out as if they're like... They're blind, basically. I think they're using the clicking, sort of like echolocation. It's pretty cool. Eye of yellow. Not that helpful. That's oh, there is another one here. Dang it. You're the one playing, right? Nope, it's a different one. I love how it echoes through here. It's so beautiful and sad. Yura and Irina. Okay, so we should talk about Yura. Because when we talked about Yura, we talked a great deal about Eleonora. And what's unique about Eleonora is that she was a dragon communion user who somehow found a way to escape the curse of becoming a dragon. She basically followed another god, right? She went with the Lord of Blood and became one of the Bloody Fingers. And apparently, this made her not turn into a worm. Now, Yura, he doesn't use dragon sorcery, dragon communion, but he hunted dragons with Eleonora. We don't really know if he ate them and that was a similar thing for him, but his main thing is he wants to free Eleonora. That's like his entire quest purpose, is to help her, free her from being a bloody finger. And presumably, to a point, he succeeds because he chops off her finger. However, we then kill her and then it's kind of a moot point, and he's also dead. And then, all of a sudden, he comes back and his body is being ridden like a... He's like being possessed like by Harbinger from freaking Mass Effect. He's just... And Shabriri's there. And Shabriri, by the way, was a dude. Like, what the fuck? So it's very weird. If you're like, what the hell is going on? You should be. And here's another interesting thing. So the Flame of Frenzy, or something akin to it, they're able to possess bodies, kind of like demons. And I will say, this is a slight spoiler, but we will get to it. Shabriri is referred to as a demon. Also, Shabriri, the name, is actually a demon. In, what is it? In Judaism. It's a real name of a real demon, Shabriri. So the name is also meant to be very referential. So parasitic, yes, but the interesting thing is no parasite in reality can take over a corpse. They might, you know, use it, but they can't bring it back. They can't like zombify it, right? So what they do is very strange. And with Shabriri, he tells us very directly that he's using this body as a vessel. Hayeta doesn't tell us a thing. In fact, we don't even know if she's aware. It's very strange. It's like a finger maiden is possessing a body and isn't even aware of it anymore. So, Shabriri is weird, but there is another figure that also takes over bodies, and that would be the Sage Gowry. He is appearing as a sage and presumably was a real guy and a sage. He's kind of strange though because he possesses pests and is able to control them so that he can, you know, talk to you without fear of you killing him, because if you kill him, it's just a pest. And he says there's many more to choose from. So he knows that we're dangerous, so he doesn't ever appear to us directly. And there's very similar connotation, or not like, it's very lore-wise comparable to Shabriri, who is working with the frenzy but seems to have more knowledge than most. Items in this area, I don't know how to reach the item. You gotta destroy them with the people. They shoot the fire out of their eyes. Marika threw those accused of consorting with the Frenzy Flame to the catacombs where Three Fingers is already jailed? No, presumably the Three Fingers was down here. Or like, okay. It's more like the Three Fingers manifested here because Frenzy manifested here. I know that seems weird, but that seems to be the order of operations here. I don't even know if it was the Erdtree people that did this, to be honest. Yes. The thing that's also very notable is we don't know who imprisoned them down here. Morgott continues the imprisonment, but all that means is it's likely something... Not even imprisonment. Imprisonment, yes, but at this point it's more like a quarantine. It's really sad what happened to them, but this could predate the people of the Erdtree. We don't know that it was Marika's people, because remember how ancient these catacombs are. Remember how many civilizations have been in this place. Remember how much stuff is going on underground. So we don't really know. It could be. You have to remember how bad Frenzy is, though, how dangerous it is. The people who want it are true lunatics. Like, they want everything to die. They are the worst of the worst. They are Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan. They are villains of the highest caliber. There's no justification for it. It is horrific in its destructive capabilities. If it got out, well, we get an idea of what would happen. So that's sort of the thing, is it's very much meant to be the biggest evil that there is, which is why I think that even Moog agrees with that. He wouldn't want to release it. So I think he's here protecting it as well. So, yeah, I think that's the most of it, really. This has to be after the Rune of Death was sealed. That's possible, but we also know that Frenzy is very strange. Like, thinking of who ruled here, I think it's likely, but we don't know how long ago this was. Even the Hornsent recognized that Frenzy was bad news. Yeah, we get some more Frenzy lore in the DLC with the Hornsent. Everyone despised it. It's like the one thing that all these disparate groups can agree on, is that this is a flame that should never be unleashed. A record of crafting techniques left by those afflicted by the madness of the Flame of Frenzy contains techniques discovered in desperation. Frenzy Flame Stone. Okay. Let's read that. We have quite a few items now, and I haven't read these in a while, so I'm gonna do like a skim to see if there's any interesting lore. Most of them are just like what it does. Ah, hunting birds. Giant's Flame Fire Pot. Enchanted by incantations of the Giant's Flame. Damage scales with faith. Interesting. Ooh, Holy Water Pot. Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. That's a really interesting phrase. We'll find out what happened to the girl that was collecting the grapes? Yep. She's coming up. Rot Pot. The rot bubbles up from the swamp of Aeonia and eats away at life like a vicious plague. Freezing Pot. Originates from the cold, dark moon of Rani, the Carian princess. Man, I kind of forgot this mentions the cold, dark moon of Rani, the dark moon specifically. That long ago we could have had that, but whatever. Volcano Pot. Throw at enemies to disperse a cloud of heat, dealing continuous damage to those caught inside for a short duration. Interesting. Cursed Blood Pot. Throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, causing summoned spirits to assail them with a rabid fervor. A childhood memory of the Lord of Blood. Whoa! That's phenomenal lore. That's so sad. Summon spirits assail them because of the accursed blood. Maybe that's why Omen specifically called the Formless Mother. That is interesting. Okay, that is something we're gonna have to look into. Yeah. Thanks, I got the cute ones today. Get the flame now, but seal it later. Would it mean Melina will survive? Yeah, but we're not doing that. We're not getting the flame till later. I hate the Frenzy Flame ending, but I want to show it off for lore. I hate it very much. It is horrible. And if you think it isn't, then you swallowed the freaking the Kool-Aid of Shabrir, and you shouldn't have. It is bad. It is insanely bad. It is awful. It is horrible. Everything. Everything destroyed. Okay. Ooh, poison spray mist. Look, it looks like there's flower petals in there. That's so pretty. I love it, but not because it's a good outcome. Yeah, it destroys everything. It is, however, the coolest looking. Yeah, that's fair. Iron jar aromatic. Forbidden art of depraved perfumers, craftable with a perfume bottle. Uses FP to temporarily turn body to steel, boosting poise, resistances, and damage negation at the expense of mobility and lightning resistance. An art that requires fragments of hunted noble jars. Depraved perfumers are plainly in league with jar poachers. Man, I totally forgot about that lore. Fuck depraved perfumers. Those are Arteria leaves? Ah, yeah, you do use it. Oh my god, you use land octopus ovaries in these too. Holy. Oh, no. This one? This is the poison spray mist. That's not Arteria. That's poison bloom. Or Miranda powder petals. This one is Arteria. And it looks like fucking blood. There is lore in the crafting items. It's just there's so many and we get so... Like, I'm reading them sort of en masse now. We get such nice music, so... Scriptstone. Ruined fragment with a cipher inscription. Uses FP to reveal more messages from other worlds. Words are gregarious things, drawn to one another much as people are. Aww. Warming Stone. Ruined fragment blessed with an incantation of the two fingers. Uses FP to generate warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those nearby. It is said that the Erd-tree was once as warm as the gentle sun and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. Oh my god, you see what I mean? Like, it was such a gorgeous and beautiful and, like, healing thing. Oh my god, I fluff all over my face from Marlo, though. People say Frenzy Flame is best ending after listening to Cut Monologue of Merchant Kale. Okay, so I don't know anything about Cut content, but what I can tell you is if you burn the tree for Melina, then you were not fucking paying attention. If you take Frenzy Flame for Melina, you were not fucking paying attention. It's like when people backseat and then they say, oh no, I'm doing it for you. Bitch, I didn't ask you. Like, how the hell could you kill everyone on the fucking planet? Every being, every bunny, every kitty cat, every human, everything, and then claim you did it for Melina? Bruh. Absolutely not. Don't ever say that you did it for Melina. You can convince yourself, but just admit. Just admit what you did.
What does
Absolutely
Tyrannus
not.
Elden Ring get you? BTW.
I know
Also,
nothing
good
but the cut
evening.
content, so I can't really comment on that. But what I can tell you is cut content is sort of complex because it's cut for a reason. We don't really know what that was. We don't know if they were like, actually, we want to completely make this the opposite and we just like chop it with scissors, or if it's like, we just don't have time for finish it, so we won't. We have no idea. It is meant to be sad, but like, don't ever say you did it for Melina, because doing something for someone that they didn't ask for and also destroying the world while you're at it. Also, you killed Torrent, so don't say you did it for her. I hate that ending. It's like shocking, but it's like so sad. What does the Tarnished Edition get you? Armor, starting classes, horse cosmetics. Fun, basically. Thank you for the 500 bits, by the way. What about using Miquella's needle? Yeah, but you still have the frenzy within you. You're not fit to be Lord. She doesn't come back. She doesn't come back because you're no longer fit. You have the frenzy within you. You will never be Lord. You can never be her Lord, ever, after that. And she says that she will kill you. Yeah. She's still gonna kill you even if you seal it. Like, Melania still rots things with the needle. Right? Like, we know this. Aren't we doing something we didn't really ask for? I don't understand the question. I knew she didn't want it. I just wanted a way to keep her alive. I know, but that's what Shabriri wants. You're letting him trick you. I get it. It's meant to pull it. You're supposed to see her and be like, I don't want to lose her. I love Melina. But, like, do you really think that a world where everything else on the entire planet is dead and she gets to live for nothing but vengeance is what she wants? Crazy. Ronnie still chooses you as Lord, though. Remember, it's a video game. They don't want you to lock yourself out of everything because you made one choice. They give you plenty of ways. It's first a video game. It doesn't matter. With Melina, who knows about the Frenzy Flame, tells you all you need to know about it. Even if you seal it, she does not come back. You are no longer fit, is what she says. Not for Melina, it's for those who come after. Okay, here's the thing. There is no for those who come after with Frenzy Flame. You need to know that. The Frenzy Flame is not who comes there's because it's all death. There will always be death forever. No new life will come. There is always hope, though. This is still a FromSoft game, and they always have hope. And as a result, there is always a hope that the life that has been recombined will one day split again like it did. Right? But that's it. It's a vague hope. It's saying that maybe one day there will be life again. And that's just the only hope. There is no for those who come after. You're destroying everything. That's why Melina doesn't want you to do this. That's the problem. Merchant Collie is a very different reason. All right, listen. Like I said, cut content is cut for a reason. The type of lore I like is ones that I can find myself. I can't restore cut content, so unfortunately that's something I don't know about. So I'm only going to refer to what's in the game, unfortunately. So I'm not going to comment on that because I literally know nothing about it, but it was cut for a reason. We have what we have. Frenzy Flame Stone. Ruin fragment blessed with an incantation of the 3 fingers. Uses FP to generate warmth, continuously restoring the HP of those who host the frenzied flame. Confers madness upon those who have not adopted the flame. Take care not to mistake this for its gentler cousin. Okay, we stopped at the grease. Let's continue, because this is probably going to take me a bit, because, like, gravity, and I don't remember the route. End of every current thing? Okay, but you gotta listen to what the frenzy tells you. And what the frenzy says to you is that it is truly ending everything and combining all life into one again. No more births. No more renewal. Everything gone. There is no justification for it except for incredible insanity. So far, so good, but, you know, that can change in a moment. Oh, shit, that's a double? Fuck me. What did I say? It not only kills all life, it prevents life from existing ever again. Yes, make no mistake, that is what it is. Do not drink the Frenzied Flame Kool-Aid. Shabriri is meant to be silver-tongued and highly convincing. He knows how to prey upon you, but that is what he is doing, and make no mistake. Now, of course, it's one of those read between the lines things, right? You could argue that Shabriri is not the person who sealed the nomads away. Maybe it's just a coincidence that he was accused of slander, right? Like, by all means. Well, all I'm gonna say is, like, that's sort of what he... Where he lives is that plausible deniability. When you start drinking the Kool-Aid, what does he tell you? Oh, it happened again almost. The double almost got me. Holy shit. Inescapable frenzy. Okay, just we're gonna be careful here. I'll read it in a bit because there's some of these to destroy and I gotta find my victim. Y'all ever read Paradise Lost by John Milton? It's it basically tells the story of Adam and Eve falling from the perspective of the devil, and he made him almost too charismatic. Because he's the devil. You know what I mean? It's meant to be seductive, tempting, you know what I mean? It's not supposed to be, like, easy to say no to. Okay, is it just the one? Hopefully. Alright. Inescapable frenzy. Incantation originating from the maddening three fingers. Causes the yellow flame of frenzy to blaze from the caster's eyes. The caster then latches onto foes, spreading the madness. This incantation also causes buildup of madness in the caster and is only effective against Tarnished. To gaze into one another's eyes is truly the most intimate form of human contact. That's how it spreads. Scary. Fingerprint Stone Shield, a great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design, one of the heaviest of all great shields. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their messages through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first sprouted. Yeah, part of the tomb of an ancient god, by the way. Oh my god. I think what we're also learning is, like, these things have come up before, right? So, like, Godwin is the Prince of Death, but those who live in death predate him. There is also Ensha, who is this lord of, and then there's the sunless realm, or sorry, the realm, the seed of the sun, sorry, the sun being linked to those who live in death, right? Frenzy has come before. The age of the Erd Tree has been there's been many others before it, right? Like, none of this is new. And that's what's so interesting. It's literally just a rock with a freaking handle. Wasn't that shield a nightmare in PvP? Yes, because it has unbelievable stability. So, you know the Ash of War kick? This thing is a menace. You cannot break through it. It has unbelievable stability. What they did is, instead of nerfing it, they just buffed kick. Kick is an Ash of War where you just kick forward. They made it that no matter what shield you're using, if you kick a shield, it will break it. They had to do this because of Frenzy Flame, this fucking shield. I wish they had simply nerfed the stability of the shield, because what that means is that you have to run kick. I didn't, but you kind of needed to have kick just in case someone's running shields. It was very stupid. FromSoft is not good at balancing. I love them, but they are not good at balancing. They are so bad at it. That really didn't take long at all, actually. I only died one time? Man. Yeah, scythes are good, but, because scythes go, like, kind of around them, but you gotta think in a PvP situation, it's often not enough. This is a world you're defending. There are no bursts. People walk in death. Okay, hang on. You are actually... I'm so sorry. Melina herself says that that is not true. Your first line. You are not pulling the plug. You are destroying everything. Melina herself says that yes, things are not good, but life endures and births continue. Now, the reason the world is so broken is multifold, but the idea that everything is wrong and you just have to destroy it all is not the impression that we're supposed to get. The reason for that, and this is very key, is that is what quitting is. That's what giving up is. You are not giving up. We're playing this game where everything is against us, where everything is hard and challenging and punishing, but what do? We eventually win. We use our friends. We use NPCs. We use different weapons, different strategies, and we win. And we make things better, because that's what we're here for. We're here to make the world in our image. The reason that things are locked like this is because no one has been able to end the previous age. The person who made the age tried to destroy it, but they've been locked away now within the tree because Radagon is trying to hold on to it. They've been kept in stagnation. And through a various series of events, things have been just stuck like this. The world is not inherently broken. We can fix it. And we're going to make the world that we think is best. Because it's up to us now. World can't get better if you blow it up. It's true. Frenzy is not it. Weapon arts that pierces through shields, though, they are very few and far between. In fact, the only one I can think of is Unblockable Blade on the Cypherpoda. So unless you're running, like off the top of my head, that is unblockable. That is one Ash of War, and it does not have too much hyper armor. Like, I think it cuts through. The point is, unless you want to run one single weapon in PvP and one type of build, shields are just too strong, especially fingerprints. Very stupid. Also, remember, if one person's running fingerprint shield, you still got two other people to deal with. So it's not just you versus a shield, it's you and two other guys, one of them charging at you with frenzy shields and stun locking you. Trust me. Stupid stuff. Hang on one second. The reason the world is messed up in this game is multifold, but the general message is that you are there to make things better, to finally end this age, as you've been called to do since before Godfrey was forced from the lands between. Oh! Remind me to talk about the Godfrey Stone Monument after we do this, okay? Huge. Talk to Melina.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
Listen to the fear in her voice. You are destroying and killing everything.
Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
She's terrified that she's going to fail in her duty. God damn it. Ayeta should be here. I don't understand why she isn't here. Did I forget a step? Maybe I have to go to the thing and rest? Might have to reload the area. Frenzy Flame is like nuking the earth to glass, hoping that the bacteria that survives evolves to new life someday. Kind of. Except if also that bacteria was also gone. Like, really. Because that's the thing. This is such a thorough cleanse that all life is gone. Truly. You gotta remember, we're talking about like a magical cleansing fire that removes all life and resets it all to the starting point. Like, bruh. I thought I gave her the fingerprint grape. Have I been holding this fingerprint grape the whole time? Uh-oh. Yep. 1 second, please. Man, I've just had an eyeball in my pocket this whole time? Hey, what up, baby girl? I got an eye for you.
They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
There you go. Have this eyeball.
Oh. Oh. A fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh. How sweet. Yet, how it burns.
Oh, that's just me eating curry.
Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
So good. It's so spicy.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden. Thank you. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden.
I don't know, that's a good thing. Okay. I totally forgot to give her the eyeball. Anyway. Oh boy. Guess where I was. Wait, not Elden Throne. Forbidden Lands. Frenzy Flame Prescription. Boy, she got here fast. Hi.
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you, surely a lord. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the three fingers will welcome you.
Okay. I'm not gonna do that though. That's gonna be later. I'm not missing out on the Melina dialogue on the mountaintops. I'm gonna show the ending, and then hopefully this is the last time I ever show this ending, because I really, 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 really hate it. But for thoroughness' sake. Didn't know she told you? Yeah, this is the main purpose of her quest, is to give you a hint, because it really is... It's not something FromSoft has ever done. It's unique. So if you're like me, and you had trouble with her quest, and you had to go back and try to solve it later, it's hard to figure this out, yeah. What a ride the first time. Okay. Let's go talk to Shibriri.
Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Yeah, all the frenzy people are so freaking sane. Okay, I also got... Wow, it doesn't pop up here. No wonder. Here we go. Note Miquella's Needle. This was found also down there. Note written by a nomadic merchant succinctly detailing knowledge acquired. The Empyrean Miquella crafted a needle to resist the influence of outer gods. Those who have inherited the flame of frenzy yet wish not to become its lord would do well to seek Miquella's Needle. Very helpful. So, we know that Miquella crafted the needle to seal the rot. And he did one for Frenzy Flame. Yet another example of sort of how, like, Miquella is involved with so many different things in the base game. So we're done with Frenzy for now. Frenzy spell you got? Yep. Like, I get why Frenzy is seductive. I understand. All I'm saying is you drank the Kool-Aid if you think there's any goodness in it. Because it's very clearly said that there is none. The only hope is that one day life will come again. And that's a very vague hope. It is destroying everything. There's a golem over there. I wonder if he's going to snipe me from cross map, just like Night Rain. Tried to iframe it. Okay. Sounds like he didn't make it to ward off specific things, rather all his needles repel any influence of any outer gods. Yeah, he really understands the essence of life, though. And frankly, the ones he targets are the most terrible ones. But even with the existence of the needle, we are not fit once we take the frenzy flame within us. Melania, even though her rod is sealed and she's able to function, she nonetheless rots things with her presence. We know this from her soldiers. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get like a single piece of the clean rot set. I tried farming for it for a bit, couldn't get it. But generally we know that they themselves were rotted, but they were loyal to Melania, so they didn't mind. What that means is that even when they were marching, when she had the needle, they were still getting rotted by being in proximity to her. So the needle is very effective and unique, but it does not mean that the influence is gone. It does not mean that we can't spread the contagion that it is containing. So that would be rot and that would be frenzy. And frenzy is treated like a plague. It's a mix of things, because obviously it's a force, it's a space creature, it's an ideology, right? So like it's lots of things, but in essence it is like a disease that can spread through contact as well. So that's what's so interesting about it. Miquella's no better than outer gods? Yeah, I mean, that's the really interesting thing, too. It's tragic with Miquella. Like, his story is one of a tragedy. It's a typical Grecian hubristic tragedy, like, down to avoiding a fate makes you fall into it. Like, that's literally what hubris sort of is. Well, that's more about prophecy. Oedipus. Oedipus was... He got a prophecy that he would murder his father and marry his mother. And he was so horrified by this prophecy that he went far away from his homeland. However, what he didn't know was that he was adopted, and by going far away from his homeland, he ended up finding his mother, killing his father, and marrying her. You see what I mean? He is a typical example of the Grecian tragedy and also hubris as well, and that's what it means. In trying to avoid a fate, you are doomed to repeat it. And Miquella is very similar to this because he is so confident and certain that he can follow in Marika's footsteps but avoid her fate. What is that? Also, I find it very interesting that yes, his needle repels the influence of outer gods, but what does he choose to do? His goal is to basically brainwash everybody and mind control all of them and remove their free will. That's far worse than what the outer gods are doing. Well, maybe not far worse, but I think there's an argument to be made that it's pretty bad. So, yeah. So anyway, I just think that's interesting. We will get to this. Hi, Millicent. She's here.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly... No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again. In battle.
He trusts us.
Should you have the need.
We're in a forbidden place. And she's like, why would you be here? Because she's here because she's on the hunt for Melania. She's trying to find her. Well, why are we here? But she knows that we're a good person and she trusts us, basically. It's actually really, really sweet.
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands.
Another tree. And Halig means holy. It literally means holy tree. Mikla was a bit of a tryhard.
I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree.
Yep, she also wears, I think it's pretty similar, but not the cowl, like the over the body thing. She's wearing Melena's garb. It's the Traveling Maiden set, and we also know that Melina was the Kindling Maiden who went on a journey because of the Blade of Calling. So it's really just the outfit of women who are on quests. But it is also interesting that they're wearing the same garb, yeah, because both of them fulfill a similar role. Place is an interesting skybox at nighttime? Okay. I actually also remember the Godfrey thing. Hang on, I wanted to show off this thing with Godfrey. I think it was, and I want to talk about it. I think it's right around here. I wanted to talk about how certain things in the game, we can still get lore from them, but what they represent is more the common sentiment of the people or the story that was believed. Lord Godfrey, at last at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds great loss, grace lost, tattered and faded. So, this monument tells us that Godfrey lost his grace because he found no one to fight, because he fought too hard and he lost it, but it definitely implies that it happened in the course of his duties as the the Elden Lord, Godfrey, right? It says that he found it lost, right? Now, we learn through Melina, we learned this really early through talking to Melina at various churches, that Marika took the grace of Godfrey and the Tarnished, the soldiers who would become the Tarnished, which is his soldiers, and then, because they lost grace, they were forced out of the lands between. Now, a lot of people have sort of wondered back and forth, like, okay, which one's true then? Like, is the lore lying to us, or is this, like, what is true, right? Well, I think what this sort of monument is telling us is something I sort of was thinking about and wanted to address, because we were talking about the unreliable narrator. A lot of people don't know the truth. So the fact that Ronnie did the Night of the Black Knives, no one knows that. That is a deep, dark secret. We find it out pretty early, so it makes it seem kind of like obvious, but no one knows this. The fact that Marika divested the Tarnished of their grace and Godfrey, no one else knows that either. How do we get that information? We talk to a ghost lady who we find out is the daughter of Marika. And she tells us that she can sense spoken echoes of Marika. We are the only ones who know that. Presumably some people maybe figured it out because these Tarnished started coming back and everyone's like, okay, what the hell happened? What are the Tarnished? Like, who are the... Very few people knew the truth of what happened here. Number one, Marika, because she did it. Godfrey, the Tarnished, but specifically the OG Tarnished, the ones who fought in the original war, of which there are some, like the really old Tarnished, but a lot of Tarnished are just descendants and wouldn't know this. Mesmer, likely knows this. There's a hint in his boss fight, but we'll talk about that way later. But still, I just want to talk about when there is a divide between what the game tells us in different forms, there's often a reason. It might very well be that people believed one thing because that was the common sentiment. The sword monuments are really interesting because they're just meant to sort of mark moments in history, great battles, heroic moments. But it doesn't mean that they're all true. Another really interesting one for this is that Radon saved Celia. I truly believe he and the people of Celia believed that, but I think there's evidence that it may not have been true. I don't think it was meant to be a lie, but I think it ended up being one. Maybe I have nightmares from Depth 5 Commander. I'm hoping that my Depth 4 and 5 Commander will help me in with Castle Soul. Are you offline? I am, but I'm also playing on Seamless, so kind of offline as a rule, yeah. I was having stuttering issues, and apparently Seamless will fix it, so I switched to Seamless co-op mod, and I will... It messed up a quest, but it's okay. A lot of golems here. So we're getting to the part that is still actively protected. In other words, we're getting closer to what we're not supposed to touch. I should also point out the fire monks. We crossed this bridge, and that's where there was a lot of, like, the golems started being here. These, like... Oh, look at that sky. It's beautiful. The golems are, like, actively protecting it here. And there's a lot of them. Look, these are all golems, too. And then... Is that ice? It looks like spirit rocks. Yeah, there's some really cool caves here. I normally just run through them, obviously, because, like, what's the point? But today, there is a point. We will be exploring them. Whoop. And these golems patrol. The fire monks, I just wanted to point out, they're all, like, pointing in a direction and looking in a direction as if worshipping. Another golem's halberd. Wow. Bro can't even get up. Holy shit. Oh, whoops. To think I could upgrade my weapons even further now. Come on, goodness. Oh, right. I forgot about this thing. Frozen River is interesting. I feel like it may imply the place wasn't always as cold as it was now. Yeah, good point. The fact that the Zamor live here, and there's also the fire giants, it makes me wonder if there wasn't a bit more of a divide, because remember the flame, it would have been massive. Like, we've seen the kiln that holds the flame already from a distance, and it is like a gigantic bowl. Imagine if that was lit up, how that would change the land. So presumably the Zamora were like, let's make it cold. It's kind of like in Pokemon Pokopia, you know, like when Bulbasaur is like, let's make it humid. and then you make it humid, and then Charmander's like, man, it's too humid. Like, dun dun dun. You know what I mean? That's a really good point. I also never considered that. Very neat. Rivers do freeze, but it's a seasonal thing. But this implies that there was, yeah, like it had to flow at some point. Freezing lake. Do we know if Mikola intended to return to Melania after he had attained his godhood? We kind of interrupt the process. No. He thanks you and he thanks her. A lot of people have different reads on that specific dialogue, so we'll talk about it. But to me, it is inarguable that he thanks his blade. And who is his blade if not Melania? And as a result, to say thank you to somebody in this particular context. Oh, he says, I thank you or whatever, and my blade, my loyal blade. We will sing songs of you. Something along those lines, except more Mikola-y. We'll get to it, like I said, way later. So that to me implies if you're singing songs to somebody, it's because they're behind you. You've left them behind because, you know. He no longer loves Melania because he lost his love. However, he also can't have her because she is of the rot and would thus cause harm to his perfect world, likely. Like she is a danger to have around, and as a result, he has to abandon her. It's tragic, especially since his love for her started him on his path. It's very significant. Look at this lake. Oh, the rise. Oh, boy. Nice view. Like a little stark, but that really shows how beautiful it is. Is it Marika or Radigan talking at echoes? It depends on what is said. And the timeline. And that gives us a hint as to who is speaking. There's at least one that is most likely Radigan. But we know they were at a time separated, and as a result, we can kind of figure. Okay, can you like come break this though? You steer and aim for the statue while looking at a completely different screen? Peripherals. I have really good peripherals. I see all. Before the giants settled here, it may have been Kaligo's domain. Right, Kaligo. I definitely think that she probably hung out at a place just like this, if not exactly this, yeah. But she just watched. She never felt like engaging until the night. So she's here. Kaligo's here. I'm always suspicious when people ask me to read their name. Like, it's a weird request. So I feel like, no. I don't think I will. Bird's eye telescope. That's a really interesting bird, isn't it? I know this type of bird. The one with like the split tail? It's cool. Okay, there is a lot in this area. So first, let's do what I want to do the least. Borealis. Ooh, or seppuku. That's not a big problem. Yeah, I want to say it's a swallow. not even close. I don't know why I always remember this is seppuku. I don't really use it that often, and yet I remember. Weird. Okay. Seppuku, a forbidden technique used by swordsmen from the land of reeds. Plunge the blade into your stomach to stain it with blood. Increases attack power and improves ability to inflict blood loss. Seppuku is ritual suicide because of dishonor, effectively. To save face. But here it doesn't kill you, it just imbues blood onto your blade. So you gain something from sacrifice. Ugh. It's happening. Real trees are all dead, only the spirit trees bloom. True, although I will add that in winter, trees do be looking like that. So it's like, yes. Oh, nope, nope, nope. There we go. Woo! It's kind of hard to tell whether that's just like because it's so cold here now. Doesn't seem to have eyes. Looks like they're scaled over. Oh, interesting. I could still upgrade my weapons more. It's crazy to me. This fight is savage. It's brutal, but it's like, what, like it's hard? A new draconic power is available. Yay! And no more fog, so we can see a little better. So we got spirits, more spirits. We've been seeing them all over. We got sheep now, and we also have these jellyfish. We've seen them around the lands between. And very notably, we've actually met one. One of our very first summons acquired from Roderica is the spirit jellyfish Aurelia. Prone to tears, the jellyfish girl searches for her distant home, will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. Yeah, shouldn't have time to do the roar. I know. I wonder if there's some significance. I wonder if there's, perhaps we're gonna find her home. Borealis is also specifically weak to strike damage. Bro, everything is weak to strike damage. Called strength, baby. We have not found her home yet, but perhaps it will become relevant soon. It's actually quite peaceful when Borealis is gone, because Borealis is creating that snowstorm. Okay, I'm a little low on stone sword keys. Never mind, I have 5. Perfect. Because this one takes 2. Spirit Caller Cave. This would be an easy place to call spirits, that's for sure. They're everywhere. Let's go level up our weapons. Oh, right, we can't. Oh, that one was red for a minute. Do golems have raw burrows covering their chests? I don't remember enough of raw iconography, so I'll have to just go back and look. To me, though, it does look almost like the fire giant's, like, chest. Wait, I gotta buy more stones. Up to 18. Okay. So we can only buy up to 18 now. Still. Ice Rind Hatchet? Oh, right. Now that we fought Borealis. Yeah. So we got this Ice Rind Hatchet a long time ago. And it was mentioned that it was made out of a dragon's scales. A hatchet with a frost-coated blade, one of several gifts given by Castle Sol in the distant north. And this is actually relevant again because we heard about Castle Sol. We're on our way there because apparently they have the way to get to the Miquella's Halig tree. Known as Freezing Fog, the blade is thought to be a dragon's scale and inflicts a powerful frost effect. So this is sort of like all coming full circle. This was given to presumably Liurnia? Rhea Lucaria? Because we find it just in the temple ruins around Rhea Lucaria. But yeah, it's probably Borealis, the freezing fog. Yeah, I have a plan to do some Bloodborne later, like probably this month. I'm not 100% sure it's going to be Bloodborne, but I'm thinking yes. But it's going to be more like modded, like randomizer stuff. So it'll be a little different, but it'll still be very fun.
There are 4 more Miquella, his twin, Luna Princess, and Rani is so here if you should learn it. I'll trade you. We both desire to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. As such, I hope we are compelled to work together.
That's a great line, because if you believe him that he wants to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord, then that also makes the Tarnished rivals. Really, right? Now, the Tarnished are working together because, to a point, the Tarnished help each other but also harm each other because they are allies but they are also rivals. And that's sort of the thing, is that moment. If we believe him, if we think that he is indeed trying to do just that and, you know, become the Elden Lord, then we shouldn't necessarily trust him, right? Because he's a rival.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arms then.
It's actually part of the fun. There we go, plus 19. Okay, about Roderica.
The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice or a daughter. But at times, that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone soft. And it isn't easy.
Calls himself a monster, but he sure does have gold eyes. Only allies they got too. The Tarnished have no one but each other because everyone else hates them. Talk about the Godfrey statue? It wasn't the statue. Or wait, are you talking about what I wanted to be reminded of? Yeah, I did. Unless you're asking about something else. All right, to Spirit Caller Cave. I actually, if this is the cave I'm thinking of, I'm very fond of it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the restroom. thank you for your patience. I also lint rolled my shirt because I love my cat, but I don't love being covered in cat hair. Let me tell you that. Almost rage quitted? Weak. Warfrost Stomp was so busted in 1.0. I know, it's crazy. Like, insane. In PvP, that early, woof! Woof! It was crazy that even Rivers was strong and it wasn't even working properly. Alright. I got killed by Rivers of Blood when it wasn't even scaling correctly. The stagger was just insane. I'll mention bleed is bleed, you know? Okay, I may have lint rolled my shirt, but I may have given Marlo some kisses because he's sleeping right over there, so I kind of... I defluffed myself, but I refluffed my face. So cute, though. So they summon spirits. They are snakes, but they are also snails. I definitely think their shell is supposed to be like a bell, is the idea here. They're so delightful. I just adore them. Are we cool or? Oh God! Oh, that's horrible. But yeah, no, good thought about how the mountaintop of the giants probably looked pretty different when there were more giants there, because look at these caves, right? They're lush, green, full of life, relatively. It could also be that this is a place of spirit calling, though. Like, there's something special about this cave. Ethereal, but still. I think the wraith calling bells are related to these snake snails. No, I think they're more similar to our spirit calling bell. The wraith worshippers, they, I mean, the idea of a bell calling spirits, yes, it's the same idea. But I think these guys are more similar to spirit calling. Like, they literally use their body inherently to channel the ability of spirit callers, which is what we do. Because the wraith summoners specifically channel, like, basically angry energy of those who are cursed and stuff like that. Like rage. Angry spirits versus, you know... They just use like natural spirits. To be hit or die to a snail grab. Oh yeah, they have a rare grab, don't they? Okay. Is it any of them or only boss versions? Oh God, that is horrible. They're so cute, but yet... Do it again. Oh, Jesus. Oh, right. Yeah. Ooh, boy. Don't you do that cute thing with your tongue? Oh, God, that's horrible. They're so cute, but that's so horrible. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. I totally forgot about that. And now I wish to forget about it again. Thanks so much. Oh my gosh. Can someone clip that for me? That is an amazing animation. Thank you. Disturbing. They eat your face out. Mountaintops definitely had more vegetation once. We see the ghostly remnants of the trees and animal life. Yeah, but I don't know because, okay, the spirit trees are really interesting because they are pine trees, like conifers, right? And that's also the primordial form of the crucible, and those types of trees tend to thrive in the cold. So I don't think they were killed because of any sort of temperature change. And not to mention, they're, dare I say, burnt and bodiless, right? Kind of get absorbed by them when you die, which wouldn't really be seen otherwise. Yeah, that's why I wanted to show it, because there are a few enemies that have unique animations if they kill you with their attack. What's this magic that... What the fuck? Inaba, Temple of Okina. Here? I scared the shit out of me because you weren't there before. Oh, I didn't have my stamina back. My bad. Well, that's weird, but good thing that ghost won't come back or anything. Oh my god. Snakes are freaking scary. They're so much more sinister now. When Ronnie summoned a stronger version of Renala, was this magic the same that she used? No. She didn't really summon a stronger version of Renala so much as create an image of Renala as at her strongest, effectively. I love this cave. It's so beautiful, but also like eerie. I wish they did more stuff like this. I wish there was a zone that was just like this, like a whole zone. It reminds me of the Shrine of Amana, and I'm so fond of it. Wait a second. Inaba, Disciple of Okina, is back? Oh my goodness. So, remember how we just saw, well, ourselves get eaten by the snail? And they hit really hard, chat. I have 60 vigor right now. And I died to the snail in 2 grabs. So... the snake kills people and then absorbs them and can summon them. Naturally. Inherently. Also, there is... Ronnie doesn't use spirits. But she uses puppets to defend herself. And Loretta is kind of unique. She's like a copy. Like an I'd call it an automated defense system because that seems to be what it is. That snail? Was it the same one all the way back there? Wow, it was. It came all the way to me. That's so interesting. White reed, greaves, armor, and gauntlets. I wonder. Did Inaba maybe try to rest here? White reed armor. Armor of the white reeds, fashioned from banded iron plates, worn by the Inaba, head disciples of the great swordsman Okina. The Inaba traveled in pursuit of not only the master who abandoned them, but also proper deaths, won honorably through hard-fought combat. To be a white reed is to seek death, fitting for the Inaba, who desired nothing more than to die by the sword. So, we've met Okina before, and apparently Okina was also looking for a proper death because if these are his disciples, presumably that's what he sought as well. Okina helped us fight Radon. And for the time being, other than the fact that he was looking for a great fight, an epic fight, we don't know anything else about him. Oh, and that he's from the Land of Reeds. So when it says the Inaba, I forgot they're like a clan. Oh, Godskin Apostles. They were here too. How interesting. You hate this fight, really? I think this is so charming. I wish they did this more. Wow, we did it! Yay! Wait, where's my runes? What? What a surprise! It's almost as if they're being summoned by something! What? Huh. Well, let's take a look around. Where's that little nerd?
Note, this means the snail was powerful enough to kill and devour a Godskin Apostle and
It's not you. You're not the nerd I'm looking for, you dumb idiot. I know he's here somewhere. I don't remember how to trigger him. He's here somewhere. You can just kill him and skip it. I just don't remember how to trigger him. Is it here? Aww. No, there's definitely a way to do this differently. I just don't remember it because I haven't done this since 2022. Fight in the Earnia dungeon? I don't think so, because I don't remember that. Did I do that this run? He's here, I'm telling you. I remember being like, what? And then just beating up a snail and having to fight these dumb nerds. No snail, you're gaslighting yourself? Well, I am the only one who can gaslight me. Only one that spawns after you beat both? Oh, really? There is a snail. There's a snail, chat. You can't gaslight me. Okay, stop. Man, they really love the Godskin Noble Apostle fight. I think that's why by the time you fight them, you're just so sick of them. Ow. Brother, are you done? Okay, now he's done. There he is! I could have sworn he was in this fight, but oh well. I guess they just want you to actually fight it. Imagine if by the time you fought Ornstein and Smo, you'd already fought them several times through the whole game. Except, the thing is, I know people relate them to Ornstein and Smo, but to me they're more like the Four Kings. And like, that's exactly, but the idea other than that is the same. Imagine if you fought Four Kings before. It just makes it so much less special. And here they even do the same thing. You fight one and then the other one shows up and it's like, don't love it. Godskin Swaddling Cloth. Sacred cloth of the Godskin Apostles made from supple skins sewn together. Successive attacks restore HP. The Glomite Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. Twisted. Very twisted. Also, if you look at it, it's made of, well, body parts. You can see, like, it looks like an eyelid. Like, I actually see a face when I look at this. Like, I literally see what looks like a distorted baby. I don't know if it's meant to. I think it is, but it could also just be pareidolia. Either way, that is an ear. That is a belly button on the bottom left. Right? Like, this is made of skin. And it's like a gentle blanket, effectively. This is what apostles are wrapped in when they're born. It makes the Glomite Queen seem like a mother, but a distorted mother, like a twisted one who uses her children for nothing but death. Black Flame Ritual. Superior Black Flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles. Summons a circle of black flame pillars around the caster. The Glomite Queen led the apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers. So, we now know, because of this, that she was an Empyrean. Big deal. Why were there Godskins here? Presumably they were all over the place. We already find them all over the place. But apparently the snail killed them. Or maybe the snail fed on what was left. It's sort of hard to tell. Because if we died here, presumably, yes, the snail would eat us and then absorb us and be able to summon us. What we do to summon is we summon the dead. We summon the ashes of the dead, right? The spirits that live in ashes. Presumably the spirit caller snails are able to do the same thing. Yet again, it could also be that the Godskins were trapped down here and then eventually killed by the snails who live here, presumably, because they are in prison. This is a double Stone Sword Keep prison. These Godskins bleed white? I mean, I always just thought that's because they're summoned. Like they're ghosts. But yeah, so the Glomite Queen was a pretty sinister Empyrean who chose a great deal of violence. And look, the moon is here. Not surprising. Let's make it nighttime. And there it is. The Great Bowl. That is where we're going. Oh, it's so pretty. Keys were meant to keep people out just as much as keep the snails in. It's a little bit of both. I don't even think they were trying to keep the snails in, because what we get as a reward is Godskin stuff. I don't think the snails were the problem. I think the snails were the solution to the problem. I think the Godskins are what's being locked in there, personally. Keep people out, sure, because they are locked away and they're meant, but I think whenever I see an imp, they are protectors. So the imps are protecting something within, but it's more that they don't want you to go there because it is dangerous. Real imps protect catacombs. They need active protection. These things are sealed because something inside of them should be kept away, both from the person. So yes, but the key is from the outside, not from the inside. So it's more meant to prevent the thing from coming out, like a prison cell, right? But also, yeah, you're not supposed to go in there, but from the inside, there's no way to open the door. So it's definitely more like a prison, if you ask me, basically. Somberstone Miners Bell Bearing, yay. First Church of Marika. Big moment for us gamers. The third church is over here. I don't remember where the second church is. Aha! The second church is in Altus. The third is in Limgrave. The first is here. In the forbidden lands of the mountaintops of the giants. We've read this before, but I still think it bears reading again. Blessings of the Erd Tree, worshipped in the churches of all lands. This is but a faint vestige. During the age of the Erd Tree, these tears were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once a certain blessing. I'll take a screenshot of it, because we're about to use them all up. Elena!
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
I'm gonna try to write this.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden ring for the age of the Erd Tree.
This is how they started their age. The giants were one of the groups that were against them, and they wanted to confine the flame here. This was like her speech as they went to fight the giants. Oh, that's so interesting. An age glistening with life. I love that. That's beautiful, isn't it? That's what she wanted to create. This is something we kind of don't get from Vendrick or Gwyn. All three of these rulers created their age, and all of them killed in order to do it. But this is the first time we get to hear like the description of their age and what they wanted and what they sought. I love it.
We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead. I'm glad it was you I traveled with. I must tender my thanks to Torrent, too. Thank you, Torrent. Please continue to lend your aid. Till the end.
Melina is thanking us and Torrent because it's close to the end. Compared to Mikola, who thanks us and Melania, even though we are alive, because he intends to stop us and put us down. It's so sad. It's like a complete reversal. No, Melina. Alright, so there's some other stuff over here, though. I think that's the one cave, but let's do this. Imagine what it would have been like in the age of the Erd Tree at its peak. Well, game's so smart and nothing but respect and praise is surprising people think badly of Marika. Yeah, they treat her very differently than they treat like the players, I mean, the community treats her very differently than they treat Gwyn and Vendrick, I'll tell you that. Very differently. Everything from the descriptions of her to the phrases they use only to describe her actions. It's very sad. She's the type of character who is demonized both for creating her age and for ending it, which I find very funny because you kind of have to pick one. Do you hate her because she created an age and you think it was a bad age? Okay, but then you should be happy that she destroyed it. But she still gets flack for that too. She didn't do it right. Remember how we talked about this place has stuff it precisely from Caelid? Well, here's another one. These dogs. And it's really weird, because at first it can seem like they were simply distorted by proximity to Rod, but apparently they just be like this. Also, these ones have collars. If you notice, they have spiked collars. The Caelid dogs don't, except for one. The one guarding Sage Gowry. For Marika to want to kill the fire giants? No, they were enemies. They wanted to burn the tree. They wanted to kill them all. You have to remember that. The giants at this point were strong. And they were a threat to everybody. Even the Hornsent hated the fire giants. In fact, I was wondering about the timeline of when she started the Age of the Erd Tree properly. I wonder if defeating the fire giants wasn't something done for the Hornsent's sake. Like, if that wasn't part of it. Right? Because we know that they called Marika a traitor. What if she fought on their behalf as their ruler? The Hornsent, right? Because they made her a god. In some way, shape, or form. They claimed her. And as a result, what if she fought for them, destroying the fire giants, which were their enemies, and a threat to the tree that they had formed, this divine tree, but then she turned on the Hornsent because that was always her plan, because they were her enemies as well. So I'm not sure about this, by the way. I think this is something I want to examine in the DLC, but I wonder if that's not a part of it. Because the giants, remember, they are the flame of ruin and they follow a fell god. Now, of course, I know people go like, oh, it's propaganda. They are actually good and stuff. Okay, but like, everyone seems to have a problem. The only people allied with them were the astrologers. And I think what's really notable about the astrologers, like, I'm not trying to demonize them either, but I think what's interesting is that their entire care is to look up at the sky. Right? They care for the stars, not what goes on Earth. And I wonder if that's not why they were allies, is because they didn't give a shit what the fire giants were doing. Winners are the ones writing the history? Yeah, for sure. I just always point out that Gwyn gets no shit for creating his age, and he gets defended. It's like, well, he needed to create an age. He needed to kill all the dragons. The dragons were causing it to be an age of gray. We can't have anything without the dragons. And it's like, okay. So when he kills every single dragon, slaughters them to create his age, it's like heroic. But when Marika does it, she's evil. I think we gotta pick a lane at some point, you know what I mean? Anyway, an Evergaol, even here. A lot of people do dunk on Gwyn. Not for that. That's the thing. And trust me, no, not even close. I have played all these games on stream for thousands of hours, and let me tell you something. Gwyn does not get nearly as much shit as he deserves. Not nearly. Even the game itself tells you he was a bad dude, and people are still like, what? Really? Mountaintops would have the clearest view of the skies. Yep. That's why they were here. They want to get closest to the stars, which is also notable that there's a rise over there. Wait, where is it? There. This is going to be a very important rise. Keep in mind, anything here is way older than anything else we've seen. So we see an Evergaol. We see a rise. We see a minor Erd Tree. Well, minor Erd Trees maybe not older, but still, right? And we see a fort. So we kind of went through this place and there wasn't anything built up. Like, there was not really anything here. But all of a sudden we're seeing ancient things that were built a long time ago. So first of all, let's find out who's locked up here. Now here's the question. Were they locked up for a long time? Or were they locked up, like, because of them getting too close to this forbidden place? Round Table Knight Bike. In the flesh. Huh. He's a dragon cult member. Well, isn't that interesting? We never knew that about him. Not till now. He uses red lightning. The red lightning of the dragons. The ancient dragons. Oh my god, he doesn't even use Flame of Frenzy yet. Because L2 isn't Frenzy. It's Storm. Fortisax's Lightning Spear. Or wait, sorry, that might be the... No, that is Fortisax's, I think. So here we're fighting him as the Round Table Knight, a lord. And look at where he is. Bro was close. Okay, is there anything else I really need to show off with him? I feel like no. Keep in mind, we get invaded by Vike, and we get a very, very different impression of Vike from this invasion. And the invasion seems to be protecting a maiden, the body of a maiden that is there at a church near this Frenzy Flame village, right? So it's as if the frenzy itself is what is invading, because it's able to leave the Everjail. But here we get the other side of Vike. I don't know that it's like he's not trying to use Frenzy anymore, because I don't really think he has a choice in the matter anymore if he's locked up. But I think it's more meant to show us that he was someone else before he fell to Frenzy. We're supposed to get a peek at the man that he was and sort of feel the tragedy of what happened to him. And we know he had a maiden. We know he protects that maiden even when frenzied. And then right before this, we've also encountered someone who says, don't kill your maiden. Don't sacrifice her. And we get an idea of what might have happened. Here he is the Round Table Knight, the man who went on a journey in order to become the Elden Lord. And if he hadn't been led astray, there's a distinct chance that we never would have had our shot. He's the one who got closer than anyone else, presumably. But he listened to Shabriri, and thus he was locked up. Iron helm singed and blistered by fingers, worn by Vike, Knight of the Round Table Hold. No other Tarnish was closer to the throne of the Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement, Vike traveled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, I think is what we're meant to consider. And this is basically it. He was going to succeed, and then he chose a different path. Also, yeah, I think it's more just meant to depict it, like, because we have to take our armor off, right? And we physically get burnt, but he didn't. I think it's just something, you know, for gameplay, it's cool. Also notable, once again, the cover art of Elden Ring features Vike. If you zoom in, if you're able to see, it is actually Vike that is depicted, the man who made it closer than anyone else. Players sympathize with Gwyn because the Age of Dark seems very scary and his actions seem justifiable. That's only if you listen to effectively what is the game's propaganda. But that's sort of my issue, is that if you look at it... Also, frankly, it's not even that. He plays sad music in his boss fight and people think he's a pitiable figure. Like, that's sort of the thing. But I will say, trust me, I've played these games a lot. I've talked to many different people. I've talked about lore in these games for literally hundreds of hours, and I can tell you that I've never seen a character get more shit than Marika. Like, undeserved, in my opinion. Like, insane. Not even actual, like, serious villains. Actually, yeah, I say hundreds. It's been thousands of hours, yeah. There's a reason. I always get people who are like, I occasionally get people who are like, why don't you ever, like, say the bad? Because the bad is already talked about by everyone else on this planet. I don't feel the need to add to the choir. I'm talking about what the game is telling us, and a lot of people ignore. That's why I focus so much on it. We already know, yes, she warred with a lot of people. Yes, she and her people killed a lot of people. But people don't seem to understand why. The fact is that people do sympathize with Gwyn because the Age of Dark seems scary. But what they don't even seem to understand is that these people were trying to kill her, and her people too. Yeah, there's a reason that people are a lot harsher on Marika, unfortunately. It's very sad to see, but it's true. It happens again and again. Same thing in Dark Souls 2. Vendrick gets all the understanding. People actually often think that he was the good guy and that he was just led astray by evil lady. Meanwhile, he's like the most powerful hero of his age. And he's this heroic, strong figure who chose his own destiny and also conquered a land in order and killed a lot of people in order to start his age in the first place. And he gets all the understanding. I'm telling you. Okay, so we read the garb, and we also know he's a dragon cultist, because of the spell. Vike's Dragon Bolt, it's literally with his name on it, and it uses the red lightning. Incantation of Vike, Knight of the Round Table Hold, summons red lightning to bolster both the caster's body and their armament held in the right hand. Enchants armament with lightning affinity attacks and increases maximum equipment load. However, lightning damage negation will be reduced. Of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. So, to be loved by dragons means you get their OP spells. Once again, another character with all this potential. He was very, very special. He was so close. But he was led astray. And was no longer fit to be Lord. Yeah, let's go this way first. It'll be easier with the map. Lots of beebles. Or into the DLC? Yes, DLC will be after the main game. Uh-huh. I'll just make this a heal. I don't really mind otherwise. Oh, I guess I could make this the purifying crystals here, because knowing me, I will forget before I fight Moog, so that's perfect. Let's take a look at the sky. I want to see the sky that enchanted the astrologers so much. If you look, the stars are like flickering. They're very subtle. It's not like Liurnia. But like they're literally flickering in and out. Makes you wonder. Trying to think, can we get this far without fighting Radahn? We sure can. Yeah, Radahn is not required. Also, the blue color really makes it seem like glintstone. They look like glintstone color. They're more like blue, maybe teal at most. But like mostly just like straight up glintstone blue. Oh, there's a couple that are more teal though. Yeah, you know what those colors are like? Like specifically the Olivinus and Corollas, like the twin sage, the slightly green, the slightly blue. Really wonder about the marks on the moon. Yeah, they look like a rune. I get it. People have this thought that maybe that was Ranni's rune. Because her rune is discarded. We cannot acquire it. Even in the DLC, there's no mention of it, but there is a rune on the moon. The thing is, I don't know if it's... People think that maybe she, like, put it there, but, like, I kind of felt like her whole journey was about her meeting the moon and becoming a vessel for it truly. She is a vessel for it in terms of being able to use the spell, Ranni's Dark Moon, but is she able to put her rune there? I don't know. Like, really, I don't know. I've thought about it, not entirely certain on her rune. I think it's one of those things that is just not important to the story. So it isn't brought up, really. Aquamarine? I mean, the game doesn't really use that specific color, but, like, I guess. It's so different from the Liurnian sky. And more of these spikes. More and more of them, especially around this fort. Like, tons of them. Huge ones. And look. Now that we're closer, they're pointing and looking directly at the forge. Guys that they're screaming remind me of death spikes. Yeah, we also know they damaged themselves in order to use blood magic. So it makes sense. They stabbed themselves to do it. Play me any great runes? So that's one of those things that is just sort of game over over story, because Vike did claim great runes. In fact, we know that there once before. Gideon says only once before. Or is it Enya? Look, they're like worshipping. Oh! Oh no, he's okay. I think both Enya and Gideon comment on it, but now I'm forgetting. They both comment on the fact that once before has there been 2 great runes together. And it's implied to be Vike. It is Enya? Perfect. I figured, I just wasn't 100% certain. We just did it, but I forgot. Queen Yarnum's blood attack? Which one? Stab herself in the wrist to conjure the rising blood spears. Is it the wrist? Oh, okay. Did demigods defeat Vike, imprison him, and take back the great runes? It's kind of hard to say. That's sort of the thing, we don't know. Also, you have to remember, it is not required for us to find every rune. It's actually like really minimal. We only need 2 total. And one other thing that we learn is that there are other runes. So Ronnie's, for example, is mentioned. But it's highly possible that there are other great runes. And the rune of rebirth, very specifically, was given to Renala in the form of the Amber Egg way before the Shattering. There's also the Night Lord's rune in Night Rain. There are many runes. So we just don't talk about all of them. We don't know what happened to his 2. We really don't. Maybe he burned them because he burned with the Frenzy Flame. I don't know. But they aren't mentioned, they aren't relevant, and we know nothing about them. Also, no demigod can get up here. You have to remember, Morgott has sealed this place away. So maybe Morgott could come up here. We don't know who imprisoned him. You could also argue, because he doesn't use Frenzy Flame while he's sealed, that he even regretted picking the Frenzy Flame and sealed himself away. But I think that's tenuous at best, because it sort of seems like once Frenzy is within you, it's like an illness. You can't choose to be like, nope, my bad, I shouldn't have done that. You need a needle to do that. Oh shit, I tried to pick the drop and it didn't. These guys do have interesting drops I'm hoping to get. I think they dropped their casting tool or something adjacent to that, but I don't remember now. Maybe that's a drop somewhere. I think it's an RNG drop though. A lot of the casting tools are, the staves are RNG. A Flame Guardian. Now, if you ask me, these guys are very much meant to evoke those statues we saw on the way to like get here. Got it in the Urnia? Okay, good. Just want to make sure I remembered, unfortunately. I think what we'll do is, once we're sort of done the game, we'll look through... I have another file that I made specifically for, like, teleporting around and taking screenshots, and it has all the items in the game. So what we can do is we can go on that file afterward and try to find some of these interesting items that might have interesting lore that are RNG drops. Because obviously I'm going to try to get everything we can. I will miss things. It's a huge game. But if anything occurs to me that we can get, that I like forgot, that I think of, we can go get it. But unfortunately, I'm not going to farm for every single item in the game because it's not worth it. So we'll just hop on that file afterward. All using free cam? Yeah, although I still am sort of learning how to use it. That's for sure. I forgot how to do it again today to make the screenshot, so I had to relearn. Flame Guardians look like the minor Erdtree Guardians. Yeah, they look like the Guardians. They have the same mask. So similarly, they're preventing anyone from messing with the flame, but it's rather than protecting the flame, they're protecting you from taking it. Yeah, they look just like Guardians. They have the same mask. Interestingly, though, these guys have, like, the tarnished model, you know? Oh, damn. We don't know if they are tarnished. In fact, I would say they're probably not, but they do use a tarnished model. I don't know if you can frenzy them with a spell like Inescapable Frenzy. Oh, shit. Maybe, though. There's no reason that some tarnish can't come here and be like, I'm gonna help keep the flame at bay. But I mean, they kind of make a big deal about people having a hard time coming here, and the people who are here have been here for a long time. Although there are fire monks in Liurnia, and we do know that, what's his name? Adon? He stole the flame of the fire giants. In fact, let's read that again, because that's significant now. Flame of the Fell God. This legendary incantation is one of several that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. Releases a ball of raging fire said to be inhabited by a fell god. The fireball floats toward enemies and explodes, setting the area ablaze. Arganthy, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Adon. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants. Now, let us remember what the fire giants are about and their spells, because I feel like this is another situation that we should compare in some ways to Gwyn, in that an age with the fire giants was one of destruction. They were all about destruction. An evil god that wanted to destroy, set everything ablaze, and kill was within them. And they worshipped it, and all of their flames are incredible destruction. And not the destruction of nature, just destruction for destruction's sake. So we see the fire giants as pitiable, because there's only one left, and we just see him cowering under a shield. But this is who the fire giants were at their peak. Compared to Marika wanting to create an age glistening with life that suggests that life struggles in this age. And think about who she defeated to get here. The Glomite Queen, who liked to skin gods, killing them horribly and taking their skin for power. And fire giants known only for destruction. Speaking of Arganthy, so the reason the fire monks are down in Liurnia is probably to get that spell back. Oh, I missed my roll, chat. It hits hard. Basically one shot. Uh-huh. Arganthy's no joke, dude. You know what's the worst part? I definitely should have been able to stab him in the chest, but it like didn't give me the option. It was really weird. Guardians garrisons. This is where the Guardians are. Okay, really? Can you just like let it go? I'm really gonna have to play with these guys. Bruh. Balanced? 60 vigor, by the way. Wearing the king's mask? I believe it's the ruler mask, but it's hard to tell because all I see is a giant shield. So, oh my god, I try to mantle like it's Night Rain. Let's try to take a look. Look at him roll on up. Yep, that is the ruler's mask. Ooh, and the official's attire. Makes sense. He's the chief guardian for a reason, right? Beep. Typical. No problem this time. But the dog's coming in. Yeah, so that is like a local ruler's mask, which makes sense. Mask in the image of a wizened sage, customary dress among lords in a smaller nation. Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise and possessing a certain defanged geniality. One at the center of society often finds these qualities most expedient. And the official's attire. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. Not the ruler's robe, notably. Like, this is a guy who works, keeps something safe. So the fire monks, once again, one thing we know about them is they were sent to keep the flame safe, to seal it away, but they also were beguiled by it. So it's sort of hard to tell whether they serve the flame because they adore it or because they're trying to keep it away. They're a little bit of both. The guardians are still doing their job, but the fire monks and these like penitents are just sitting there staring at the flame perpetually. Murray NPC? No, Murray NPC was wearing the one with the tassels, which is similar. It's basically the same thing with a thing on it, yeah. The Murray robe. So, it is and it isn't. We get a different description for this one. However, what do we know about the Murray and Shaded Castle? They're the executioners of the lands between. So, yes, he is wearing the same garb because he is an executioner. But with them, they focus on the mantle and what makes it different, yeah. No, you have the right idea, though. We are meant to be like, wait, that's the same thing, but with a thing on it. Yeah, because he is a local official that has grim task execution. So yeah, absolutely. There is a link there. It's literally like the same garb for a reason. Giant's prayer book. So this is what Arganthy was protecting. Now, once again, just to reiterate, we fought a Dawn way down here. Malefactor's Everjail. We see fire monks here and here. And you gotta wonder, were they... I don't know if they were trying to like also protect Adon, not to protect him, but make sure no one freed him because they couldn't kill him, or if they were trying to take the flame back. It's sort of your interpretation on what they're doing here, but there's fire monk camps here and here, sort of around it to prevent anyone from getting close to this particular flame. Actually, let's get the lore of the prayer book. Oh, no, let's grab the map and then grab the lore of the prayer book. Yeah, RE4 remake. I definitely want to get some horror video games played soon because I'm so excited to play some of them, but I also know that once we get to, once Dustbloods comes out, GG. I think this will be okay. Okay, good. All that work, we take a jumpy to get to him? Yeah, but I mean, at least we kill him, right? The only locations are that there are fire monks. They are in Gelmir as well, which is interesting. Ooh, fire monk gauntlets. Okay, same lore. The fire monks are guardians of the flame of ruin, forbidden by the Erd Tree, and said to be kept high in the mountaintops of the giants. Get invaded by fire monks? That would be a cool way, yeah. Because now we have this flame. Although the thing is, that's no different. The Tarnish is already hated by everybody and hunted by everybody. Map of eastern mountaintops of the giants. The remote, desolate eastern summit is the highest point in all the lands between, overlooking even the Flame Peak to the south. The what to the south? The Flame Peak. Either way. Right. I totally forgot about Juna. Oh, man. I meant to do that, like, closer. That's okay. Let's do it right now. I meant to kind of rush here and then finish off Volcano Manor, but I forgot. You would think streaming them would make them way less scary? You would think, but I'm sensitive to spooks. I don't know how else to explain it. It makes them scary. I get really immersed in them. First playthrough? No. No. More of these skellies! And chat, you recognize this, don't you? It's a giant death blight. Death root, more accurately. There is a death root nearby. Unsurprising, because there's also a bunch of those who live in death. Is there a Grace closer here? I feel like... Oh well. Let's not do this right now. Let's not do that right now. We're gonna do it though, but focus. Focus. I think I'm thinking of here. Yep, there it is. I haven't played very many scary horror games because I'm easily scared, so not many. Pretty much just Resident Evil. I can't play anything much scarier. I did play Visage. That game was way too scary for me. I shouldn't have played that one. I had nightmares for like a week. That was meant to be Torrent, sorry. Like, that's why it's funny, but I gotta find a limit. Is Fatal Frame really that scary? Oh no. I really want to play Fatal Frame Crimson Butterfly. Alright, so we have seen these before. Take a look. They have this like purple glow. I think it's meant to be the color of Grave Violet though. Because of course you might think Trina. Oh, okay, cool. Let's run. Sebastian was that OP. Where are you, boatman? There you are. Wait, you're not boatman. Okay. Fuck, okay. That move is always so strange. They don't really do sleep other than the concussive way? Yeah. I don't think they're meant to be linked to Trina. It's sort of like a slightly different color, but it's still interesting. Then again, Trina's sleep is a form of death too, you know, I suppose. No, you're dead. Goodbye. God, this game is so different when you play Strat. I'm still not over it. It's like chilling, relaxed, chunking everything, easy peasy. Death Ritual Spear. Ritual spear used by priests of old who were permitted to come among the death birds. The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Unique skill, Spear Call Ritual. Thrust the spear high, bearing prayers into the sky to summon a downpour of spectral spears. So, this Deathrite bird used that. Now, if you look at the Deathrite birds, I pointed this out before. I kind of forgot with this one. I killed it too fast. Whatever. But we looked at it. They have people, ghostly people within their wings, and they're holding that spear. All of them. So they guard the birds and are a part of it, and apparently will be resurrected at some point. So they worship death. Okay, I wanted to get this boatman, but I forgot where he is. It's Sebastian from Night Rain. I wish. I really do. It is also notable that we saw, like, in the Forbidden Lands, giant corpses and giant skulls, and here we sort of see them again. No, don't come here. This is not it. Ah, well. I'll find Boatman soon. He's the one with the death root. Invade Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood's world. So, Knight of Blood is interesting. It makes him sound like he's linked to Moog. He most likely isn't, though. It's just they're like the blood people. Oslow's Oath. Come on. Damn, mistimed it a little there. Man, I mistimed it again. I love whips and PvP. Don't love the Bloodhound stat, but I'm not too worried about it. Because as you can see, yeah. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have a PvP build. It's really just the Bloodhound step. Whips are okay, but they're not, like, they got buffs, but remember, they just are okay in PvP. Especially not in a, like, 1v. A lot of people don't know how to deal with them, though, I will say. A lot of people don't. But they are not that hard to deal with at all, because they don't have too much hyper armor. You can cut through them with jump attacks. If you have a lot of hyper armor and poise, you can cut through it no problem. Bloodhound step is a bit tough, but like once you know how to deal with it. Whips have range. This is their only thing. And even then, a lot of things have range. You can cut through the hyper armor that, or lack of hyper armor that whips have. So, this is His brother. Dialos' brother. Traveling maiden hood, robe, gloves, and boots. Hoslow's petal whip. Metal whip formed of razor-sharp chain-link blades that have the appearance of flower petals. This work of art is handed down through the generations of the illustrious House Hoslow. High dexterity is required to wield this weapon, but it excels at inflicting devastating blood loss. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. It's pretty much one of my favorite weapons in the game because it's just so gorgeous. I love these. I use these a lot. Whips bypass shields like Reapers do? No. No. They do build up. A lot of them do bleed natively, like this one. So you will build up through shields, but most of the time I find you just catch people because they're surprised by the range and don't know how to deal with them. It's a spiral? I don't know if it's just decorative or a spiral. Honestly, I'm not sure. Take a look at them. Hoslow's helm, a twin-tailed silver helm decorated with flowery adornment, symbol of the head of the revered House of Hoslow. Interesting that they're flowers. I've never considered that. Juno Hoslow had a younger brother who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit to action was such that Juno inherited the Hoslow legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. Dialos. Hoslow's armor, garish silver armor decorated with red embellishments, passed down through the Hoslow family. When Juno Hoslow received an invitation to the Volcano Manor, he discreetly refused. I have already walked many a road drenched in blood, yet never would I consider myself a champion. Complete opposite. Now we kill him. Also, traveling maiden garb. Hood worn by traveling maidens. This is specifically finger maiden garb, by the way. Maidens traverse the lands between for different reasons, some to seek audience with the fingers, others to find the tarnished who they were destined to guide. Now, Juno appears to be sort of protecting this. We don't know if this is his maiden, but honestly, they're long dead and they're just like a burnt corpse. We can't... Well, burnt might be significant, actually. Now that I think about it, they may have burned at some point. But the thing is, the Erdtree remains unburnt, so it makes me think that no one has served as kindling properly for it before. I think I used that helmet on Goth GF, chat. Do you remember what Goth GF wore? I'll have to check my play safety sometime. Volcano Manor is petty, you don't join them and they kill you? Well, it's a little bit of petty, but it's a little bit of something else as well. They want you to prove yourself, because that is what this quest is. Remember what we are doing this for at its core. We are here proving ourselves so that we can get an audience with Rykard. And what is that audience? We get eaten. We are strengthening ourselves for combat. We are proving ourselves against harder and tougher foes, so that we are worthy of being consumed. I talked about this, but we can compare to Godric. Godric will take any tarnished. In fact, he specifically preys upon the weak. He takes people who have just gotten to the lands between, have no runes, no maidens, and are just the bottom of the barrel, and that's who he takes on, right? So Rykard, though, he wants you to be worthy of being eaten. So it's not just pettiness. It is a little, but it's not just pettiness. It's also they want you to strengthen yourself. And keep in mind, we talked about this, but a lot of the people that you are killing are helpful to other Tarnished. So we are making it harder for other Tarnished to succeed and become Elden Lord, while also proving ourselves in tough battles. It's actually a pretty clever scheme. So yes, Rykard wants the best of the best. You have to prove yourself just to be seen by him. Wonder about that translation, all talk and no trousers. Yeah, I think it's just, you know, it's quite a phrase though. An invitation to the best warrior, Alexander? Well, Alexander isn't a tarnished. It's a mirror to something Marika said. Make something of yourself, else you'll amount to naught but sacrifices. Yep. If ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting to naught but sacrifices. That is what happens. Oh yeah, Alexander's still cooking himself over there. Yeah. Checking on a few folks here. Patches is a tarnished, yeah. Notably, because he's part of the Volcano Manor. Notably, though, he doesn't come to the Round Table Hold. So, you know, remember I talked about how, like, the ones who come to the Round Table Hold, we can learn something from it? Well, some of it is also that if they don't have a reason to come to the Round Table Hold, they don't. So, bit of column A, bit of column B there. I also picked the long way to go through here, but that's fine. Hello. So those iron versions have an amazing design. They're also holding a baby. I just want to point that out. Hello, Zarias.
I know that you, but I wish to kill me.
Nope, not yet. Okay. I'm not sure what is the exact trigger, so I'm going back to talk to her frequently. Speaking of which, we're also going to go back and talk to Dialos. Now, you might have noticed Dialos is, if I'm not mistaken, he should not be here. Yep, he's not here. He's gone. He left. He realized he was being a fool and he left.
You're still alive, I see.
Cool.
Well, until we meet again.
Okay, bye. Ghost? No. I know, I do wish Patches went to the Round Table Hold, but he has a different hub. Here.
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium.
Yeah, nothing.
Stingy little beggar. Try to find it in your heart next time, eh?
Uh-huh. It's time for our audience chat.
I see that you've stayed the path of champions. This is your usual reward. Please, take it. Perhaps you are ready. Might you see our Lord? Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Another kindred spirit, treading the path of champions. I see. Well, I cannot make you take the leap, but do know this. To follow the path of valor, an audience with our Lord is essential in order to defy this debasement and rise up against the Erd Tree like a true recusant of the Volcano Manor.
Taker's cameo. A talisman engraved with the stern likeness of Praetor Rykard, master of Volcano Manor. Restores HP upon defeating enemies. When Rykard turned to heresy, taking by force became the rule. The gods themselves were no different, after all. Yep. Oh, the club. Where did I get this? I killed something and I dropped it. Oh, demi-humans. A simple primitive weapon that requires only brute strength and persistence to hammer your foe into the ground.
Won't you consider having an audience with our Lord? Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Another kindred spirit, treading the path of champions.
I want to talk about that and Rykard in relation to Godfrey as well, because I think it's very interesting. Once again, I would like to repeat that the recusants have a point. That's kind of the whole thing, is you can't just dismiss that, because it's like, well, yeah, the gods killed all these people. They killed them and them and them and them. But the thing is that he's sort of saying, fuck this, I'm not getting involved in this, I'm just going to be a heretic. But really, honestly, what is his plan? What kind of age is he going to create? What kind of lord does he want to be? He wants apparently to be one of might and violence and killing. Okay, sure. But I think what's interesting is he's sort of like, he reminds me of a teenager who's just saying, I'm not going to be like you, mom and dad, but he doesn't have a plan of what that's actually going to be. He's rebelling for rebellion's sake. Really. Because he just doesn't want to be like mom and dad. That's it. That's the plan. It ends there. He's going to sit there, get eaten by a snake, eat tarnished, and then at one point, what exactly are you going to do, Rykard? What exactly? Who knows? Because we never get to see it, because we stop him. He's been eating tarnish for a long, long, long time. And I think that's what's really interesting. Just eat and eat until you are strong enough? Yeah, and then do what? Like, what is he going to do? What kind of age is he going to create? Like, really? I think what he's supposed to evoke, by the way, is, it's maybe a little bit of a stretch.
Step 1, get eaten by snake. Step 2, Step 3, profit.
Pretty much, yeah. He is, how do I put this? He's like, rather than creating something, he's just saying, fuck what we have. Which, there is a validity to it. Like I said, there is a point that saying that this is nonsense and this isn't right. And I think everyone can agree that this world isn't right. But his route is not any better. He's putting himself in a position of opposition. So what happens if he succeeds? What is he going to create when he has nothing left to oppose? What is he going to create? And that's sort of what's really interesting about Rykard, is we don't really know. To be suspicious of the alien invasion of the lands between. The thing is, it's not really about the aliens, I think. I think that's a miss. It's easy to just think it's about the aliens, but it's not. Like, that's sort of the thing. That's sort of like a preliminary read where we get, it's like, are there aliens taking over? Well, sort of. But no. Because really, who are the people here? Who are the rulers? How did this age begin? No, you're not way off. Like, you have a point, absolutely. I just think that it's sort of like, I think it's too easy to just dismiss everything as alien because, for example, the Erd Tree, right? There was a really early Elden Ring theory that was like the Erd Tree is a parasite and it's eating everybody and it's a bad thing and it's the aliens. And I think that was one of those, like, I don't think anyone thinks that anymore. I could be wrong. Like, I think, you know, but generally we sort of moved past that and realized, well, everyone says the Erd Tree is great. Everyone loves it. It's a symbol of hope. It heals people. It's just a transformed version of the Bed of Life. In Night Rain, the good end is us bringing it back and putting that symbol of hope. In the Shadowlands, everyone's devastated because they can't see it anymore. Maybe the tree actually just is good. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where you're like, it's easy to just sort of think it's all just the aliens, but really what the story is about people. And what I'm talking more about is Rykard isn't against the aliens. He isn't against the outer gods. He's against the tree. He's against this bed of life, right? He is really defining himself by opposition. Really, that's the whole problem that I have with him. Is he just saying my parents fucked it up? We're gonna make it better. We're gonna kill my parents and make it better. And then everyone's like, okay, Rikard, so what are you gonna do when you win? And Rikard's like, I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna kill my parents and make it better. His plan is just kill. It sort of ends there. So that's sort of my main point here, is that sort of where he is. He has, like I said, he has a point. The world is messed up, and that's why we can't outright dismiss them. But his route is not any better. Also, the serpents are symbols of sin in the world for multiple reasons, and he's sort of like accepting that symbol of sin. How much of this is Rikard? How much is the snake? Yeah, there's always that argument of like, is it partially the snake that just wants to like consume and whatnot? However, he does. Well, okay, let's see Rikard and see what he has to say about himself.
As it should be. Now,
Hey, baby.
close your eyes for a moment. I will transport you to the Lord's chamber.
You. Baby.
Farewell, then. May your visit be fruitful.
Oh, I love that word. Fruitful. Serpents represent gluttony? Well, it depends. In this game, they more just represent straight up sin. Really. Sort of biblical. Serpents, sin. I will also say, and I think someone was talking about this in the Discord the other day, and I think this is a fair thing to talk about too, because, well, the serpent itself might also represent this sort of like bide time and eat, right? I think that there is something in that that is also related to Norse myth with Nidhogg. A Nidhogg or Nidhogg or whatever is a dragon that exists at the root of the world tree Yggdrasil. And what it is doing is it is constantly gnawing on the roots. And eventually it will succeed in gnawing through the roots of the tree, and the tree will fall, and that is the first sign of Ragnarok, aka the end of the world. So this idea of the serpent just waiting and gnawing and biding its time is supposed to, I think, evoke that in part, especially when we have the Devourer scepter and other symbols related to the tree, or related to like the serpent and eating things. But yeah, serpents are good guys and never sin. Liar. Jormungandr is someone else. Jormungandr is the world serpent, which could also be related considering the Devourer scepter, but I think in terms of like constantly gnawing, that is very much Nidhogger. Well, let's take some time to meet Rikard. Good to see you, Aura. How's it going? Wasn't Rikard also in charge of punishing heretics under the Golden Order? So, yeah, he was a praetor, which is, I believe, a Roman term for like a general, effectively. It's an interesting term, but it's just, I think it's more meant to like divide him from like General Radon. But he was a justiciar. Yeah, a justiciar as well. So he's Praetor Rikard, the justiciar. Yeah, he was meant to punish people. So presumably there was that in the Volcano Manor as well. Like, we don't know if he went to this place by choice or if he was sent here or something, but we do know that he really took to the place. So, going so good, excited for Tarnished Edition? Hell yeah! It's a weird audience we're about to get. Gosh, it really does kind of look like a hand, doesn't it? Like coiled. Special animation and all. The Serpent Hunter. It's a great spear. No, it's something else. It's something there. Yes. Oh, it is a great spear. Weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, it manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. Look, even like this offering it to us. We had a ghost tell us about this already, so we already know about this. We're ready to go. We're here to kill the serpent. Oh, weird. I thought Rykard was supposed to be here, but oh well. Only weapon you can't legitimately get 2 of 2. Wait, really? In New Game Plus, they don't give you another one? Oh, God, I love this arena. Like, tell me they don't have an aesthetic, though. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Anyway, sorry. The God-devouring serpent. Go! Ow. It uses poison. I really thought I nailed that, but that's okay. So, it's a really cute little snake. But if you go close to it, you basically get stun locked by lava, which is why you need this weapon. It's not picked up by others. That is, whoa, really interesting. Oh, right. I should probably show off getting grabbed by it. It's very cool. In fact, this should kill me. I hope it will. No? Okay. Do it again, please. Because I think it has unique animation if it kills you with a grab. Oh, okay. How does damage as a weapon work? Is it rune level based? Honestly, don't know. Yeah, this remains one of my favorite fights in Elden Ring. I just don't often make my way over here. It's not the gimmick part. I think it's just the design, the cutscene. I have a fondness for funnier fights. Like Radahn and Rykard are so funny to me. Scales with upgrade level? You can upgrade this weapon too, so... Yeah, this is weird because the serpents were depicted with wings, but I'm like fucking stuck. Oh my god, fuck off. But they've never been depicted with hands. This is a very special serpent indeed. You fucking missed me, you dumb idiot? I didn't even move. I wanted to get grabbed, you dumb, stupid snake. Oh shit. Also, look where the arms are coming out of. Like, look at that. Something's not right with this fucking snake. Perfect. It eats us. There are a few grabs in this game that have unique animations if they kill you, and that is one of them. Straight up just eats us. Yeah, it's a sweet fight. I'm not totally a huge fan of the other Storm Ruler fights. Demon Souls, they were like trying it, right? No problemo. I'm not like, you know, it's cool, it's fine. Okay, how many chompies? How many chompies was that? What the fuck? Have I ever seen that move in my adult life? He just kept on chomping. Oh, that's the triple one. Whoopsie. So, it's a hungry, hungry snake, and the greed. Oh, right. The snake represents also greed. This is a Dark Souls mainstay, by the way. They usually do. Wow, that wasn't so bad. Weird, I thought we were supposed to meet Rykard. It's not over? What the?
Very well.
Bro is so extra. Bro's got a lot of fingers. Yeah, other tarnish he's eaten.
Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very core.
He's so fucking dramatic. I love him so much. Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. If you don't think this is funny, then you have no sense of humor. Like, this is the funniest shit I've ever fucking seen. Like, bro is like... What do you call it when you smoke too much and you get a hole in your throat? I say this every time and I always forget the name. He is one of those. He's a stoma. He's like literally a stoma. That's why it's so hard for him to talk. It's because bro is a freaking stoma on a snake's body. And he's like, join my family, I'm going to eat you. Aren't you excited about it? And he talks like that. He literally is like, we shall be family. And then he just like, look at his fucking like snake head just wiggling and shit. Oh, right, this is bad.
Scary! Skulls are coming for me, chat.
Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Like you can't see, there's just skulls exploding in your face. It's amazing. It's a delight. Oh, he's doing the L2 chat. Yeah, just like that. Oh boy. So he's using basically spirits, the angry spirits of those he's eaten, and shooting them at you. And he still uses the snake, but the snake is not dead. Oh boy, I got him. This is so delightful. I have so much fun with Rykard. He's so fucking funny. Alright, don't kill him though. We're not done. Ah! Dude, that move is really hard to dodge. What the fuck? What the cute input? Alright, I think it's time to die though. The lava also, if it touches you, because he approaches you, if it touches you, it sort of stun locks you. It can be a bit mean. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, the ice surcoat. Yeah, and you can see all the stuff sticking out. We're gonna die now, by the way.
Now we can devour God together.
So those are hands sticking out, but a lot of them also look like snake tongues as well. Together. Yeah, I wanted to get the death dialogue. I love it. I love it so much. So we also got the eyes surcoat in there. A brown surcoat draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. So, that's the thing. How did Gideon know where Rykard was and what he was up to? Well, spies. He's got them everywhere. I really do love Rykard. He's so much fun. Oh, gosh, no. Not an apology. I know what you mean by apology, but generally, FromSoft does not shy away from making things funny. And I think this is something that people misinterpret because it's like a grim world and there's darkness. Dude, FromSoft loves humor. They love it and they put it in their games intentionally. Radon is meant to be huge guy on tiny horse. It's meant to be funny. We're meant to laugh at it. We're meant to look at this guy and be like, whoa, what the? But also be like, this is fucking stupid. What is bro up to? Like, he's a fucking idiot. Like, he's like, you know, you were supposed to have both. We're supposed to laugh at him. We're supposed to be like, this is what you chose. Is he stupid? This was the route that he selected for himself. Oh, I meant to roll over there. Oh, really? What the shit? Are you sure? Uh-oh. Okay, I thought you can roll through it. I just straight up forgot. No problemo. I agree. Maldron is freaking hilarious. 1000% with you there. Whimsy is what makes FromSoft games so unique. 100%. That is the thing I think most people miss when they're playing their, you know, hyper serious, grimdark Souls-likes, is that it is okay to be funny. And this is why FromSoft has that special sauce. Gross flesh hands, open sores, or gross and scary. Also, bro is a pimple on the neck of a big noodle snake. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're supposed to be like, this is gross and fucked up and, like, creepy and, like, what the fuck? You know? Together. We're watching the cutscene again. I did not see that tweet that FromSoft lost their sense of whimsy. I think anyone saying that, well, very well. I have a caveat to that. Because they did definitely... It's like they stopped going all into whimsy. Dark Souls 2 is so delightfully whimsical. But no, there's humor in all their games. It's just... Dark Souls 2 is really just so whimsical. It's delightful. They're like grasping hands. Like, even this pose, he's like, together! Like, if you saw someone do that IRL, you'd be like, what a fucking weirdo. And then you realize that bro literally has extra hands so he can wear more rings. You know why he's greedy. Oh, wow. Oh, I love Mikolash. Yeah, 100%. I'm so with you. Ow, man. Oh, it happened again. The same move. This was the guy smart enough to find weird, like, effectively, probably incantations of a volcano and translate them into a form he could use. Like, bro is fucking smart, but bro is also really freaking dumb. Run away! It's so funny. The Viscals just, and their mouths are going, "Arr, arr, arr, arr," and they're just chasing you the whole time. It's so good. Ah, they're still going. Bro, I'm not even over there. Where are you aiming?
Abby! Eep! Eep!
Oh, wow, the mix-up. Oh, shit. I was not ready for that. And then he stands up on those freaking idiot legs. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm still not ready for that switch up. I gotta be honest, the snake moves altered with the sword moves are really hard to dodge. Alright, I think we're done. Love you, Riker. Thank you. He wanted to eat us. Creepy and ominous. Not many characters speak after we kill them. Like, well, actually, a fair bit in the game do, but you know what I mean. They're speaking as they die, often, not speaking after they're gone. Rykard's Great Rune. The Great Rune of the Shard-Bearer Rykard, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of West Altus, which stands upon the precipice at the coast southwest of Lanedell. Remembrance of the Blasphemous. Remembrance of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, hewn into the Erd Tree. Rykard took the form of a giant serpent that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. I understand. The road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin. I think this is just another great reminder that even Rykard, who hated the Erd Tree and everything it stood for, is still remembered by it. Everything and everyone is remembered by the Erd Tree. And if we use his great runes, his great rune to strengthen ourselves, then are we consuming him? And is that becoming a part of us too? And could this concept also perhaps give us insight as to why Marika seems to have so many of her enemies linked to her children and so many curses linked to all of them? Specifically her first two children, who are linked directly to forces that she has defeated. I think about that a lot. Because it's a game, so we don't ever get to wait 10 years to see if we turn into a dragon, right? But we are consuming these enemies of ours that we're defeating. We're consuming rot gods and blasphemy snakes and all these things. That's what we're doing. Well. Oh, right, my runes. Also, in the opening cutscene, I want to repeat, we watched Rykard fed himself to the serpent. That's how this started. So, the serpent, he allowed the serpent to eat him, and he thus became the serpent. He reasserted himself as part of the serpent after being consumed and presumably being killed. Yeah, it's a major theme. Dragon Communion, Rykard, Godric a little less so. But yeah, it happens a lot. So it makes me think that that might be like why so many of her children were cursed, including the Omen twins, yeah. Ah, what a delightful fight. So let's finish up with the Volcano Manor, one of our very first forbidden locations of blasphemy. Okay. Hi.
You. It's true then. You've defeated our lord. No. I must thank you. Our lord was yet weak. You have taught us that. Defeat is not the end. Our lord is immortal, and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I must stay the path and do my part.
At least they practice what they preach. We don't have all the puzzle pieces of Godfrey, but I really want to talk about, just briefly, Godfrey, Rykard, and Radahn. These figures that are all about strength, effectively, and how we can compare and contrast them. It's very interesting. Radahn and Rykard as well are interesting to compare and contrast because both of them seek to become lords through sheer strength. And as discussed, Rykard actually seems to back it up. He wants to become stronger, so he consumes the strong, and then eventually he will be the strongest. And when he loses, we don't have Tanith having like a freaking breakdown about, you know, him being defeated because, well, no, he was weak still. He hadn't proved himself yet. This is very similar to Godfrey's ideology, which is effectively strength befits a crown. If you are stronger than somebody, you prove it via combat, and by proving it, you prove that you are right. And that is basically his entire philosophy, which is part of why he's so brutal. Because to Godfrey, if you defeat someone, you prove that you are right over them. Which is why when we defeat him, he isn't salty. He's like, you were right. Needs to be you. Right? So that is sort of the really interesting thing with Godfrey, is that he actually truly backs it up. He genuinely believes that defeating someone means that you are right over them. It's the only way to rule is with pure strength, right? Rykard embodies this, and Radahn embodies this too, but in very different ways. So it's just fun to compare. But Godfrey, the reason Godfrey is so interesting is because his background is so different. I talked about this before. Oh, we'll read this too. My thanks. The spirit here asked us to kill Rykard and get the my thanks gesture. It's sweet. So, Godfrey is from the Badlands, right? He rules with strength because it's a place that doesn't have, it's not a place of plenty. There is not enough to go around. And that is very different from how the children of... I cancel the gesture. Aww. A knightly bow and everything. From how Rykard and Radahn grew up, right? They grew up, the children of Radagon and Rennala, in an age of peace. A truly unwarranted... Not unwarranted, sorry. Unprecedented age of peace. So I think that that's sort of the really interesting thing to talk about with them, is they took to these values, but they, growing up at least, I'm not saying they didn't do battle or do, you know, violence. Obviously Godfrey was a justiciar, Rykard was a justiciar, and Radahn idolized the Colosseum, and he spent a lot of time there. That was sort of his like first introduction to it. But this idea, it's so different to compare them. These princes of Caria, growing up wanting likely for nothing, really, taking these values. It really is important not just to talk about the characters and their beliefs and their values, but how, like, where they came from and the life that they grew up with, right? Because it gives them more background. It really is interesting to see. Like Radahn, he wanted someone to battle. He wanted war. He wanted to prove his strength, but there was no one to fight. So he found someone to fight.
I will leave the Volcano Manor before long. I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters, The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer. This is farewell. Perhaps we will meet again along the path.
And then we can't not compare this to Rani as well, who is treading the dark path of the Empyrean, a forbidden path that is not for her. Like, it's a betrayal and a dark path, right? She says she's going to betray everything. That is her exact words. And then we also have Rykard. We don't know if they work together at this point in the story, but we do get a hint on their relationship a little later.
Now you've gone and killed Rykard. You scheming little doxy. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well,
it really is a way with words.
Here I am, untethered, once again. Goodbye, my friend. What is it? Oh, come to make a parting donation to Patch's Emporium? Cheers for that. What is it? Oh, come to make a parting donation to Patch's Emporium?
Want to get CV's different dialogue?
Cheers for that.
Oh, no, always cheers for that. No more stingy. Cool, let's go talk to Bernal, and then we'll visit Zarias, and then we'll visit Dialos. Because he's somewhere else now.
So, you killed Rykard. I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But any road, the Volcano Manor is no more. Though we may yet fulfill an old promise. We hunted our own kind, and took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erd Tree.
Notice his weapon? It's hard to tell because he's holding it down, but it is a snake coiled around something. Also a spiral, worth mentioning.
Greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot he talks about his brother's will. Yeah, okay.
O greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal. We refuse...
Okay. Refuse to be your pawns, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I talked about, we cannot fully dismiss him. Rykard, and it's temptation, yet again, right? That's the thing we have to remember is, like, they kind of have a point. Also, just fun little detail, Rykard is basically in the center of the volcano. Like, looking at this. And also, do you remember those, like, guys with poison in their eyes? They're all looking out in this direction. I wonder if they know that Rykard and the serpent is both there. It's like they can sense it. You also have to conclude Patch's story. We're not done with Patch's either. A lot of quest lines linked to this. Resetting aggro. I always got here. I get here a different way each time. I can never remember the best way. Either way. Why do you have cat ears? Because it's freaking cute, you big silly. Why don't you? Trying to remember if anyone else calls out the Greater Will as enemy instead of the Golden Order of their fingers. Now you mention it. No. I don't think anyone else does. Interesting. Renal's a knower.
You're not willing to kill me, are you? You've always been so kind and uncompromising.
Don't get it.
I suppose I knew in my heart of hearts how kind and uncompromising you always were.
Don't give it. They give you tons of options to give it to her.
I suppose I knew in my heart of hearts how kind and uncompromising you always were.
Okay. Guess we're not done. That's okay. We'll be back. Oh my! Rikert's here! He's still here, his head, and he's like, And what is Tanith doing? I mean, she's right, he's not dead.
Oh, you... Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast, and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
So, Rykard reasserted himself as part of the serpent. He like combined with it. It's rather strange actually, because some people are saying it's not just him anymore, it's the serpent. It's a little hard to tell where the serpent ends and Rykard begins intentionally, right? But he's clearly the one in control, because when the serpent is taken out, he reasserts himself. He only comes out when it's necessary. So now Tanith is doing the same thing. She's eating him. Because eventually, he will reassert himself in her, just like dragons do.
Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family.
Girl
One
dinner.
day, let us devour the gods together.
Girl dinner. True. You hungry, chat? You're being so judgy. Alright, okay, is Patches still here? I'll make some bits. Find purchase within me. Yeah, it also makes it feel sort of like birth, right? Alright, he's gone. Good, good, good. Examine. Learn skills. The Sword of Bernal. So we can still learn... Dude, this is the most OP sword of all time. So he leaves behind the sword. He had this sword initially, before he was showing off the Devourer Scepter. But it was always him. It's so you can still learn skills, because Rykard's gonna be... Sorry, not Rykard. Bernal's gone for a while, and in fact he's gone as a merchant permanently. And you can't kill him to get his bell bearing, because this is a place of tranquility. So you can't, ironically, you can't, like... They don't want you to lose access to the Ashes of War. So, yeah. Pretty clever. And now the place is empty. Let's go visit Zarias again. Legit to know about this? Yeah, no, they're really nice. FromSoft doesn't want you to miss out on stuff. Oh, you guys didn't go talk to the sword? Haven't you seen the God of War Laufey trailer? You should always talk to the sword. I've been thinking about it more and more, chat. I feel like that game is gonna make me touch a hot stove again, I swear. It's gonna be, like, that's gonna be, like, the game is my hot stove. I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna be like, oh, surely they won't have a backseaty game again. I hope this time they won't, though, because it really does look neat. Zarias' letter and Daedakar's woe. Farewell letter written in an inexpert hand. I wish to set out on a journey so that one day I can carry on Mother's work, be the proud daughter of Tanith of Volcano Manor. Farewell. You've always been so kind, so uncompromising. My champion. Oh. Daedakar's woe. Disturbing likeness of a woman whose skin was flayed. She smiles with a serene tenderness. Increases damage taken. It is said that this woman, named Daedakar, indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children. God, I mean, the description's a little judgy. But like, whatever, man. It's really interesting that it's changed so much. Ah, it is through here. Okay, yeah, here's the secret path. Yeah, that would have been easier. Anyway, that was an item that was changed very heavily when the game came out. So this counts as cut content. But it was like in the network test or like pre-release version. It was Daedakar was a boy, and it wasn't so judgy, which is weird. But anyway, long story short, what exists, that is implied to be Raya's mother. And she was part of the ritual that birthed Zarias, and probably all the other man-serpents as well. But Zarias is very special compared to the others. Like, she seems to be more intelligent. There we go. Ow, see, these guys are all like looking over there, and what's over there? Rykard. Pretty neat. Daedakar's woe and Shiburi's woe. They're very similar. So, Daedakar has been flayed. In other words, her skin was cut off. Now, this is associated with Rykard, the shedding of skin associated with serpents, whatnot, right? But who else is known for cutting off skin? The Godskins. It's another link suggesting that this was the Godskin's seat of power. This was likely the throne of the Glowmite Queen. So, of course, we had to wait to fight Rykard until we get the dialogue, the quest of Juno, so that's why we did this late. But we've already cleared the rest of the Volcano Manor, and now that we've met Rykard, I want to show this one, because there is like sort of one area that I didn't go to. So we went in here. Gorgeous curved spiral. There was a throne up here, and I never went past the throne. It doesn't lead to anything, but it's still cool to show off. This one is a sorcerer. So Rykard is all about family. And it's actually, if he wasn't, you know, a blasphemer who's eating people, it'd actually be kind of sweet. It just, you know, he is. So, all these bodies, skeletons, and a throne. Think about the type of figure that would sit in a throne like this. Perhaps associated with volcanic stone or obsidian. Perhaps associated with cutting off skin. Because remember, this area is not like yes, the serpents sit here, I think the Glomide Queen would sit right there in that fucking chair. I think bodies like this were there when Rykard got here. I think the torture happened way before. Remember, Rykard, like Godric, did not build this place. He was just squatting in it. And yeah, right here. And we go to Rykard. This is how we get to Rykard if we don't want to do the Volcano Manor quest. Makes you wonder what she was queen of. Because, like, okay, if this is your land, maybe you'd be a queen of this. But remember, to be Queen Marika, you rule all this, right? So I really wonder, we don't know who ruled the Hornsent. I go back to this over and over. We don't know who their ruler was. We have no clue. I don't know if it was the Glomide Queen. Because as far as we know, she's not associated with horns. Maybe she was an enemy. We just don't know. She's not mentioned at all in the DLC. But I keep going back to the fact that she's the queen, the queen, the queen. It's a term that is used for Marika, but not till way later. Not until she in fact conquers the Glomide Queen. It seems like that is the moment she takes the Rune of Death and seals it. That is her moment where she becomes the ruler. And the Glomide Queen was also an Empyrean. Not a god, but an Empyrean. So it seems as if she was not just contemporary with Marika, it seems that she was in power when Marika was still trying to become powerful. So much snake imagery here? Yep. Okay. Make a little side trip for patches. Who is the Glomide Queen? You basically know what we know about her. She ruled here. She was an Empyrean. She predated Marika. Malekith defeated her, sealed the Rune of Death, and then the Erdtree rose. The timeline's a bit fuzzy. Were the fire giants the ones fought first? Wait. Oh my god, there is 2 Graces here. Silly me. She was Karian? Probably not. There's no association with stars, royalty, stars, the moon, astrology, none of it. She's very mysterious. Hey, Patches.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. Oh, I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this.
Dancers, castanets.
Oh, it's nothing. It's just makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong.
Actually, really sweet.
You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
It seemed like he's gonna frickin' die. Castanets used by dancers from foreign lands, received from Patches. The passionate dance comprises no seductiveness, but merely a dignified beauty. Okay, let's go give it to Tana. So, Patches is definitely attracted to Tanith, but I say that with like intentionally. Yes, it's like a little bit of a love triangle, but I also think it's really what he says. He respects her a great deal because she's doing all these awful blasphemous things, yet she's so proud, and he's distressed to see her not like that anymore. It's a really strange iteration of Pashes who shows any vulnerability whatsoever or weakness. Give the dancers castanets.
What is it? I have no need of that. I must continue devouring my beloved lord.
Bro, she's like an owl. You see her head? It went like freaking 180 degrees. What is it?
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is not easily consumed.
The Glowmite Queen and Godskins were snake worshippers. There's a temple there in Volcano Manor. Harvested skins. Yeah, exactly. No, seriously. Also, the immortality aspect, that they don't die and apparently will reassert themselves, is very interesting considering... well, we know that Malekith defeated them. But you remember how the game really talks about a remembrance hewn into the Erd Tree? Remember my theory how the Erd Tree is Marika herself? So perhaps that linking herself to the tree had a cost. She remembers all of her foes, literally, and they become a part of her. So that is why it is not Malekith's children who are cursed, it is her children, because they've become a part of her. Although, that I'm not sure about, because the rules of the Erd Tree, I don't think their foes are welcome in it. So, still interesting. Anyway, she doesn't care about the dancers' castanets. She's someone else now. Sorry, Tanith. Oh, Tanith.
My lord, Rykard.
Sorry. Invaded by Tanith's Knight. Forgot to put on my parry tool. We talked about how this Crucible Knight is very weird. But their purpose is to burn the Erd Tree, which would be a renewal. Would also suggest that the Erd Tree, that the Crucible burned before, like we talked about when we got to the mountaintops. I love that he's Invader, he looks so cool. The Red Dancer of the DLC? Yeah, probably. Aspects of the Crucible. Breath. One of the ancient Erd Tree incantations creates a throat pouch on the caster's neck, allowing them to spew fiery breath while walking. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together, requiring quite a bit of faith. Consort's robe, trowse, and mask. Mask worn by Tanith, Lady of the Volcano Manor, in the image of a foreign queen, increases dexterity. Long ago, when Rykard first set eyes on Tanith, she was working as a dancer in a foreign land. Soon, he made her his consort. She was the only human to remain by his side when he became the Serpent of Blasphemy. In that moment, Tanith was truly charmed by him. So she liked him when he was a human, but she really liked him when he was a snake. Also, yes, a dancer. And keep in mind, it's a dance of dignity. So dancing, of course, has the connotation of, like, you know, seduction and stuff. It is not that type of dance. It's meant to be a beautiful dance of dignity. Not that there isn't beauty in, you know, sexual dancing, but this is meant to sort of divide it from, like, she was dancing. Do you know what I mean? Consort's robe. Fine robe of white silk worn by Tanith, Lady of the Volcano Manor. Same lore. Yeah, okay. Rykard had a silver tongue. He was good at seducing people. Datakar is included in that. He had something of a harem. Also, the significance of Datakar initially being a man in the alpha, I know it was cut, but it also means that Rykard is a bi-icon. So I just want that to be mentioned in this month of Pride. I know it was cut. It's okay. We can forgive FromSoft their follies. Sometimes good things are cut, chat. Also cut was the fact that turtleneck meat made people horny. They cut that line out. Okay, let's go visit Diallo's. Wait, no. One little final side quest we must do. Rykard and Tanith really beating the meme, would you still love me if I was a worm? Yeah, for real. She liked him more when he was a snake. That's crazy. Oh my god. Wonder if the Great Serpent was the Glomite Queen's dog? I think it's more likely that they sort of like fed the snake and thus got skin from it. Do you know what I mean? Because the Glomite Queen was an Empyrean, but the Great Serpent is described as like a god. Oh my goodness, what happened here? Hang on, I have to be really careful here to fucking kill him. Patch's Cave, what a throwback.
Well, well, well. Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings? You scheming little thief. The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin. All of it.
Here we go again.
Wait. Don't tell me. Is that you? Oh, cripes. Please, wait. I surrender. I surrender. I swear. Glad to see we're on the same page. I'd never cross you. Not even close.
Those are the same tricks.
Ah, it's been ages since I've seen you. I didn't even realize it was you. Took you for a demi-human or some such. You know how it is. Just an innocent mistake. Water under the bridge, eh? Back to business as usual. Hell's bells. This bandit business is hardly what it's cracked up to be. Especially if we keep running into the likes of you. Maybe I'll set up another shop with the lads.
So, Patches has gone full circle. He did a fake out of the classic FromSoft death trope. I know, seriously, he's like, farewell, I can trust you. Puts head down, pretends to die, just has nap, returns, hey, took you for a demi-human or some such. Ooh, the Highwayman hood. That's nice lore, actually. How nice. Yep. Foot soldiers turn to banditry. Oh, wrong way. I just love this idea that he sees us and realizes it's like us, the person that he just saw kill a demigod. And he's like, oh shit. No, my bad, I swear.
Well, finally made it, eh? And just in time for the grand reopening of Patch's Emporium, where you won't need a refund because everything is top-notch.
What happens if you leave Tanith be after the Rykard fight? Literally nothing. She just keeps on eating and eating and eating and eating and eating and eating and eating. Lots of bloody fingers, and nothing else new. How nice, okay.
Cheers for that. Forgot something on your shopping list? No trouble to me. What, do I have to beg? Give us a coin or two next time around, will you?
Seems like his memory is a bit fuzzy or something. Yeah, Patches is interesting. I think he's just more meant to be like very cyclical. I'm not sure whether he really doesn't recognize this, because we kind of did this. This is a little hard to find. Like, really, why would you think of coming back here? What are the chances of you coming back here? Really, I think what you're meant to do is not know. You're not supposed to jump from place to place to place to place to place. Like, you're just supposed to kind of like get lucky with finding Patches. Patches is ridiculously hard to find. The fact that I found him by BBH's chamber is like, fuck, like it's crazy, right? Yeah, he goes back here. So really it is supposed to be some time, and presumably, you know, you probably change your outfit, change your armor, right? So like, sure, you could take it literally that he really doesn't remember, but I think it's just meant to just have been a long time. Strangely, he has nothing to say about Tanith's death. He let go of that stuff. You know, people are like, oh, he's like in love with Tanith. I think that he is interested in her, and he does do something like kind of caring and like trying to give her the castanets, but other than that, he's not like, he's Patches the Untethered. He's like whatever, man. He's not a ride or die. He's like, I'm here because it works. This is interesting. I'm gonna go back to this now. He's not really attached to anything. Hey, thanks so much for the $2. Pounds, or is it euro? Thank you so much for it, and the super sticker. Did we tell him about Tanith's death? No, but he doesn't care to check. He doesn't go back. He just doesn't care. He's not that attached. Back to banditry with the lads. Also, I don't remember how we get his armor set. I know there's like a thing you can do where you like ask for apologies or something. Like you have to use the apology gesture or something. I think we have to punch him. We'll see. I don't remember. I'd like to show it off though, and get his armor set for that matter. What super sticker? It's like a little thing that dances on the screen. What you saw. Oh, we just kill him? How dare you? I would never kill Patches. I love Patches. He's my best friend. Hi, Jarvan.
Oh, hello again, cuz. I'm happy you came back. I have good tidings for you, cuz. Have you noticed the rare flowers growing in this village? I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome.
Oh, sweet.
Go on, cuz. You really should pick some of our flowers. Who knows? They might be of some use.
Yeah, I really don't remember how we get his armor, though.
Go on, cuz. Who
I
knows?
did. Alright, I think we have to visit here a little bit more often because, well, Dialos should be here, frankly. Something up there.
Ah, hello again. Say, cuz, have you met Uncle Alexander? He used to live here with us, but then he left to be a champion. I asked to go with him, but he said, the path of champions must be trod alone. So heroic, right? I miss him, though. If you see him, you should ask him to teach you how to fight, cuz. He's big and tough and strong.
These are not the same jars that were used for punishment, and it's pretty blatant based on how they behave, how they are, and pretty much everything about them. These are Erdtree jars. They're sealed with the Erdtree symbol, and they are happy, and they are sweet, and they are kind, and they are better than people. The lore literally tells us they are like the best nature of people. But they sure look like them, so what's up with that? We'll have to get to the DLC and talk about it. I don't remember why Dialos isn't here. Maybe more dialogue, maybe it could be progression. Because Alexander still hasn't moved, oddly. He's still here, so it could relate to Alexander's positioning. Which is weird, because like he should be in the Mountaintop of the Giants, but I'm not at the place where we can summon him yet.
Uncle Alexander said he won't be back again.
My home is of the past, and the past, as they say, is a different country.
I suppose that's part of being a warrior, isn't it? So, please don't tell anyone, cuz... But I'm actually a warrior jar as well. One day, I'll be just like Uncle Alexander. Then I'll have to leave the village to become a champion. Uncle Alexander won't come back here again. My home is of... I suppose that's part of...
Okay, so we might just have to progress further. That makes sense. Because, yeah, it's just a summon sign in the mountaintop of giants, so... Just making sure. I think Dialos will appear there after. Okay. One more dialogue.
Ah. Hello again. Do you know what a poacher is, cuz? They hunt us, smash us, and then take us away. This village is kept secret, so I think we're safe here. But you should be careful if you ever meet one of them, cuz I hope Uncle Alexander beats them all up first. Those awful poachers. I hope Uncle Alexander beats them all up.
Me too. The difference between a jar and a pot being sealed. So a jar is sealed. Where are my pots? Where am I? They're there. Yeah. Here? No, here. Where am I? Where am I pot? Yeah, so these are pots because you put stuff in them and then you eat them. Jars are sealed. You know, he talks about the potentate being here. So I know it hasn't happened yet. It might have to do with Alexander's progression. You hear when you rest? Well, we reset several times. It might be. Maybe I didn't get enough dialogue. Because all that has been new dialogue. Well?
Oh, hello again, cuz. Have you heard?
Perfect.
A new potentate's come to the village. I think he said his name was Dialos. He seems a little down in the dumps, but his hands, as smooth as silk.
Did you remember that dialogue where he talks about his hands and is like, look at these weak little bitch hands? And you're just, if you were like me, you're like, why the fuck are you just talking about your weak little bitch hands? Like, what the... This is why. This is why. Because they were foreshadowing that he's going to become the potentate because he's got soft hands.
I don't know. I'm a little disappointed, actually. Even though good Sir Dialos has a wonderful suit of armor, he says he isn't a warrior. And since he's a coward, he won't be fighting anymore. His smooth and silky hands feel nice when he pats us. But I wish we had a potentate big and strong like you.
So now we know the requirements for a potentate is to have soft hands because they like to be pet.
Dialos's smooth and silky hands feel nice when he pats us. But I wish we had a potentate big and strong like you.
To protect them, they need a bit of both. Hi Marka, made jar people when our people were literally put in jar. Well, long story short, these jars are very, very different. They are completely sweet. They are not forced into the jars, and we also know that people actually want to be put in these jars. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar, a jar-hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this: you are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you. What better way to kill a horrible tradition that was used to inflict great harm on you and the people that you love than to turn it into something beautiful? We talked about this, but it's like Christmas. Christmas is Christmas because there was a pagan holiday at the same time, And rather than being like, no, you mustn't party and celebrate, they were like, yeah, you can party and celebrate, but it's holy now and it's about Jesus. You can keep the trees, you can keep the presents, you can keep all that stuff, but it's about Jesus now. And now Christmas, we just decorate a tree and we never wonder why. It's about Jesus. And yet, it's because of, I think it was the winter solstice? Anyway, same idea. That's why. It's a completely different tradition now.
Well, aren't you full of beans? No wonder you're covered in muck.
He's cleaning the jars. Hi, Diallos.
Oh, my friend, it's been far too long. I have to say you caught me at a rather low point. But as you see, I've put all that behind me. Left the Volcano Manor, forging my own path now, making my own choices. Even a fool like me can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me? Well, don't. I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm on the straight and narrow. A fool I may be, but I can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me? Well, don't.
It's sweet.
I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm on the straight and narrow.
What am I stuck on? Fence. Yeah, the jars are created in Bonnie Village, but that's in DLC. Those are different jars. They're sealed with something different. They are completely different in construction, concept, and just everything. These jars are sweet. Alright, so I waited to talk about Juno Hoslow until we re-encountered Diallos. What we learn about Juno is he was the older brother. No, sorry, it's the helmet. Here we go. Juno Hoslow had a younger brother who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit to action was such that Juno inherited the Hoslow legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. And this always confused me because I was like, okay, but wait, shouldn't the older brother be the one who, you know, inherits usually? Like, that normally makes sense. But I think the reason I was confused is because what this is implying is that the brothers were meant to fight one another. Presumably that's sort of what they're referring to with inherit without resistance. They were supposed to 1v until one of them proved the stronger and then they would inherit. But Juno easily won because Diallos didn't put up a fight at all because he's not a fighter. And this was seen as weak in his family. He loved his house and talked all this smack, but he never backed it up at all. He was weak-willed and not good at fighting or anything. However, Juno loved his younger brother. And he actually didn't want him to have this bloody legacy. So Juno took to it. Diallos didn't. Diallos sort of, I don't want to say envied Juno, but definitely wanted to be, you know, the right type of son, but he just wasn't. So sad for him. But yeah, he's finally finding a place. He's done. He's done pretending that he's a warrior. He's done talking all this, oh, the tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. Eagle Junk, also thanks so much for 10 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the continued support. Can I get some rat donks in the chat, please? Thank you so much again. All right. There's so much dialogue here, actually.
Yippee.
They're wonderful, dears. So smooth, silky.
I think this might also be a slight reference to the Dark Souls crows.
Give me smooth. Give me silky.
A fool I may be. Do you pity me?
All right.
Hi.
love this place. It's so gentle and sweet. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue here. No exaggeration. Tons.
No,
Still so eepy sweepy. Alright. We will be back, unfortunately, because this is really sweet. And in this game, nothing can end sweet. But there's always hope and a silver lining in the end. So, okay, let's see. Volcano Manor, Forbidden Lands. Yeah. We have to do some stuff up here, but we're done the Volcano Manor. That was huge. And then we'll continue the mountaintop of the Giants. Heading there in earnest. And any NPCs I need to revisit? Wrapped up some major quest lines. Let's go back to the Round Table Hold. Let's go check on Nefeli. I don't remember exactly what her trigger is. We can pretend this place is left as is. I know. Yeah, I know. They're even foreshadowing it with the poachers. There's a reason you need to get the dialogue for the poachers before... Yeah. And we've heard about the poachers, yeah.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Okay. Still about that ash. Oh wow, sorry. I tried to talk to him with X.
Well, I took you for dinner matter. Lay out your up.
Thanks, Hugh. Need smithing stone 7s and 8s. Gotcha. Oh, right. The benediction of Rykard. Let's go grab that. The blasphemous blade. Requires faith, unsurprisingly. Sacred sword of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Remains of the countless heroes he has devoured writhe upon the surface of this blade. Now they share the same blood, bound together as family. Some HP is restored upon defeating an enemy. Unique skill, Taker's Flames. Raise the sacred sword aloft to set it ablaze with blasphemous flames, then bring it down to fire off a forward blast. The flames steal HP from those they touch. It is like one of the most OP weapons in the game. It's amazing. Also, I love that it's a golden sword and now is like blasphemous, right? Rykard's Rancor, the terrible power of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, summons searing spirits that leave a trail of delayed explosions in their wake. These spirits manifest from the rancor of heroes who met a violent end. The Lord granted them an audience, whereupon they were welcomed by the maw of the great serpent, and within the serpent's bowels they became the Lord's kin. So, someone's asking if the spirits that Ronnie uses, it's like the Renala thing, is more like the Wraith calling bell. No, but this is pretty comparable, except the spirits come from within him, and he's literally able to shoot them out of his mouth. It's super messed up what he does. He is filled. He's also not dissimilar from Dung Eater, who once again consumes souls to strengthen himself and to curse people. But yeah, Rykard and Dung Eater. Similar. Yep, we're not going to grab anything because I like to have the remembrance for the lore and everything. So let's actually also go to the Divine Tower of... I think it was West Altus. So this one was locked away by a Onyx Lord, actually. We couldn't get in here until we get the Great Rune, obviously. Did he say anything after Rykard? Don't think he does. Because now he only has dialogue about the other ones. He didn't say anything about Godric either, I think. Either way, he hasn't really commented on the rune bearers getting killed. Because now he's fixated on the undiscovered demigods. It is worth visiting, though, because he might have something to say about that. Probably won't, but still worth visiting. The reason it's interesting is because he actually has like a soldier there. Actively, we know he has a spy in Rykard's arena. Rykard's Great Rune. It's kind of a spiral, isn't it? I feel like it's meant to evoke one. A Great Rune of the Shard Bearer Rykard. Its blessing restores HP upon defeating enemies. Rykard was amongst the children of Renala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. But Rykard fed himself to the blasphemous serpent, Great Rune and all. It's just meant to cement who Rykard is in case we're not aware, really, because, like, thinking about it, we don't get confirmation who Rykard is related to until this. Okay. Shame they didn't put more evidence of his spies around the world. I know, we only get the one. I would love to see more signs of them. But I feel like the one kind of gives us that answer that, like, oh, he has spies around the world? Yeah, he sure does. Bugs that carry the talismans and items were the spies. They have an eye on them, but, like, we also know he has actual human spies. I don't think he can manipulate the bugs. The bugs are just a part of nature, really. As far as we can tell. They collect Erd tree parts.
You. What is it?
Nothing. Okay. Love his voice. And you. Alright, gamers, that's going to be it for tonight. Thanks so much for watching. We finished out the Volcano Manor, started the mountaintop of the Giants, met Frenzy Flame. Not met, fortunately, but got some really neat dialogue. It's a really cool area coming up next. And beyond, because then we're going to head to Mikola's Halig Tree. And Melania. And Farm Azula. Oh my god. We're getting really close to the end of the game. We're almost in boss rush mode. So I'm going to make sure we get all the Death Blight first. And I know we're missing one, but other than that, I think we're caught up. So that's next. Yeah, we're getting to the end game. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. So, reminder, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Really, I guess you guys can be here because we're going to be watching the Summer Games Fest. It's a 3-hour show. It starts at, I think, 5 p.m. EST. I don't know. Just check your time zone. Look up when it starts. We're going to be streaming it. So, we're going to watch the whole thing and just, I don't know, it'll be fun. So a little bonus stream tomorrow just to watch. Someone asked, like, way at the start what I'm expecting. I don't know. I'm just excited to be here. I'm super pumped. It's already tomorrow. I know. It's always cool to see what's coming and frankly watch it with chat. I never really watch those new game things, but with chat it's just fun. We used to just like do watch parties effectively. So we'll see what's coming. I'm excited. There's always something cool. I have to say the state of play this week put the bar pretty high though. There's some like really cool stuff that was coming out and I'm really excited to see. So I'm so curious what Summer Games Fest is going to be. It's 3 hours long, so look forward to that, everybody. Hope to see you there. We are spoiled every day this week. Also, thank you again for watching. Make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss tomorrow. And then Saturday, we'll probably be continuing the lore run is the plan. Look forward to that. Also, follow the channel. My necklace got all twisted. How did this happen? Probably me running. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a great night. See you next time. See you tomorrow. Get ready for the party. And if you're expecting Bloodborne, maybe put on your clan nose. Honk honk, you know? Bye. Have a great night.